We have here a combination of your games that you've played this year and my games that I've played this year. There's a little bit of overlap. You are starting straight on the whiskey. I just recently visited the Cooper's Brewery down in Adelaide, so
Not
I'm
a
going to
sponsor.
start. Yeah, not a sponsor, but hey, if they want to get in touch, I'm all ears. So
Reach
I'm
out.
going to.
We're open. We're open.
They're really cool, by the way. They let you just buy some of their experimental beers and just walk around the museum and stuff.
I think I'll have to. I've always wanted to go down to Adelaide and do like a tour of some of the breweries and wineries down there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be really good. And there's a place. Oh God, where is it? It's in Victoria somewhere. Bridge. I want to say Bridge Road. They make amazing beers. Also not a sponsor, but they're probably my favorite brewery if I had to pick one.
So okay, I'm on my current screen. I can't see OBS, so I'm going to rely on y'all to let me know if anything's broken. But yeah, no, the Coopers. If you want to, like the tour looked really good, but we couldn't do it because it was booked out. So if you want to do the Coopers tour or anything like that, you got to book like way in advance. But they were just super cool with us, just eating there and carrying beers around and stuff. Loved it. Maybe I'll do the tour in the future, and then after that, we'll be moving on to the Nika, the Japanese business.
Oh, you got the good stuff.
Yeah. Well, it sits there on the shelf and you just always wait for a special occasion. And then, it's like, how often do special occasions actually happen? Like, it just never gets drunk.
Not often. Yeah, yeah. I always think if for me it would be okay. I've got some holidays coming up and I can relax. Like that's a special occasion because that doesn't happen often.
I hope there's no rules about drinking on a Twitch stream. Because we
No,
breaking
no.
them. We out here breaking them.
Well, didn't they always had a rule where you can't get overly intoxicated, but my God, like the amount of streamers, like popular streamers who get so slosh like badly drunk, I go, they're clearly not enforcing it. So you
Yeah.
can
Okay.
drink, but yeah, they kind of turn the other eye, it
It might
seems.
be like one rule for thee, one rule for me. The popular streamers tend to get treated a bit
The
differently.
world's not like that. What are you talking about, Jeremy? Come on.
Yeah.
Everyone gets treated equally.
So should we tackle these alphabetically or
Mm, mm, mm.
oh
Oh
no?
no, we're
Okay.
we're going random, man.
Okay.
You're gonna pick the most colorful thumbnail down there, and we're just gonna run with it.
Chomsky says, is it possible to enlarge the tier list? I think if I just zoom in,
Yeah.
uh,
And then you'll have to move it over.
how does that look? And I'll bring OBS back up and
That
maybe
looks
I'll.
pretty good. You have room to shuffle to the left if you can.
Ooh, that might be a complicated maneuver.
Don't do that then. Just leave it like that. That's perfect. That looks
uh,
pretty clear from my end.
okay, cool. So as long as if you see the text on the portrait pictures, that should be good. So random. Adam wants to go random.
Oh
So
yeah.
I guess I'll do one of these. You.
Not that one. No, wait, hang on.
Neon Ascending. Okay, so Neon Ascending. Where would you
Okay.
put this? I have not played this. This is one of your games.
It is. I'm gonna go with C. And the reason I always felt like it's nice to start off with a really good one, but I really wanted to like this. I saw a trailer for it on one of the various many YouTube videos, sorry, channels that I follow, and it's essentially you have block and you put these like units, weapons, and like buffs and all that in the grid. And depending on where you place them, depending on like their effect on everything around them, and things can get upgraded. So it's your typical, you put everything in there and then you get attacked from all different sides. Um, I put a bunch of hours into this and it was enough that I was still expecting to kind of figure this game out where like, oh, okay, I know how to do a specific build here that would work really well. And I never really got there with it. And I put a bunch of hours into it and I'm sure if I went online and started reading like theory crafters and stuff like that, I would have maybe had a better understanding. But I feel when you have a game that is maybe complicated, you have to do your best to teach people how to play the game. You know, you don't have to just hold their hand for every single step. But I should have known after the amount of time I put into it what I was doing. I still felt like I was guessing a lot. Was like, oh, I like this weapon and I know that this buffs it, but I wasn't sure about end game scaling or anything like that. And I assume there is because I could only get so far in like the later levels. But that's where I feel like that game was failing a bit. It had a lot of potential, but didn't, in my opinion, didn't reach it.
Neon Ascending. Yeah, I mean, it's like it's one of those things. Like if you're reviewing a game, like it's on you to learn all the systems,
Hmm.
but you also have to keep in mind like how many people are gonna actually bother with this. Like if it gets too overwhelming. Um, yeah, and there's a lot of choices for tower defense games. Like we're gonna go through a few more. So yeah,
Just a couple more, yeah.
I mean, like yeah, it's it kind of feels bad to say, but it's like there's so many options that you don't need to waste your time on a C tier tower defense game, right? Like,
That's it, yeah. It's, developers, be it AAA or indie, they're competing for your time. And if, you have 10 games in the wings, which, I constantly do, then, if you get, say, 10 hours into this and you're still not really gelling with it, you're gonna move on to the new games. Like, you've given it a fair shot, but it wasn't, clicking.
yeah, there's some tower defense games here that I've spent literally hundreds of hours on. So,
Yes.
oh dear, we'll get to that. All right, so next one up, Covering My Eyes. Uh,
Whoop, 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 whoop.
ooh, okay, so this is Ball Pit. Ball
Oh,
X Pit? Is that how you say
did
it?
you play this? Yeah, yeah.
I haven't played this one.
I think everyone just calls it ball pit, even though I look at it and go, "Oh, ball times pit." Um, gee, this is, I'm leaning between A and B.
Okay.
I'm gonna go A. It was really fun.
This is the
Um,
game of the moment.
yeah, let's go A.
Okay.
This was a fun game, like, so for those who don't know, if you've ever played, Blockout or anything like that, it's or what is it? Arkanoid back in the day. So it's a play on that. So you basically have balls that you rebound back and you take out enemies as they further come down. You get you get new ball weapons and stuff like that. So you can get more weapons and then you can combine two, you can fuse them, level them up, and then you get passive or active no, actually they're all passive upgrades. And you do a run, and then there's obviously a boss at the end of that run. And then the next part is that you've got this area that you build up. And this is the weird part. It's like you build a little town. So this is the after you do your run part. And then you fire off like your guys and they hit certain tiles. And if they hit a tile, then you get like extra stats here or extra items or resources that you can spend on maybe it's like, oh, I want a new weapon slot or something. So that part I felt like wasn't as fleshed out as it could be. It almost felt like it was tacked on after the fact,
Okay.
but I didn't hate it. I initially thought it was very weird, but, as I played more, I kind of, like, just got a better understanding about, okay, if I put these buildings here, if I can focus on this area, then I get to level up this, and then I can have this other slot. And that kept me wanting to go, "Okay, well, let's do another run so I can get another thing." And I like games that do that. It's fun. Most roguelikes do that. And although that was not breaking new ground, I felt like the actual gameplay, the runs themselves were just fun. It was nice to get some broken builds together and actually like have something that's just really dominating, just like clearing screens like every few seconds. Really, really fun. So that was the indie darling of one of the months that we had this year. I want to say it was October. I can't remember the exact month, but it was good. Like it definitely delivered in terms of the hype that it got, and I thought that was fair. That was really fun. I hope that they if they do a sequel, that they take all the good parts and just put steroids into them, and then just like add some new features that just appreciate the good parts.
The sequel, Bowl Squared Pit, or Bowl divided by Pit.
Balls in your pit. Yeah,
Yeah.
ball over pit.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, I've seen some trailers. It looks pretty crazy. It looks pretty much like craziness and the typical formula of the moment, which is like roguelike elements combined with X. X can be whatever. So for Balatro, it's X is poker, and Now just fill in blank here. Roguelike elements combined with X, and there's your new indie viral hit. But you're saying it does deliver on the hype.
It does. It's not S tier. It's not. It needed probably a few more things to make it S tier, but it was really fun. And
It can't all
I
be Night Rain. I mean, no spoilers. So that's
I've actually in my head right now looking at this list, I'm like, oh yeah, that's S. That's S. Like, those are really good. It was very fun. I really enjoyed my time with it. And it's a game I could easily recommend to pretty much anyone. It's you don't need any special like skills or anything to play. You can kind of just jump in and you'll learn it and then you'll want to do another run. It's not that you have to, you want to.
there's like I look at games like that and I'm like, not to get sidetracked, but that people are talking about the how expensive RAM is getting, and
Mm.
the video cards manufacturers are buying up all the RAM, and they're hoping that you can't afford a video card in 5 years, so that you'll actually just subscribe to their game streaming service, and they're kind of like buying up the RAM in order to rent it back to you in a way. Gamers Nexus has a really good video on this at the moment. How RAM is kind of becoming like the housing market, where it's like private equity has enough now to just outbid you, outbid the entire consumer market, and then rent it back to consumers. But when I
Let's
look
be
at
honest.
games like Ball Pit, I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't need a 5090 to play Ball Pit.
Oh
Um,
no.
you know,
It'll run on a Game Boy. It's with the RAM thing, it's like it's definitely because of the AI bubble that's going nuts at the moment. It's insane the amount of money that is in that bubble, and mark my word, it is absolutely a bubble. And bubbles burst, so it's not going to go away, but it will burst. So it'll be essentially what the internet was when it first started, and everyone was like spending millions of dollars to advertise on a web page, not really understanding what it all was all about. It's a bit like that at the moment.
so you heard it here first. Garfield giving financial advice to short Nvidia. Um, I
Yes.
did like. I had a guest on the podcast who was talking about that. He was saying it's very much a bubble. He was a
Hmm.
LLM guy. That was one of my favorite podcast episodes of the year.
That's a good one.
So next one, I'm blinding myself.
Okay.
I guess, gosh, I haven't even touched the chat like moderation in a while, so I guess we'll get those spammers in the chat. Sorry, everyone. Choosing blah. Oh, you know what? Nordhold. Okay. Um,
Oh,
I
oh,
haven't played this
we
one.
differed on this, didn't we?
Yeah, I'll probably defer to you. Like I'll probably go with your opinion on this because I think you played more. But I
Yep.
did interestingly see, because I don't think I liked it as much, but I did
Mm.
see that they just brought out like a major update, and in the email that they sent out along with the update, the Nordhold devs said that they've done a massive rebalancing. They've retweaked a lot of things, so it's almost like a kind of a new game.
Mm.
So at some point, I'd love to dive back in and just see like how different it actually is. I think my main sort of thing. So this is a tower defense ish game. You progress through levels, you expand your territory, but you have a whole lot of enemies coming in through various paths. And you build towers, and you get different abilities to sort of fight them off. I think at the time I felt it was a little bit too focused on RNG,
Mm.
and like your fate and your success a bit too dependent on randomness. But maybe they've completely changed that at this point. I don't know.
Yeah, I put quite a lot of hours into it, but your criticism was bang on where you said you prefer games that it's clever design that you figure out over time, not that I've played 20 rounds, now I've unlocked all the things so that I can get to the later levels. I don't necessarily hate that because a lot of roguelikes that I play often fall into that where you got to be really good to like maybe in the first couple of runs to get through like the whole thing, like unbelievably good. And maybe that could be the challenge. I don't think you can do that with this game. And so that's why I thought that's a very fair criticism. Like there's nothing clever that you'll do go, oh, I don't need all these other updates. Like, no, you do. You need to have these energy boosters, you need to have these more resources.
Mhm.
And if you don't, then you're only going to make it through the first 10 waves. Um, it's one of the, few roguelike tower defense games that I've been playing, and, I love my roguelikes. I like doing runs, and this one was fun because as I progress further, you get more powerful. It becomes about, okay, what's the high score you can get, and that's where you have to start thinking about late game changes and really deep strategy. And I was not anywhere near, like, say, the top 1,000 or anything like that. Those people, like, just understood this game on a whole new level than I did. But, man, I would finish a run, then I would just have another idea for a build, and then I would come back in and do another run again. So I really enjoyed it. I found it incredibly addictive. Um, I've played a lot of tower defense games, and I generally like them, but this one, just in terms of the fun factor and how it's addictive and how rewarding it felt to, like, pursue a build and then actually succeed, that's probably why I would be leaning towards an A. It's not an S,
Okay.
and I haven't played the new update, which is a lot of these games on here. Like, I've been playing since early release, same as you. And you're right. Like, you'll, like, move on to something else, and then 3 months later, you'll come back and go, "Oh, hang on, it's like a whole new game." Like, there's so much more content, and a few of these actually I've gone back and replayed after these big updates, and yeah, it does. It feels like it's triple the content of the original game. So it's currently an A for me because I really had a fun time with it. Um, where would you put it?
It's funny you mentioned, because I mean, I guess it's like you were saying, there's more skilled players on that are higher on the leaderboard, and you were, feeling like you didn't know as much as them, and it was hard to emulate their success. I actually see that as a good sign because I see that as a sign of like, with game knowledge comes success. So I guess, I mean, I would have put it as a C, but
Mhm.
I don't know. Um,
Then I think a B. We can go right in the middle.
yeah. Well, I mean,
Boom.
I'm happy to kind of defer um, to your opinion on this one because you know more about it. You played more of it than I did.
I really enjoyed it. Yeah, it was very fun. Even just looking at it now, it's one of those games that I go, "Oh yeah, I should log back in and, like, having a run. That was so good." Like, it's just fun to play.
Y-
Um, and I think at when you get past the graphics and design and all that, if the game is fun to play, that's a good game.
Yeah, yeah. I think like I mean, yeah. My point from much earlier. I can't even remember when last I played it, but um, like part of the reason I like games like Dark Souls and Elden Ring is you can just like if you know the game, you can
Mm,
instantly succeed. And there's other tower defense games that we've got coming up that we'll talk about, like Axon TD, where there is a
yeah.
little bit of like progression. There is a little bit of meta stuff, but it's kind of seen as like, all right, you do the campaign once, you've got all that out of the way, and then you can go into the endless mode, and you've pretty much got everything that you need.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, I definitely would not want to change your tier rating based on my knowledge, which is minimal, and especially after they released a big update, rebalancing everything, I would want to dive in before I give more sort of definitive comments on that one. And I do mean to dive into that one because like I read the email that they sent out, and it sounded like positive changes, so I do want to jump into that one. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah.
I put some chessies here as well. By the way, I don't know. That's that's for you and me because Adam and I play a little bit of chess, even though I timed out of our latest game. Sorry about that.
You were busy. That's fine. That happens.
I was over in Adelaide doing family stuff. But oh look, I've already mentioned chess. Where would you put chess? Let's get that one out of the
S
way.
S tier.
S tier. It has to be S tier, dude.
Yeah. When chess has been around for so long, the fact that it's still played competitively and it's enjoyed at the depth that it is now, and even now, like, it seems like the chess players have realized streaming's a thing, and like was it Carlsen, Magnus Carlsen,
Yep.
Magnus?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, like, he's such a great personality to have as the number one guy because he actually has personality. And I kind of like where chess is at the moment. It seems to have, like, made that transition into, I guess, new generation. But think about it. How long's chess been around for? How many hundreds of years? People are
Yeah.
still playing it. Yeah. So
It's a great game.
it deserves that S tier, man. Like, we'll keep it
It's one
there.
of the games that both you and I have played the most in 2025. So, that's gotta be on our tier lists. It is. I do feel like, I get a little bored when I play on the ladder, and you get so many people that tried to do fried liver attack, and you get so many people that try to do scholar's mate, and I've reached the stage where I just try to make the game interesting for myself. Like, if I get someone who does fried liver against me, and for those who don't know, fried liver is just kind of like there are two attacks in chess that I view as kind of like the six pool in StarCraft, right? Like the Scholar's Mate is kind of like the six pool in StarCraft, where it's just like it's a cheap, quick thing. It's like the first cheap trick that you learn because, like, if the opponent doesn't know how to defend it, then you can win.
Yep.
And fried liver I see is like kind of the same thing, but like 50 elo points up from that. So like when I get people who try to do fried liver, like at that point, I'm not even just trying to win the game. I'm just trying to make it interesting for me, because I find it so boring. And I think I succeed. I tried, they've got this thing called the Traxler counterattack that I use against the fried liver. And it's wild. It's absolutely wild, but it keeps it fun for me. So, you know, that's what matters. Anyway, chess is obviously S tier. How do you beat chess? Well, wait till we get to Knight Raid. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't click on anything. Peglin. Oh, we're going on with
Oh, yeah,
all your
Peglin.
games.
Okay. Wow, we're hitting all my titles. Um, so I instantly fell in love with this from the trailer, and God, it's how to explain it? You, it's pachinko
Mm,
essentially. So your little guy's at the top, and you have a pachinko ball. So you decide where to throw it, but you have different balls. They do different things. You can level them up. It works on like a roguelike function. So maybe you want to go a certain build or a certain type of like balls in your arsenal, and you want to level up those. So that's the thing that I'm going for here. Um, but it's essentially pachinko in that regard. Your little guy at the top though is fighting enemies. So certain enemies, like you'd be like, oh, I need to hit that enemy first, or I need to avoid that enemy, or if I hit him, he's got to reflect some damage back. So you actually do have to think about things sometimes, and then you throw in the random element of where do I place my ball like on this round, so that I get the best out of it. And in that regard, the randomness, but not complete RNG, nowhere near complete RNG, that made it a B for me
okay.
because it's there was a lot of randomness in terms of like what's available to you in each run, and some runs just felt like, yeah, the game's against me today. It seems a little bit. It's like you can get pretty unlucky, and that's okay. I did put a lot of hours into this, but there's nothing really compelling me to go back and unlock 100% of it. It didn't keep me that long, but it kept me long enough to go like, oh, that's quite a few runs, quite a few hours. You'll definitely, if anyone picks this up, you'll definitely get your money's worth out of it. And it's at least initially for the first, say, maybe 10, 15 hours, you'll want to keep on going back. Like, okay, I want to get past that. I want to beat that boss here. Maybe if I go this way here, and like, oh, those balls worked really well for me, so I'll level those up and make sure I get this buff over here. So pretty fun. The trailer instantly sold it for me.
Oh yeah.
Uh, yeah, it just looked great. I was like, that looks so fun, and it was.
Might show
I
some
was
trailer footage like when we like maybe I'll put this up on YouTube or something, and I'll show the trailer footage while we're talking about it.
That sounds good.
Mm.
Yeah, it's it really is fun. There is a lot more random elements that I would personally like, but I think that's a hard thing to get completely right anyway. Like that's hard game. It's not something easy. If it was easy, every dev would be doing that. Mm.
So very much falling into the theme of do the roguelike stuff, but with X.
But with
Um,
Pachinko,
yeah,
Konami would be
Pachinko.
proud.
All right, next up. Ooh, Dead. Is that Dead of Darkness?
Yes. So,
Dead of Darkness. Okay.
why did I pick this game up? Because it looked like a top-down pixel Resident Evil. And that's essentially what it is. You're this guy. You're going to this mansion to find out what the hell's going on because you've got a story, you've got a past, and you've got people that you've lost. That's why you're going there. But people there aren't acting right, and then there's another person there that you're not quite sure who she is or where she's from, and then boom, zombies everywhere. And it's like, well, how the hell did that happen? So you're running around with limited ammo. Ideally, you want to stay away from like all the bad guys. There was actually this is going to sound weird, but there were two moments in this game that legitimately gave me a little bit of like, oh, like jump scare. I'm like, shit, I wasn't expecting that. And that's never happened with like a top down pixel game, but it did with this one.
Huh.
Um, I'm gonna put it in C though, and the reason I'm gonna do that is that I got to a point in this game which was just not fun. It was. Uh, it's kind of one of those things where you have to like
That's a
run
big
from this
sigh.
part. Uh,
That was
it's a shame. It
a
was like
weighty sigh.
they could have avoided this, but it's an old tropey design where it almost feels like you're trying to make your game longer, but you have to get from this point to this point over here, and there's a thing chasing you that you can't kill, and there's that whole like pursuit thing that's like, oh, that's scary. Something's pursuing me, and I can't kill it. And I've got to get away. Lots of games do this right. This game did not, and it felt like you would have to go back and retry, and you'd get through it eventually, but it was just kind of boring, and it felt like from that point onwards, they were just kind of like stalling the end
Right.
and like lengthening it out. It's like this actually could have been a little bit shorter, and it's not a long game, but it could have been shorter and, in my opinion, more fun in that regard. But there was so much fun and potential in it. Like I legitimately had fun with it, but it was wearing out its welcome, like big time. That's why it fell down the list there.
Yeah, interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, I didn't actually think we were gonna have too many C and D tier games because I mean, I guess maybe I was wrong about that because we do try out new things. Like we do take some risks. There's a lot of
Yep.
indie games on this list. Um, I mean, I think we both tend to try to stick to games that we will like. But
Yeah.
sometimes, yeah, you do get the odd one.
Hmm.
Um, all right, what's next? Mini shoots.
Oh, S tier.
Mini shoot adventures. Okay. S tier.
S tier.
Interesting. Wow.
Okay. What is it? You haven't played this, have you?
I have not played this now. No.
So it's you're a little spaceship, but you're not a pilot in a spaceship. You are the spaceship. That is the entity. And you're basically on this new island world and you have to open up new areas, beat bosses, power up, free people, other spaceships. And it's a twin stick shooter, but it feels like almost feels like I was playing a Legend of Zelda game, like one of the more old school ones. That if Link was a ship and it was a twin stick shooter. Um, this game was so fun that I went back and like I did it on normal difficulty and had a blast. It was so just enjoyable. And I went back and did it on the harder difficulty because as you play the game, it's another game that when you understand your movement, your attacks, how to be efficient in various battles and stuff, you want to go back and use those skills that you acquired to beat it on a higher difficulty. So that intrinsic reward that you get as a result of just the experience of playing it makes it more fun. And like the puzzles were clever in many regards as well. Like legitimately made you go like, how the hell do I get here? And
Hmm.
like you'll figure it out over time. And it's there's just always like I'm trying to think of how many hours it took to get through the main campaign. It wasn't too high, and it was short enough that I felt like it was fun to go back and do it on the harder difficulty mode. And it was hard. It was like finishing there was a few boss fights in there that were legitimately like that took me a few goes to get it before I just keep on dying and dying because of me, not because I felt the game was unfair. But it's a game even now that I've completed twice, I would enjoy going back and playing it through a third time. I mean, I can count on one hand the amount of games I've done that with.
And this is single player, did you say? Or
Yeah,
yeah.
completely single player. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out then. Yeah, I know basically nothing about this one, but yeah, it sounds great.
Really good.
Awesome. Mini shoots adventures. All right, I'm gonna add that one to the list. I wonder if it's. I mean, everything's on sale at the moment, right? So I can probably pick it up for cheaper.
My whole list is on sale. It's my bank account is crying.
Nice. Nice for the sale part. I mean, um, Rift Breaker. Okay. Now, how much of this did you play?
Not much, and I've only really gone through the tutorial part, and then like started going into the campaign. So I
Yeah.
still don't know what I'm doing in it. So it's I'm very very fresh with it. So I would love to hear your take.
Okay. This is. I'm gonna have to think about where to put it. I'm currently thinking B tier because I feel like it's like B plus or like B and a half, and I almost feel bad putting it B tier because they just. So just to describe it briefly, like it's a twin stick shooter, top down, with some base building and tower defense elements, and you can kind of choose whether you lean into building your mech or your like your hero,
Mhm.
or whether you lean more into tower abilities. So it's like it's a top down twin stick shooter that you can kind of play as a tower defense game if you want to, or you can kind of play it more as a hero game if you want to. And they just recently added multiplayer, so um,
Oh,
yeah, just within the last like I want to say month or two maybe, they just added co-op. So now you can, build your base with a friend. I think they added a whole end game as well, which was also kind of one of my criticisms because the thing about this game is it looks great. It's a lot of fun, especially like in the earlier levels. You need to go out into the map to get certain materials to upgrade your base. There's a little bit of automation. You need to defend your base with towers all around it, but the enemies are always going to find some holes in your defenses. And I guess you go to different biomes and you find different materials that are needed for different upgrades. But one of my criticisms of it is that no matter where you go, and with the different biomes and stuff like that, you're traveling all around the planet, but you kind of find the same enemy types wherever you go, right? Like there's the melee swarmer that's always need to be backing away from. There's some mid-range shooters. There's an artillery one that stays far behind, and each biome just kind of has their own aesthetic version of those types. And so even though the game, like I ended up not finishing the game because it was one of those things where it's like, all right, even though I'm 4 levels into this, every level is kind of starting to feel the same.
that had that
You
same deal. Or
Yeah.
what's the word I'm looking for? Fatigue.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you feel like you've played it. Like after the first level is a bit more tutorial, and the second level's all right. It's like, okay, now you get all these swarmy enemies, and now you get these mid range enemies, and now you get the artillery ones. You're like, cool, 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 and then you beat that, and then you go on to level 3, and it's like, all right, now here is like mud and dirt themed, and you're gonna have the melee swarmer enemies, and you're gonna have the mid range shooting enemies, and you're gonna have the artillery ones that stay back, and you're like, okay, okay, okay.
But they're yellow now.
Yeah, and then you go to the 4th level, and it's, "All right, now it's Crystallians, and you're gonna have the melee swarmer enemies, and you're gonna have the mid-range shooting enemies, and you're gonna have the artillery one staying at the back." And then you're like, "Okay, okay, I think
So
I've."
it's just they've just changed the aesthetics, but the gameplay is remaining the same in regards to like what you have to deal with.
Yeah, yeah, so, I mean, again, maybe they've changed it, like, they've updated big update, they brought in co-op, they said they added an end game as well, so, um, end games, maybe there's, like. When I hear endgame, I think like, raid boss style things.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah.
and there were like even in before the update, there were some like major like trampling bosses that you would have to really think about or do a lot of kiting to
Mhm.
beat. So yeah, gosh, I haven't jumped into the new update, so um I didn't see anything in the update notes that specifically targeted my criticisms, which was all the stuff that I just mentioned. But I but at the same time, I feel like they do deserve some points for adding co-op. I mean, the game's been out for like a while, so there's still adding to it. They added co-op and they added endgame. So
Pretty cheap
um,
now. I picked it up, I forget, even with the sale, I was like, wow, that was cheap before it went on sale. I was surprised.
yeah. So for that, I mean, I feel like if there were a B plus, I would put Riftbreaker there, but I don't think it's A
Not good
tier.
enough to be in the A. No, not with those
Yeah,
criticisms that you just said.
they would need
I'm
to
keen to play that
address that.
co-op with you though.
Yeah, yeah, it's definitely worth jumping into some co-op with some people. Um, yeah, but as we were saying before, there's so many good options at the moment.
Mhm.
All right, I'm doing eyes closed and fill up the hole. This is one of your games. So what is what is fill up the hole?
What a weird game this was. Um, you have a hole and you have trash and you gotta fill up the hole, and it's incremental, so you build up over time.
What did I
Uh,
tell you? No R-rated games.
it's so weird. Um, I fell in love with the aesthetics of it, and it was an extremely cheap game because it's not a long game either. Um, C, I'd go C. It was fun. It wasn't fun enough that I want to go back and do a better run and stuff like that. Uh, but it was fun enough to get through once, and it was really cheap, so it was absolutely worth the money. It was just such a funny game. Like even the title, "Fill Up the Holes," like that's literally what you're doing. You just got this. You got like you're on the side of a cliff basically, and you're building these things that drop trash, and then you have things that take trash and they fill up the hole. That's it. Um, I usually like, incremental games could be really fun because you have that progression of, like, where you're like, "Oh, here's 1, here's 2," and then at the end, it's like, "Here's 10,000, here's 10,800." Um, it was fun. It was, one of those, like, fun to play for an afternoon or 2 a couple of afternoons. Yeah,
Yeah.
'cause it doesn't take long to get through it. It's not gonna test your brain and all that, but it was fun for a muck around game. Not much more to say on that one.
Yeah, fair. I didn't put it on the list, but I was playing a bit of Paperclip Optimizer, which is still my favorite incremental. It's great on the phone. Encourage you to check it out. Um,
To the list, Adam.
oh, Endless Legend 2. Okay. So Endless Legend 2, did you get a chance to play this one or was it just me?
I only played a little bit with you. Yeah, it was but it was fun. And I think, I was playing it predominantly so I could, play with, yourself and, maybe convince some other friends to play. It was surprisingly strategic as well, like the few games that I did play. So
Yeah.
I played nowhere near as long as you, but, I went, "Okay, cool. This is something that you play over time, you get better at it, you know how to progress through the level, you know what risks to take, and you can make different decisions on each run," which I think is, always a sign of a good game.
Yeah. I think that this is one that they're really heavily adding to. So this is it's early access 4X fantasy uh so imagine it as like a civilization competitor, but with fantasy factions. So instead of being like historical to human history, um like the Babylonians and the Greeks and all that. Instead, you've got like wildly asymmetrical fantasy factions. Like there's an insectoid race that basically lives for war, and it needs war to expand, and it consumes everything. And without war, it's actually not doing very well. And then you've got a race that's a lot better at defending, and one that's much better at economy, and one that's better at exploration. And so the there are a number of advantages for Endless Legend 2 over a Civilization, and I've said this for a long time that the studio that makes Endless Legend 2, Amplitude Studios, is the leader in the genre.
Oh,
Um,
wow, that was a big call.
yeah,
Nice.
I've felt like every Endless Legends and every Endless Space, of which there are two of those, I've felt like every one of those games is better than a Civilization.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, I always there are a few things I don't like about Civilization. I don't like how I can't do war. Like,
Mhm.
let me do war. Like, what's going on? Like, there's so many penalties for war in those games that like you can't actually like it's not a strategy to pursue, and I don't
Mm.
find that realistic or true to history. Like,
Mhm.
what if I'm
Mhm.
Genghis Khan?
Oh, that worked out really well for them.
Let me do war. Like, I'm Genghis freaking Khan, and you're adding all these penalties for war to the point where you basically can't do it. Like, you can maybe handle like one war with one neighbor, and then by the time that war's over, you really need to like get out of it so you can consolidate and build on your empire.
So as a
So
game mechanic, it tends to be more of a deterrent than it's like, oh, look, you have to deal with this, but no one wants to deal with this.
yeah,
Instead of, what if I was good at this?
like it's not a valid strategy to pursue because of how many penalties there are for it. Whereas in Endless Legend 1 and 2, they've just kind of went like, here's if you want to do war, there's a whole faction for you, and this faction, and they've attached different penalties onto that. So the new penalties for that are now if you don't do war, you're
Mm.
gonna you're gonna be weak and you're not gonna get what you need to grow. So you need to grow outward, consume, and then keep growing. And so that's a whole different way to play the game. Another advantage that Endless Legends games have is that they end. They
Hang on, endless. Wait up.
yeah,
That is some false advertising.
it is kind of funny. Um, they they I mean, but you know what? It's endless in that it's endlessly replayable. There you go. Um, but yeah, no, there's like a turn limit. It's like 300 turns or something like that. And then the whole story of this one is that you're on this planet. All the different factions are there for different reasons, but they discover that within the planet is a god that's awakening, and by the time the god awakens, you need to try to impress it in some way. Uh,
Mhm.
and a lot of those ways to impress the god fall into kind of the usual 4x victory conditions, like a certain size economy, or a certain number of monuments, or a certain level of military control, and will impress the god, hopefully.
Or a mountain of
Um,
dead bodies with you with a throne at the top.
that'll do it. That'll do it. That is my monument. Um, and the other really interesting thing about Endless Legend 2, which is new from number one, is that you start out on what are basically islands everywhere. Like everyone just kind of has like islands that are only a little bit connected. And as the game goes on, the water on the planet recedes to show more lower ground. And
Oh.
this happens several times per game. So it's like all of a sudden there will be new land bridges to different islands, and there will
Mhm.
also be more valuable resources on the lower ground. So you have a little bit of time to consolidate, grow your initial empire, and then you got to decide what to fight over on the lower ground when the water recedes, and then it's going to recede again. And yeah, it's an interesting way to sort of progress a 4x. So
So go play it, everyone.
what's up, Snipe Shots? Good to have you. How you doing? We're just doing a tier list of all the games of 2025. Shout out if you agree or disagree. But Endless Legend is it's very much a recommendation for me. Endless Legend 2, I should say. Uh, Still very early access. I should say that as well. It's like
Okay.
the level of changes that they're making are they're
Crazy.
like they're big, yeah.
Okay.
And they're still adding in a lot of community. There's like some minor factions in the same way that Civilization has minor factions. Some of those are being designed by the community, and like they just did like a massive rework of the war faction. So yeah, they're if you what you get at the moment is like, which is the same for all the Amplitude games. Like if you buy into early access, like when I saw this game was early access because it was Amplitude Studios, I was like instant buy. Like I know it's going to be polished. I know it's going to be at the level of a complete game. Some early access games, like so actually some finished games are unfinished, but some early access games are like at 1.5 level of polish. and that's kind of what Amplitude typically does. So I had no problem buying it straight away, and but they're also still like doing drastic reworks on some of the factions and stuff. Yeah. So anyway, I'll move on to the next one. Um, all right, picking. Ooh, it's a game called Ooh.
God, how fun was this game?
This was a lot of fun.
How clever were the puzzles in it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Made me feel really smart.
Ooh is a platformer, and I'm just tentatively putting it in A tier, but it might go up. We'll see. But it's from the same developer as, I just want to find it here, Aleckhead. This game here, Aleckhead. So that and Ooh are from the same guy. And Ooh it's like a fun little cute aesthetic puzzle platformer where you basically like a Kirby like blob, except instead of eating things, you just shit out these little bombs, and
It's exactly what you do.
you can use these bombs to elevate yourself, which is basically your jump, or you can use these bombs to get some horizontal speed. And there's all sorts of puzzles that it leads you through as you use your one bomb, and then about halfway through the game, it gives you your second bomb. And then the puzzles really start, because then you can do some double jumps, or you can, give yourself like leftward momentum and then rightward momentum by placing the bombs like, on either side of you, or you can go like up, then to the right, just by detonating the bombs at the right time. The whole thing will take you a little over 2 hours.
Yeah, about that, 2 to 3 hours, and I got stuck a bunch of times, and you'll figure it out. Like, you'll, like, try things, you'll fail a bunch of times, then, okay, and you'll, like, look at it logically and go, "I know I have to get this here. How can I do that?" And it'll just be something that was available the whole time, and it's not overly complicated, but I love puzzles that are, when you find out the way to do it properly, it's it's not, it's more like a tricky thing where it's like, "Ah," it's not a timing thing, it's not skill-based, in regards to that. There's very little skill-based, elements to this. It's just fun and clever, and I really, every puzzle that I got stuck on, I love spending time to go, "Okay, how do I do this? What's something that I can do? Like, can I put the bomb here? Can I move it there? Is it different if I stand on this side of it? What happens if I do that?" And guess what? I could have done that the whole time, even in the levels leading up to that. But
Yeah.
I didn't know because I didn't think about it. I was never um, presented with a problem that I had to run like with that as a solution. And that's another clever thing. So they add these different things that you can do. But it's like, yeah, cool, you can do that now, but you're not going to know that until like 5 levels later, where we're going to present you with a part you have to get beyond, and you have to use that. I loved it. It was so clever. That the game design on this was just
It's
like
really
absolute
tight,
A tier.
really
Yeah.
polished.
Oh yeah.
I've heard this type of game referred to as a Metroidvania, because the key is not really an item. The key is just knowing how to do stuff.
Mm.
So
Yeah, I'll go with that. Also, Metroidvania is such a great genre.
yeah,
Let's push for that one because that's exactly what this is.
I feel like what do you think in terms of tier? Because like with Ooh, I feel like I don't want to penalize it for being short. In
Mm.
fact, I actually kind of want to praise it for being short, because like I feel like it took the idea as far as it should go, and then it didn't waste any more of my time. So I'm like, the only reason I might put this in, like, I think a lot of people might put this in A tier just because it's 2 hours long, but
Yeah.
I'm actually like, maybe it deserves to be an S tier.
I feel like with games that are short, if you spend say $30 on a game that was 2 to 3 hours, you might think like, oh, that could have been longer. This game is exceptionally cheap, and if I say like I got 3 hours out of it, how much did you spend? Like you spend what, $10 or whatever it is. $10 for 3 hours of entertainment is a bargain. Like, you'd pay more for a Big Mac meal.
Better than going to
So
the movie.
removing, yeah, no, absolutely. I I was initially thinking A tier, and because of the same reason, I'm like, oh, it is short, but it's not bad. As you pointed out, it's like it did not overstay its welcome. It felt a tight 3 hours that if I wanted to, if I cared about speed running and stuff like that, I would that would be my reason for going back to it.
Yeah.
And people are already speed running this, and it's amazing. But I would lean towards S tier. Like it was, I really think lots of people should go out and buy this and play it. It's don't let this one pass you by. It's super fun.
As someone who just saw Avatar and
Me too.
experienced something that should have been made shorter, uh, I'm appreciating the shortness. And I'm actually like, while I was playing this, I was also just kind of thinking like, if I had one of these just tight 2 to 3 hour experiences that was like ultra polished, if I had just like one of those every week out of the year, I'd be so happy, and that's all I'd ever play probably. Maybe not. Like I
Yeah.
still love competitive games, but you know, like I would just be really happy if I had like one of those a week. Should we roll right into a Leckhead after talking
I was
about
going to
these?
suggest that. Let's do that. That's a good idea. Because
So,
I haven't played this.
oh, you haven't played it? Okay, so I
Let's do
guess
it.
it's up to me where to put it. It's so a Leckhead is a little bit more. It's like it's slightly more complicated than Ooh. A Leckhead is another puzzle platformer. It's also 2 to 3 hours, with a little bit more to find. So there's more secrets to find in a Leckhead. So if
Mhm.
you wanted to go back and get all of the secrets, it would take you longer than 3 hours. Um, howdy to Solus. Hey, how you doing? Good to see you. Hey, yeah, no worries. Listen in. Merry Crimbo to you too. um, yeah, give us a shout if you've played any of these games in the chat. Love to hear your thoughts. But yeah, no, I played Leckhead's actually, it's been out for a little while, but I only played it just recently. But yeah, same level of polish, same level of fun. Obviously, like lots of love put into it, made by the same guy as Ooh. Um, yeah, I would just say it's like, you know, the idea with the Leckhead is you have a little electric man, and the body and the head are kind of separate. So your head generates electricity, and so at the very start you find out like, ooh, the platforms that I stand on are electrified by me standing on them. And then later you find out it's not just you, it's your head. So you can throw your head, either throw it to the side or throw it up, and then whatever your head touches gets electrified. So you know, when things are electrified, that could be good or bad. Like, you know, a platform could be electrified, which means it moves, or a hazard could be electrified, which means, you know, electric shoots and you can't get past the wall. And then sometimes the platform that you need is connected to the hazard, which means if you electrify one, you're also electrifying the other. And so you have to figure out like, how do I throw my head over here, electrify stuff, and then quickly run over to the head, because you only get about 8 seconds or so of like body being separated from head
Is it
before you
forgiving
die.
gameplay?
Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say Ooh is a little bit more polished um, in terms of like its puzzles and like guiding you along the path. Whereas a Leckhead, I had more moments where I genuinely wondered if I broke the game, and I was
Yeah.
like, "Is this puzzle supposed to be like this?" And there was one section where I even looked it up online because I was like, "I think I broke the game. Like, I think I skipped a whole section that I shouldn't have." Anyway, I didn't. The game was right and I was wrong. So, for what it's worth, it's weird
Well,
how
for what
puzzle
it's worth,
games.
Jeremy, I just added this to my cart. I'm gonna buy it after this stream.
Like you
Yeah,
sold to me. Like when I found out it was the same dev, I was like, oh, if he's done another polished puzzle games, like I'm in, because
it,
I
yeah.
had so much fun with Ooh. And it's, I think at the moment, right now, it's $7.
Yeah, I think I got this one super cheap. Like I got it on before the winter sale. It was like a different sale, so I think I got it for like 250 or something.
Oh hell
Uh
yeah!
anyway, like whatever price it is, don't worry about the price, just buy it. Um yeah, like both the Leckhead and Ooh are just so tight and so good.
Let's
Um
see it. Boom.
Yeah, 100%. All right, next one. This looks like Odenfall, is that right?
Yeah. Okay. So Odenfall is. Have you ever played Nuclear Throne or games of that ilk?
I have not played that one.
Okay. So it's essentially like top down. You got a gun. I'm trying to think if this was also a game where you could build towers. Like I don't think so. No, it was just a top down shooter, twin stick shooter, and it was roguelike, so you would have different weapons that you could get, and obviously you could go up various levels, but then you would have, oh, this is an S tier weapon, and S tier weapons tend to be the best, but they all felt different. Like it's not every S tier weapon was maybe the right weapon for you. The story is that you're essentially like this avatar that Odin, not Odin, Loki has brought to life to help him get out of his imprisonment from the other gods. It felt like there was this, as I was getting through it, it felt like there was going to be more of a like, oh, is Loki the bad guy? Oh, is Odin dead? Or is this really how things are? Like, there's going to be some like twist to like the underlying story that was happening. There wasn't, and I was a little bit disappointed by that. It was fun for a while, and I would put it in the B category because it felt like there could have been more in terms of maybe, like, unlocking, if that makes sense. So,
Uh-huh.
yeah, like, as if I did a bunch of runs and I was like, "Cool, I got this part, and, oh, now I got this thing," and as you get further, like, maybe more of the game opens up, but it never really opened up that much more, like, in terms of the new levels and new items and all that sort of stuff. I had fun with it. Um, Definitely, is worth the asking price for it.
Cool.
But, I feel like there are other games that do it better. Nuclear Throne is probably the best example of a game that does that really well.
Yeah. I was meaning to check out Nuclear Throne. If you say it does it better, then maybe I'll just do that.
Yeah, that's the standard that people have to beat.
Yeah, right, okay. Next up. Oh my god.
Which one? Here we go.
Next up is Industrial Annihilation. So I guess I'm the only one who played this one, and it's probably a good thing I'm the only one who's played this one. So this was a
Oh,
scam.
right to D.
This was a scam.
Oh, no.
I got scammed. I think they did mean to make a game. I think they aspired to make a game. But this was by the same people. Oh god, I hope I get this right. Is it the same people that made Planetary Annihilation? I think it's the same people. Correct me if I'm wrong. If anyone in the comments or in the chat,
When you get through editing later, you're gonna, like, put up a little subtitles like,
yeah,
"Jamie was wrong." So
yeah. But I think I'm correct in remembering that Planetary Annihilation had a big Kickstarter, and they didn't really deliver, but they eventually did have a finished game. And
Mhm.
then they, instead of like, continuing to work on the game and like fixing all the bugs and all that, what they then did was they made a new game, which was like Planetary Annihilation subtitle something. And then they did the thing where they charged you more money for that. And people were like a little annoyed at that, but they were also kind of happy that they finally had a working game. And so I think, and again, correct me if I'm super wrong about this, but I think this is the same people, as like, Planetary Annihilation into Industrial Annihilation, except this time, they did the Kickstarter thing. A lot of people were really into the idea, which was they were basically saying like, what if we had like Total Annihilation gameplay style that was mixed with Factorio. And for anyone who hasn't played like Total Annihilation, it's like it's a style of RTS where the minerals and the energy are resources that are more flows than stocks. So if anyone's familiar with systems theory, like it's systems theory is very about stocks and flows. And in most RTS games, you have a stock of minerals and a stock of energy or Vespene gas or whatever you want to call it. Whereas like the Total Annihilation style is it's more about flows, and if you need to make sure your constant outtake is lower than your constant intake, and then you can as the game goes on, you can build storage buildings, and so you can build up your stocks. But it's more emphasis is placed on the flow rather than the stock. So anyway, that spawned the Total Annihilation games, the Supreme Commander games, the Planetary Annihilation, Beyond All Reason, like that whole genre of RTS is its own thing. And so then these folks said, what if we married that with Factorio? And what if we had like, a base building automation system where it's like you had conveyor belts and they were bringing all your resources in, and then, that managed your inward flow of resources. And then on your front line, you would build towers and robots that would automatically attack the enemy. Anyway, that was the idea. I really liked the idea. I still think someone, could make that game. But
This one didn't.
this one sure didn't. So I think around the very early stage of this year, they brought out, a version of this, and it was wildly imbalanced, barely functional, lots and lots of bugs. The conveyor belt system was really wonky. It took a long time to play. You would be going through the tutorial levels, spending like 3 hours trying to fulfill these like tutorial conditions to move on to the next tutorial level. And I don't know if it's just like it wasn't thought out or whether they were just trying to pad the time. But
Sounds like wasn't thought out.
yeah. And anyway, it's they released like a couple of updates which fixed really minimal things, and after that we just didn't hear from the developers, and I think it's a dead thing at the moment. I don't think it's anything else is happening with Industrial Annihilation. So I almost feel like I want to add a row below. I don't know if you can see what I'm
Oh,
doing.
we all can. Yes. Let's call it what is it? Star Citizen tier.
Yeah. Can I? Oh yeah.
Shots fired, which is more than I can say for that game.
Yeah. Is that readable? Hang on, I'll change the color.
It's better if I actually read Star Citizen.
Okay. And
There we go.
Industrial Annihilation is going into that tier. I think to be D tier, you need to be functional.
Yeah. like you tried, but boy, did you fail. This is just
This
you
is
shit the bed.
like Star Citizen tier is scam tier.
God, it's such a scam, man.
So I got scammed, and that's where Industrial Annihilation is going. I really like the idea. Anyway, if someone else wants to make that game, I'll probably give my money to that. And we'll do it all over again. Anyway, next one. Oh, Pixel Art Academy. Okay, so this is this was pretty good. This is just like a pixel art tutorial game. Like it teaches you how to do pixel art as you go.
I bought it, but I haven't played it yet.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I got it in like a mega sale. It's actually pretty good. I spent some time in it. For a while I was waiting on an artist to work on my tower defense game. And I think I got to the point where I'm like not waiting anymore. I don't think that's happening. So I'm just going to do it myself. And so I was like, what if I played this little game that teaches me how to do pixel art? And it's pretty good. Like, yeah, it teaches you the concepts step by step, and then it also gives you more complex pixel art examples to trace over.
Oh, yes.
And so it suits people who want to do pixel art animation for games, but it also suits people who just want to do like still images. Just like if you just want to make a beautiful still pixel art image, it's also for those people because it gives you some really complex ones for you to just like trace over and see how that was done. So I don't know. I think I'll put it in for what it is. I'll put it in A. Like You know,
It's not. I got it for the same reasons that you did. It's like I felt like it's a game that you can. It's gamified learning, and I'm all for it because I like I love pixel art. Um, the only reason I haven't played it is because, like you, I've always got 15 games in the backlog that I'm like, okay, let's get onto that one now, and I just continuously add to it. And I also got it because I thought my son would be interested. So he's interested in just computer games in general, but making them. He's interested in programming, that sort of jazz. So I figured if there's a game that can kind of teach you that skill to actually do something for your own game, what a wonderful investment that was. And the reason I bought it is because it was on sale. So I was like, cool, if I get around to that in like 8 months' time or whatever, still worth it. It was a good sale.
hey, the best game is making games. And it does kind of suck feeling limited on the art side because I basically haven't finished my tower defense game for so long because I've been waiting on artists, and it would be empowering to just be able to do the art myself. So
Yeah.
yeah, it would. I think it's a good move. But yeah, that's very a little bit niche. Ixion is the next one. Did you ever play Ixion?
I did not. So tell me about it because I saw you playing this one.
I think this one. I think this one's B. It's a good one. It's a good game. It's a city, kind of like a city builder, city manager game in space,
Mm-hmm.
and you're in one of those big, giant orbiting facilities, kind of like you see at the in Interstellar. And you have to manage like hull integrity and oxygen and all that. So if you can imagine, like, yeah, you're going through space, you're managing all your citizens' needs, and all the as difficult as it is on a planet, like you have all the additional space elements to worry about. And you at first, I think you only have access to about a quarter of the ship, and then you start expanding into other areas, and you need to build in like hangars and stuff like that, things that connect to the outside. But yeah, pretty decent. Good to spend a bit of time in. I don't think it's the best in its genre, but I definitely don't regret playing it. It was a good one. Yeah.
Okay.
Moving on, we have Halls of Torment.
Oh, okay. Bullet Heaven games. So Bullet Heaven being, Vampire Survivors that created a genre. This is one of the better ones. The pixel art I really enjoyed. It's an isometric view, which I think works really good. There's a few active abilities that you can use throughout the game. So it's not just get the weapons. Weapons will do their own thing. There's a lot of that, but your timing dashes. You're saving for you're making sure that this power up is here before I go there. And every map has its own nuance in terms of what you have to battle against. And I felt like the different maps all felt like I was playing a different way, if that makes sense. They did really well with this. I think Halls of Torment is for people who like games like Vampire Survivors, that is one of the much better ones. And they have actually added a few more things since I ran through it and played a bunch. And I get mega addicted to these games, but only if they've actually done semi well. This one did it very well. Is it better than Vampire Survivors? No, that continues to just have mountains of content thrown at it. It is the original, and it seems like the developer just wanted to stick around, just make that game better and better, and it continues to be. So that's still the best. This one's A.
Cool.
Mm.
Adam
Check it out. Go
likes
play
to
it.
feel powerful.
Oh yeah.
Does it make you feel powerful?
Makes me feel like a big man.
Does it make you feel powerful? Surviving your vampires. Next we have Hollow Knight Silksong.
Steve.
Oh shit, really? Okay.
Yeah, do you want me to rant now?
Go ahead. I haven't played this one, even though it's the type of game everyone expects me to play. Yeah, I didn't get around to this one. Maybe at some point I will.
Let's start off by saying The first thing is that I thought Hollow Knight, the first one, was a 10 out of 10 game. It's an S tier in every single aspect. It's such a good game. The things that I found that I was like criticizing about the first one was so minor that I felt bad about even bringing it up. It's like, it wasn't that bad. Like that little aspect wasn't that bad, and it wasn't because the game was so damn good. Um, and so much of that potential is in Silksong. Like you look at it, looks phenomenal. The sound, the voice acting, it's wonderful. Where this game completely fucked up was that they clearly were not getting it play tested. So the people who were playing through Silksong were the developers or their very close friends, because they're going to know literally everything going on behind the scenes. They're going to be very good at the game, and they're going to be like, "Oh, let's put this in because it's more of a challenge." It's like, yes, for someone who has spent 1,000 hours programming this thing and knows exact frame rates and animation timing of everything that's coming at them. It's like there's no surprises for you. For people who are playing through it for the first or second or third time, like God, it's and anyone could absolutely criticize myself saying that, oh, maybe you're not good enough. It's like, no, it just was not fun. So I like bosses that take a bunch of times to like understand their patterns, figure out a bit of oh, if I do this or if I switch this item out with this one, that'll like probably work better. And I could like when he does this little animation here, I could throw it at him and it'll like do a lot more damage. There wasn't a lot of that going on because you would go to these bosses and you would die, and that's absolutely okay. That happened a lot in Hollow Knight too, but the runbacks are just boring.
Mm.
So the how you progress through this game is that there's spike pits and like random enemies going everywhere. So you can't just walk past a bunch of them. Like a lot of them you have to actually fight. And even just the regular enemies can just be like really tiresome. So I shouldn't be bored playing a game. If you put in as and this is all the time. This happens constantly in this game. And I heard someone mentioning that they said like it just feels mean to like the person who's spending their time. It's like, yeah, it does. It feels like it's purposely like, hey, you'd like to have a save point right here, but no, we're not doing that. Oh, wait, there is a save point, but that one's going to kill you. Sorry, haha, lol. And
Oh, wow.
it just feels like there's never any reprieve from that. It's
Reprieve, yeah.
it's constant the whole game, and I was waiting to feel the fun. Like I was getting through it. I think I got up to Act 3, like literally the start of Act 3, and I did have a friend that finished it. And I said, "All right, I said, I don't give a shit about spoilers. What's waiting for me here?" I said, "Because I'm just not enjoying this."
Mm.
And he told me what changes, and I'm like, "I'm done. I'm done. I'm gonna walk away from the game. If I feel the need to come back and finish it, I will. But this was a while ago, and I still don't have any urge to go back.
Yeah.
Uh, I feel like the game was just like shitty to my time, and those runbacks, you got to emphasize this. Like, yeah, they're a little bit challenging, but they're mostly boring. It's
And
like that
yeah,
is boring.
if you fight like
Oh,
other enemies, if it forces you to fight other enemies, it switches up your muscle memory and like you get more in the zone of fighting them as opposed to the boss, which you were trying to focus on. So it's kind of like a way of artificially increasing difficulty.
yes,
I feel like the Souls games and Elden Ring have veered away from that. Like if you look at the runbacks in Elden Ring, they're a lot shorter than like the old
God.
Dark Souls games.
Let me interject there because I've used that exact example. I said, if From Software have figured this out and they're like, no, no one enjoys that. It's not fun and it's not challenging. It's just not fun. And they moved away from it because they want their games to be fun and still challenging. It's like you done fucked up if you're going through and you're doing this with your game. You know what it reminded me of? Like all these battles, and there's a bunch of them, by the way. It felt like in a game where you have like this big hard section, and it's probably going to take a few goes, and there's an unskippable cutscene right at the start. That's what
That sucks.
constantly felt like, and it sucks, man, because they're so like you look at the game and you hear it and you watch like various like aspects of people playing it, and it's like, man, there was such a good game here, and you screwed it up with basically unfun game design that could have been highlighted within a week if you actually had some play testers.
They had the time.
Um, they did, and I kind of feel like the game sold really well, and good on them, to be honest. Again, I think they're a really good game development company. Like I said, Hollow Knight, 10 out of 10. Um, but the real test, in my opinion, will be like they're starting to bring out DLC for it. I'm like, well, if your DLC sells shit, then you know that you didn't make a good game.
True.
Because like I don't even feel even now I don't feel this need to go back and finish it. And if I did, I guarantee you it's out of spite and stubbornness. It's not
Yeah.
because I like, oh, I really want to get through that part. Like, oh, that was so challenging. It's like, oh, that was fun. There's none of that here. And that sucks because I felt like if they really reined that back, and I mean really reined it back, it would have been another 10 out of 10 game. Like there's a good game in there, just
Yeah. I had a
shit the bed.
friend, the actually the maker of one of the games on this list, because I've got Topple Pop is on this list.
It's a fun game.
Is my good mate Dan Graff. He was saying that he felt like Hollow Knight Silksong, basically everything it tries to do is done better by Nine Souls. So that is a different
Yeah, that's a
game.
good comparison.
Nine Souls, SOLS.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Dark Souls and Elden Ring, like they went through a period, like there were these long run backs in the early days, and then they started putting the respawn point closer and closer to the fog gate, and then they went through a whole period of putting in a lot of like extra health bars in bosses, so like multi-phase bosses where it's like you get the health bar down to 0, but it actually just starts the next phase. Dark Souls 3 did a lot of that. Elden Ring did a lot of that. And I think by the time you get to Elden Ring DLC, Shadow of the Erd Tree, they really put a halt on that. I think they listened to feedback. Yeah, and they went like and I remember other games were doing a lot of it as well, like Lies of P did a lot of it. And that was the one thing I didn't like about Lies of P. I felt like it's something that you should save for like a genuine lore surprise moment.
Yeah.
Or like in
really big important boss or something.
yeah, or like if you've earned it somehow. Like I think,
Yeah.
I think for like Melania is supposed to be like a fuck off hard boss, right? Like Melania is supposed to be one of the hardest bosses you faced in your life. So I think for Melania it's okay. Sekiro, the gorilla fight, that was genuinely a surprise moment. Like that one genuinely got me where I was like, "Oh snap. I didn't expect that." But then when every boss starts to do it, it's like,
It's like I'm expecting it now, and it's also not fun.
yeah. In Lies of P, I literally just expected it at every turn. So I was happy to see in Shadow of the Erd Tree they really dialed that back, and I think it was better for it. I think it was a better game for it. So anyway, you can set a timer on how long it's going to take for me to start talking about Dark Souls, and
Already there, folks.
what's up, Valve AU? Good to have you.
Valve.
Good to see you. How you been? Let us know if you have any opinions on any of these tiers. The latest one, the next one up, is Hyper Light Breaker. Now, it's funny that I mentioned old mate Dan Graff, who's making Topple Pop, because he's actually the one that showed me Hyper Light Breaker. And this is, I don't know if, like, for anyone out there who's played a game called Hyper Light Drifter, which was it was a fantastic game. It was a bit more like a Tunic, or like, that kind of like kind of a roguelite or like Soulsy experience, but it had really great Hyperlight Drifter had really great pixel art, a really beautiful world to explore. Single player Soulsy type thing. Hyperlight Breaker is a little bit different, from the same studio, but they're aiming to be a co-op. Do I want to call it a roguelite? Not really. It's
runs.
Imagine what like Elden Ring Shadow Rain is. Or Night Rain, sorry, not Shadow Rain. I'm thinking of Shadow of the Erd Tree. Elden Ring Night Rain. So imagine that Hyper Light Breaker is trying to do the same thing, but I feel like it's been in development for longer. And by the time I played it, like it was in early access before Night Rain was out, and its maps were smaller. They didn't feel very lived in. There wasn't a lot happening in the world. The bosses were like, you could see some interesting ideas there, but they weren't fleshed out. And even though this thing was being made for longer, like, and if you can imagine, like, Night Rain is on the horizon. It's like 2 or 3 months out, and I'm playing Hyperlight Breaker, and I'm thinking, I feel like Night Rain's going to do the same thing, but way better. And that is exactly what happened. Night Rain comes and goes. Not much is happening with Hyperlight Breaker. Not much is being added to it. Night Rain DLC is here now. Not much is happening with Hyperlight Breaker. Not much is added to it. I think, like, actually a couple of months ago, or maybe 1 or 2 months ago, I think they actually announced that they weren't going to be working on it anymore.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah. I mean, especially considering Hyperlight Drifter was just like so amazing. But I don't know. I don't know what's happening at the studio. They couldn't get it together. And the game, I don't know if they're working on something else, but not a lot of effort was going into Hyperlight Breaker. So
Maybe they didn't fix the problems that you're mentioning.
yeah, I mean, look, I think you can still play it, but
is it a finished product?
It's definitely not a finished product.
So maybe C, D. Yeah, D. If it's not finished.
Like, I don't want to put it in the scam tier.
Yeah.
Because I feel like they made an effort, and by the time I played it, like it was a game. It was a functional game. It just didn't have a lot there. It wasn't lived in. Didn't have a lot of content. It just kind of like made this map, which was a bit randomized. Put some randomized enemies in it, and then you would fight as much as you could, and then you would surf around or like skateboard around, and then you'd fight the boss. And there was only, like, I don't know, 3 bosses. So you would get used to their patterns, and there just wasn't much else to do. Valve says Silksong deserves at least 1 tier above, due to it being a South Australian game, and it's insane our state can even develop a game. Hey, I was just in South Australia, Valve. I should have given you a shout. And I went and visited the Cooper's Brewery.
Please sponsor us.
And I gotta say, I loved the Cooper's Brewery. I had a great time. Not only because I had some beers. Yeah, I will come back. Hey, something tells me I'll be going back about every year. at least once a year. Something tells me. I don't know. What do you think, Adam? There's
I haven't
some
played Breaker.
there's some what do you think about Silksong? There's some disagreement in the chat.
Oh, no.
Do you give it the South Australia bump?
No. In fact, the more pushback I get on that, the further it goes down, because I'm a stubborn asshole. But as stubborn as I am, and I'm not that much of an asshole, really, a little bit. As stubborn as I am, as I was saying to Jeremy before, like, that's literally the only reason I would go back to finish the game, because I was already not having fun, and I knew what I was facing in Act 3, the final act, and I was like, no. I was just like, you know what? No. Like, it felt like a chore, like, coming back and, like, getting through some of those things. Such a shame, man. Look, there's too much of it too to go back and say, hey, how can we, like, make this better? It's like, you can't. Like, I'm not asking for an easy mode either, but, like, imagine if a bunch of those boss fights, if right before it's like, cool, we'll save it right here. You go in, you can fail a bunch of times, and then you'll learn patterns, and those boss fights are tricky, but you'll feel really good after it. That's fun when I don't have to do a 5-minute run back. 5-minute run backs, like, unskippable bloody cutscenes, or like when you're like got an NPC that you have to shepherd, like, to a new section. And you're walking, they move faster. When you're running, you move faster. That's the level of annoying that I get with that one. I'll try not to rant too much more.
The most infamous run back I remember in the Souls games was the Bed of Chaos, because it was just like you were just trying to fall in the right way and not fall in the holes until you got up to the boss. Val says, only games I've played in the list. I'll scroll down a bit so you can see the rest of the games as well. Only games I've played in the list are Battlefield 6, but just the beta, which was all right, like C to a light B, and Doom Dark Ages, which is a C, because, why the star? Wasn't it Quake 5? And it took itself away too seriously, and the parry mechanics didn't vibe with. Fair enough. Yeah, I didn't play that one. By the way, I'll tweet or something next time I go to Adelaide. I'll send out a tweet or something, and signal my Adelaide-ness, and then we can go to the Radelaide-ness, and then we'll hit up the Cooper's Brewery or something. But maybe that's a good segue into Battlefield and Doom: The Dark Ages. You played. Let's do Doom first, because you played Doom. I did not.
I finished it. Yep.
So this will be between you and Valve.
Okay. No, I'm pretty much with Valve on this one. So for those who haven't played it, a bit of background first is that I've loved and finished all the newer Doom games. When they came out with the 2016 Doom, I thought, I am here for this. This, in my opinion, revived like a modern boomer shooter to be, well, exactly that modern. It was adding enough new mechanics. I love the ledge grabbing in FPS mode. I thought that was fantastic. People didn't like the platforming elements in any of these games. I personally did. I thought they were fun, like because it was more forgiving in terms of like, you're usually in an FPS game, like you can't really judge where you are in terms of landing on a ledge. In this one, it's like if you're close enough there, he'll grab it and he'll get up, and like that's great. And you had air dashes. It was fun, really fun. Back to Dark Ages, they've gone way back and going to more of the origins of the Doomslayer himself. And you have a shield, so it's more medieval themed. I thought the weapons were very cool. A lot of people they were critical on the shield parry mechanic. I didn't mind it, and the reason for it is because I felt like it was this reactionary combo chaining element between if I block, boom, do this, dodge, hit, I get like more damage and that sort of stuff. And I found that really enjoyable. But every single one
I
of
knew
these
there was a butt coming, because you said it was C tier, and you've only been complimenting it so far.
Yes. Now for the shitty parts. Every single one of these Doom games, and I mean every one of them, outstays its welcome. Every single one. And I want to get the game designers in a room and tell them in like 10 minutes exactly what they're doing wrong. So, hey, idiot, I absolutely love your games. I really do. These games could be about 2 to 3 hours shorter, every single one of them. You can cut off like the tail end of a bunch of these levels that you have at the end. They do the same thing. You're progressing, you're unlocking, you're developing new weapons and new abilities, and you're getting more powerful. And you get to a point where that's as powerful as you're going to be, and then you have 3 more levels. And in those 3 levels, it's just like bigger and bigger, like big, like samey battles, and it becomes incredibly lethargic, tiresome. The fatigue of the combat immediately sets in because there's nothing new at this point. It's just longer battles, and they all do the same thing. It's like this big level, and then you're just going from section to section, and it's like, okay, here's the next big battle. Here's the next big battle. Oh, there's more demons spawning this time. Oh, now there's 2 of those demons, which makes it harder. And I shouldn't be feeling that. I should be feeling like I said, how about this? You cut off those last few levels. You have 1 level to the bad guy, whatever the big bad guy is. In that level, you are so F off powerful. Give me a temporary item that makes me like just like a storm of violence, and you're just rushing, mowing things down. You are just so unstoppable. It's easy, but my God, it feels so rewarding. But then you get to the big boss, and it runs out, or it breaks, or there's something about that item that doesn't work on it, and now you have to like figure out this new tactic of beating this final boss. In I'm throwing that out there as an example of a better idea, because by the time you get to the end boss, it's like, oh, finally. Like I shouldn't feel that. I shouldn't be finishing a game just because I'm like, I'm so far through it. I know I only have a little bit left,
Yeah.
but that last run is just really tough in all of these games.
Yeah.
Even though I've completed them all and I still love them, I just feel like if you tighten that up, you trim that edge off, and like that removes pretty much any criticism I would have. Because again, I like that they tried something different. They're going for like that medieval, more melee style of
Yeah.
weapons and stuff. I actually enjoyed it, and I don't know if I'd enjoyed it more than the Doom Eternal weapons and the way of combat and that, but
Do
you
maternal.
can't keep on Eternal. But you can't keep on doing the same thing over and over again. It's like, what were they going to do? Like Doom Eternal plus Ultra, and it's like, oh, you still got like even more futuristic laser weapons and stuff. It's like, you got to start trying new things.
Yeah.
It worked for me, but I completely understand why some people didn't like it or were critical of it. Like that makes sense. That's
Yeah.
not for them.
I think
Yeah.
I love the previous Doom games, like the last two. The modern Doom experience, I love, love, love. I think the only thing I didn't like about it was the what did they call them? Like the hunters that are like past Doom guys or something, like
Yep.
the ones that are like you. And I think the main reason I didn't love them was
The
the
shield.
whole. Yeah, I mean they were like blocking and stuff.
Mm.
And like they said that the whole philosophy about the modern Doom games was that you would move forward, not backward, because in old school games like this and Serious Sam and games like that, you were always like circle strafing and firing. And so they were trying to make an experience where you could move forward. And I felt like that the hunters or whatever they were called was the one enemy that you couldn't do that against. Like there was no way to.
It broke the mold of the game. It like changed the pace up, and that's why I didn't like those enemies either.
Yeah, you couldn't move forward against them. You had to avoid them basically, like sidestep and. But I didn't play this Dark Ages one. I do put a lot of stock these days in different
Marauders, that's what
things.
they were called. Yeah.
Marauders, yeah. Okay, there you go.
Thank you, Valve.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I do put a lot of stock in just different things, like especially when a AAA game does something different. I put a lot of stock in that. Same with movies. Like Hollywood is so creatively bankrupt these days that like when a Hollywood movie does just anything different, like I actually give it extra points these days for that. But yeah, it's a shame that it didn't work out. It sounds like something I might want to skip. Valve says, do agree with all that, plus dragon flying and mech sections. Not what we came here for.
Right sections. Yeah. They weren't fun. Yeah, you're right. It sounded cool on paper, but the mechanical nature of that gameplay section was just like it wasn't unfun. It was just as Val put it, it's like like that's exactly how it felt. Like you could have just not put it in there, and I wouldn't have missed it. Yeah. So it wasn't bad, wasn't terrible. It was just very mid.
Sounds like the type of game I'd like to if you were streaming it or if like someone did a YouTube playthrough, I'd like to tune in for a bit, but then maybe not play the whole thing myself. Now Battlefield is our next one, Battlefield 6. So,
All right, so I haven't even touched this one. So
oh, you
give
haven't
us the
touched this one?
rundown.
I thought you played this one.
No, not at all. So it was I was thinking about picking it up because a bunch of my Steam friends list were playing it. Like that was just my whole list. I was like, oh cool, yeah. It's like, okay, well I'll just get through this busy week at work and finish this other thing that I'm doing, and then I'll check it out. And then by the time that happened, I was like, I kind of fell out of love with that idea.
Yeah.
It looked really good, like looked good. My criticism of the Battlefield games, there were two criticisms. One is that it took them about a year to patch it to a level where it was actually operational. They seem to not have that problem anymore. You can tell me otherwise. The other problem I had is that they're really bad at teaching you how to play the game. So you could, because it's not your typical FPS game. There's a lot more different things going on. You got to like work with a squad. You got to take areas. You got to hold them. There's a
Wow.
different level of strategy.
Funny
Oh.
you should mention.
Oh dear. All right, lay it on me.
Wow. I mean it's just that particular point that you were making. I feel like Battlefield got a little bit codified in this latest one, and
Interesting.
R.I.P. Vince Zampella, who
Yeah.
was in charge of Call of Duty for a long time and then came over and was in charge of Battlefield 6 and recently passed away due to a crash in his Ferrari. Him and a passenger died. So RIP to him. But it was kind of noticeable that, I have a theory. Here's my theory. I think that it had been so long since there was like a normal modern Battlefield game. Because what was the last couple Battlefields? Like there was a futuristic one,
Battlefield 5.
then there was like Battlefield 1.
Yeah. At one, then you had Battlefield 5, which was World War II, I want to say.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. I would need to look it up, but I feel like it had been a while since we had it had been like some years since we had just like a normal like modern Battlefield game that was just like straight down the line. And I feel like COD was slowly being enshittified in its own way, and it had gotten a bit silly. And so people were just really in the mood for like a classic Battlefield game. And they had memories of like as I do of Battlefield 2 and all those classic maps and Wake Island and that style of gameplay. So I think the success of Battlefield 6, like it sold very well. Shortly after its launch, my Steam list was just like everyone playing Battlefield 6, at least for a little while until everyone was playing Arc Raiders. But
yeah.
Battlefield 6, like, still my Steam list would be like a lot of people playing Battlefield 6. But I think like most of those people, my theory goes, were just in the mood for a classic Battlefield game. And what we got was a little bit more of a codified Battlefield where especially like if
Call of
anyone
Battlefield.
was Call of Battlefield, yeah, like especially anyone who played since the beta, like Valve, I don't know if you were you playing in the beta when people were sliding around in a very Call of Duty style, or if anyone listening remembers that, like it was even more COD in the beta, where like there was literally people just like sliding around on their knees, going for shotgun shots while they were like sliding underneath people's crosshairs. They started releasing more maps that were just like tight space city maps where like the spawns were all over the place and there wasn't much strategy to be had. Like people were expecting, larger Battlefield maps. I think it's been proven now. I think I saw like a post on Reddit where they actually measured the size of the maps. And Battlefield 6, the maps are smaller compared to previous Battlefields. And so that plus, I think there's some like modes like double conquest that we weren't seeing. And so a lot of the strategy that you would have expected from like, Battlefield 2 style just wasn't there. The spawns in particular and the spots that you would get to and the fact that the maps were smaller for me kind of meant that like there wasn't a lot of consequence to death. And like when like an example I would give is that in Battlefield 2 you would kind of like it would take you some time to get to a good sniper spot. Like if you were in the hills as a sniper and you were causing trouble for the enemy team, it's like the trouble that you would be causing would be balanced out by the time it took you to get there. Maybe you had someone drop you off. Maybe you were in a jet and you just parachuted down. Maybe you had a helicopter drop you off. Maybe you took a jeep. But it still took you a while. Whereas, and then like once the sniper is there, the enemy team has to react to it, respond in some way. Whereas in Battlefield 6, you're just like, if you didn't have your spawn beacon down, which means you just respawn instantly anyway, even if without that, it would probably only take you 10 seconds to run to that point. So there's not much of a consequence for death. And instead of snipers being something that you have to respond to, there's just perpetually this layer of the fight that's just snipers on snipers. And if they ever get a bit of an advantage, then they can devote some of their attention to like the normal infantry and stuff. Valve says Battlefield 6, too much money for the small ass maps. Hey, I agree. And content from my perspective, BF2 and Bad Company 2, best ones, changed my mind. No, I agree. I totally agree. Once it gets like $50, I'll probably get it, but no more than that. It's just a competent game. Doesn't excel in my mind, but just competently made, and people seem to be rewarding it, which shows how ass the AAA games industry is right now. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think like my personal pet theory is that just like a lot of people were so in the mood for like a real Battlefield game that explains a lot of its success. And then a lot of people probably had the reaction that you and I had, Valve, where it was like it was a bit meh. The maps were small. I felt the gameplay was codified. The spawn points were very codified. And there was, I think this is one of those where like if you were to quiz people afterwards, a lot of people would be able to tell you, like they would say that they had an average time, but they wouldn't be able to put their finger on why.
Yeah,
And they
yeah.
probably have some ideas, but like, it'd be one of those things where it's like, I was so in the mood for a Battlefield, and in the end it was kind of whatever. And I can't put my finger on why, but then Arc Raiders came out really quickly and I just went and played that. I bet there would be a lot of that going around,
I think that's fair enough. Like, I also think it's if I'm being a little bit fair to like the bigger companies, like when you invest so much time and money, like so many millions of dollars into a game, you have this reliance that it has to sell well. And if it doesn't, and these aren't small numbers, like, oh, we sold 100,000 copies. Like, no, it needs to sell like 800,000 copies to break even. And if you don't hit that, the studio goes under. It's like, that's it. Everyone gets fired. Like, it sucks. And in order to meet those sorts of numbers, they are very afraid to move away into more niche areas, which I'm sure most devs, most game designers as well, most companies would love to do that. Like From Software has a crowd. They make games for that crowd, and it's very rewarding for them. Capcom with their Street Fighter games, they have that crowd. They make games for them. They're not trying to necessarily make it like, how do we bring in like twice as many people who don't normally play this game? It's like, yeah, don't like that's
Yeah.
because then you run the risk of making a game that when you're trying to appeal for everyone, you're appealing to no one, and
Yeah.
that's tough because you know that those discussions have been had at a high level of the people who actually control the money, and they're the ones who are leaning very heavily down on the actual designers who go like, no, this is how we should make the game. And the reality is that actually both are important. It's like you need that designer with the vision who knows like that's a bad, don't put that in there, that's really terrible. But you also need these other people to be like, hey, you know we've been paying you for 6 years to make this game, now we're $50 million in the hole, like right
It's
now.
it's kind of funny to think about. It's like, let's bring in people are really in the mood for a classic Battlefield, so let's bring in the Call of Duty guy, and so he can pitch in meetings like, what if the maps were smaller? And what if
Why?
what if we just made it about fast movement and quick spawns? And like,
Oh, goodness.
and like, I won't rant too much about it because I want to move on to the next one. But like, my last point, which I'm going to be a little bit of a dick about, is the destruction in the game. They touted their own destruction. They chose to make a big deal out of their destruction. I think a direct quote from their reveal was something like, "Nobody does destruction like Battlefield." And I just had to think that a few years, maybe 2-3 years prior, some former Battlefield devs broke off to make a game called The Finals,
I was about to say the finals. There you go.
which does destruction way better. I realize that from a technical standpoint, it's not the same because the finals has like teams of 3, and there's like 15 people in a match or less. There's less people in a match of the finals, which means technically that's easier to do. But I mean, if you can't, if you're going to say things like nobody does destruction like Battlefield, I mean, I don't know. Maybe
You
don't make
gotta
that
live up to
claim.
that. Yeah.
Maybe don't make
Yeah.
that claim if it's not true. Like the destruction in Battlefield is like a building has 2 states that are scripted. There's the
Oh.
whole state, and there's the destroyed state, and so
Not
it's
partial.
scripted. Yeah. Whereas the final is true. The finals has true organic destruction, different every time, according to where the RPG hit, and it creates these truly organic moments where it's like, if you're on the point, like someone might just legitimately come in through the ceiling or the wall, or they might just blow up the floor from underneath you and just create a whole new gameplay situation. Anyway, I don't want to go on too much about it, but it's they chose to make that a discussion point.
That's not
So
my fault. Not my fault. I didn't
I
make
have
it.
to be a little bit of a dick about it and say, like, actually, um, some people do destruction a lot better. Um,
Before we get into
Jeppy,
our next game, I think we're gonna have to do this in 2 parts because I'm old. But I do want to get through a few more games because there's still a few more games. I'm like, no, I still got energy left in me that I want to
if
talk
you
about
want,
some of them.
if you want, we can quickly breeze through some of the smaller ones.
Yeah,
And
well, let's try. Yeah, let's see how we go.
Jepic says Arc Raiders not on the list. I haven't played Arc Raiders. Have you played it, Adam?
No, it's I was going to get it if I had friends to play with, and most of my friends have been either playing other games or just being busy. They're not playing any games at the moment, and it's not a game I want to play on my own. I really those styles of games I always have more enjoyment out of playing with buddies and stuff. And if my buddies aren't playing for whatever reason, then I probably won't. The game's going to be around for a long time, so maybe next month I'll just get a random ping from a friend. So like, oh hey, did you get Arkwright? We should play. And be like, fuck yeah, let's do it. Oh.
Yeah, my whole Steam list is playing it. I have not played it. Um, Funny thing was, I started doing the podcast on a weekly schedule about 3 or 4 months ago, and yeah, that really just took up all my time. And energy, I'd reach the end of the day and I'd just be like, man, I've only got the energy for like a auto battler or a tower defense.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
I feel that.
but I hear it's fantastic. I'll click on Steam Friends and it'll just be like playing Arc Raiders, playing Arc Raiders, playing Arc Raiders, like all the way down.
Same.
All right, Animal Well, really quickly because Adam's got to sleep because he's a grandpa. Um,
Kids are on my lawn.
where do you put
Yeah,
Animal Well?
that's an A. That was a really fun game. Metroidvania style, but we're going to start using the term Metroidvania.
Whoa.
Yeah, there's no direct combat in this game. It's all kind of like puzzle solving, like trying to figure out like how to manipulate the environment or things around you so that you can get to a new or unlock a new section or get a new ability. And the abilities, again, it's not, oh, I got this bomb and now it's a bigger bomb and I can blow up things better. It was just such a like a wholesome, fun game. I love the art in it as well. It's pixel, but the shading and lighting that they did with that shading was just a pleasure to look at. It
Very
was a
pretty.
pleasure to play through. Very fun.
Yeah.
Absolutely go and play it, anyone. And it has a kangaroo in there. Ooh.
Yeah. Ascent? I didn't play this one.
So Ascent's actually a free game. So everyone go get it. I want to give it higher than I want to give it on the outset. I want to give it a B because it was a fun game, but it was very basic. It's just a very Atari-ish looking game. A little bit in the same regard as Animal Well, where it's like more puzzle elements than anything else. And it was fun. I think it took me like an hour and a half or less than 2 hours to get through. It wasn't long, but it was free. And I thought like this is what a fun little experience that was. It's an afternoon game and one that you can recommend to anyone because it's free but it's also fun. It's not a chore to play through. So I enjoyed going through it. It wasn't that challenging or anything. It was just a fun little experience. So definitely a B for that one.
Hells yeah. Backpack Battles. Now, I want to group Backpack Battles together with Wretch because
Oh, here we go.
I think Backpack Battles could maybe go into A because this is one of those that's like inspiring other games. And Wretch is a perfect example of that. Like Backpack Battles, apparently I'll explain it first. It's like, it's an auto battler where you have a backpack with a certain amount of slots in it. the items that you put in the backpack affect your actions. The more weapons you put in it, the more attacks you do. But each attack takes stamina, so you got to make sure you have enough stamina generation to deal with that, or just cut down on the weapons. There are a whole bunch of different ways you can play it. Items that are next to other items can trigger each other in certain ways. They can synergize, but it's not only things that are right next to each other. Sometimes they have different patterns for like other items that they trigger. So like it could be more of a star-shaped pattern that's like 2 slots away. So those items get triggered by whatever you put there. And I feel like there's a whole bunch of like iPhone games that are copying this. And it's like become almost its own genre now of auto battler.
I have noticed that too. I saw a trailer for this game when it was just coming out, and I was like, "Oh, that looks like a cool concept." And it seems since then, like the Vampire Survivors genre, it's everyone's like, "Oh, I want to do something very similar." I'm like, "It's clearly good then." Like if you're inspiring a genre, boom.
Yeah, absolutely. Valve says no stress. I'll explain how I've not played any other 2025 games this year. And Glazed Battlefield 2, hell yeah.
Expedition 33.
Expedition 33, I might buy very soon. Yeah, I only got into Baldur's Gate 3 this year, which was phenomenal. Yeah, honestly, I'll talk about Wretch, and then we'll do Expedition 33 because we'll probably have a bit to say about that one. How you doing for time, Adam? You good for like another 30?
Yeah, I'm good for another 30.
Cool. So we'll time it for that. But I just wanted to, because like if we're going to talk about backpack battles,
Mhm.
which I see this as like it's one of those where it's like how the original a lot of times is the best. Like Factorio still the best. Lots of games copying Factorio. Factorio is still the
Yeah,
best.
but they didn't do it quite as well.
Yeah. They Are Billions is another one.
Oh, what a game!
Like a lot of games trying to do that. They Are Billions is still the best. Even I even say that with the locally made the Aussie game. What's it called? I forget. Age of Darkness. I think it
Against the
is.
Swarm? Against the Swarm or something.
I think
Against the Storm.
I think it's Age of Darkness is the one.
Is it? Oh god, there's too many of them.
It's basically like They Are Billions, but with heroes.
Okay.
But They Are Billions is still the best. So Backpack Battle is another example of that. Lots of other games trying to do this now. Backpack Battle's still the best. And one of the other games that is trying to do it is Wretch. And so I'll give him credit for this. Wretch just straight up says in its marketing that it's doing backpack battles, but in Unreal Engine. And so
Oh.
it's like it's got like highly rendered characters that do long combos. And it kind of presents itself like a bit of a Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat, where it's like a fighting game on a 2D plane. And again, just like backpack battles, like the things that you put in your backpack affect your attacks. The one thing it really does differently is that instead of every weapon that you put in the backpack being a new attack, instead you only have one weapon, but you put attacks in your backpack and you can combo these together. So
Okay.
if you put like 8 of these little slabs next to each other, all like a snake through your backpack, then your little mensch will try to do an 8-hit combo. And, probably at some point they're going to have a combo breaker interrupt them or something. But if you want to try and do that, you can. And, I've seen all of the above. I've seen people like actually connect with 10-hit combos. And I've seen people that just like invest in one attack, just like one giant haymaker, and they put everything in that. So I thought this was kind of a worthy one to just include because like it's a little bit of fun. It might even be C tier, but it's still worth checking out. I don't think it has a lot of staying power. But it's like it's a fun, and maybe it's a small thing, but I appreciate that they just straight up said, because so many times when you're browsing games on Steam, they don't say what the game is. Like they shy away from saying like it's like this other game, but but like this, like
Yeah,
I
they want to
actually,
be associated.
yeah, like they think that they are not allowed or something to say that they're like any other games. But I actually appreciate in Wretch's case that they just said we're just doing backpack battles, but highly rendered characters in Unreal Engine. So, um, all right, I promised we'd go to Expedition 33.
Now,
Um,
this is one of the many games that are on my to play list because it's on Game Pass, and everyone's telling me to play it. I'm like, I'm still going through so many other games, but it looks really good.
it
I
does.
heard it's really good.
So you haven't dipped into this one.
No, and it's like my style of game too. Like, I love turn-based fighting. I hate that so many companies that used to be so good at it have been steering away to more like dynamic real-time fighting in RPGs and whatnot. And I'm like, there's so much you can do with turn-based genre to make it so it's less boring. Where it's like you're not just waiting for the other person to have their turn. It's like there are things you can be doing. There's parry timing. There's this. There's that. And, when I found out what Expedition 33 was doing, I was like, "Oh, okay, well, they're doing it. Hey, everyone,
Yeah.
do what they're doing." It's like, this is not a dead genre.
Oh, for someone who hasn't played the game, I think you just gave a great description of it.
Oh, wow.
Because
Nice.
I think that's kind of the main thing to know. It's like a JRPG, turn-based combat, but yeah, in the defensive stage when you're receiving attacks, you can choose to either parry or block, and it's that typical thing of like the block is a little bit easier, the parry has harder timing, it's harder to pull off, but more rewarding. It gets to the point, when I was playing it, I was a bit like blocks kind of get you nothing, whereas parries are more factored into the bonus system. So it's like there are a lot of like traits and things like that that give you rewards for parrying. So for me, it got to the stage where it's like it's not worth blocking at all. It's only worth parrying. But I mean, yeah, the general gist is JRPG with some great graphics and a strong story. Um, the uh, the premise of the story is that they're in this world where they have like the painter, who's a giant sort of goddess in the sky who every year she paints a number, and everyone who's that age dies. And one of the sort of plot holes, as I was playing it, seemed to me to be that if she's going to paint a number every year, well, every year there's going to be a certain amount of people that are just a little bit below that age. So if she
Yeah.
paints 33, there's going to be some people that are 32. And then by the time she paints the next number, those people will have turned 33. And then
Then
she's
they
going to
should
paint,
join,
well, then they'd be still alive because they get passed over. So
right?
she paints 32, and then all the 32-year-olds die. But there's some people who had ticked over in that time. So
Imagine being that guy, you're like, "Yes!
I know,
Sorry, Mike."
I win. So in the game, they just kind of don't explain that, and they just say like, "Oh, there's no
Okay,
old
okay,
people."
not going into that stuff.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
I'm
it's one of those.
okay.
It's one of those let it be's. Like, don't talk about it.
Yeah.
If you check the wiki, it says everyone that age and older dies. But
Okay.
I don't remember them saying that in the game. In the game, I feel like I heard him say just people that age die. Anyway, not to nitpick. But you go, and so every expedition is the people who are like about to die going off to try to stop the painter from doing this. They don't know why she's doing it. And then as you go, you encounter other expeditions from the past who had passed away. You encounter their remains. There are some sections of this game that are kind of really gory.
Oh, yeah?
And there are some other sections that are a little bit harem like, like a harem anime,
I'm
where
in.
you've got like a dude who's like just flirting with the five women around him, which I found to be relevant, especially in the. I mean, look, I made fun of this game a lot. I gave it a lot of shit, but it's actually a great game. But there was one bit where you got out of it an extremely gory, traumatizing section of the game, and Homeboy is still flirting. He's still getting his game on.
Like the writing's on the wall. He just wants to get like he's living in the moment right now.
Yeah.
He's an opportunity
you,
man.
you can't stop the game. The game don't stop.
You can hate the game, but not the player, baby.
Yeah. Just acting like everyone's not traumatized from this really fucked up thing that just happened.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the story, I will say, for those, I mean, it's definitely worth getting. It's like I kind of put it here in S tier as a placeholder, but maybe it does belong there.
All my friends who have finished this game would agree with S tier. They said it's really, really good. Like I've had this game recommended to me multiple times. And I'm like, that doesn't happen with games that are like good. This only happens with games that are great.
Yeah, Valve says looks like there's so much heart and love in the game. Yeah, I definitely agree. The stories, your video is not coming through, by the way. I'm not sure if you knocked something or if that's just my internet or whatever.
Oh no.
You're all frozen on my end.
Look on Discord.
Let me get back to the tier list. Yeah, but yeah, the story is unique. It's like I think it would be like a competent, passable game if it was just the JRPG sections, and like the JRPGs, like the combat is good enough kind of by itself, but the story being unique, I think is what really elevates it. And I will say that if you do get it, it's one of those that you kind of really should play to the end. As Adam tries to reconnect. But yeah, it's one of those. I mean, it's a little bit like the Lord of the Rings: Return of the King, where it's like it feels like it just keeps on ending, like it just keeps on going. There's like epilogue after epilogue after epilogue, but it's worth it. It's like you, in terms of the story, I think you haven't really finished it. Like you haven't really experienced the full thing until you do get to the end of this game. Unlike some of the games that we were saying before, where like including some of the like Souls-likes, like Hollow Knight, Silksong, where Adam was saying you can probably kind of duck out of that one and you wouldn't be too worse off. But this one you do want to finish. Repo, which one is Repo, Valve? Where am I missing that? Video tech issues. Is it possible to get in just for the audio, Garfield, if you can hear? Let's see. Which one's Repo, Valve? Ah, right. I thought it was one of these. Horror game with the gimmicky enemies with the Mimi player. Ah, right. Oh, yeah. I think I do know the one that you were talking about. That's one of those like streamer games, isn't it? Adam will probably be all over that actually. Just as his camera cuts out. He loves those types of games. Yeah, I don't think I've. So while Adam's trying to get his like camera stuff sorted, I'll launch into games that I think I've played that he has not. Supervive is one of those. And this one is kind of a difficult one to talk about because Supervive itself, there's like Supervive the game itself, and then there's Supervive the Australian experience. And that is not very good because they don't have local servers. So like Supervive's aiming to be like a PvP top-down battle royale, a little bit akin to a game called Battlerite, if anyone's ever seen Battlerite, which was a fantastic PvP game that came out I want to say like 2016, 2017, thereabouts. That game was like perfect. And ever since, a lot of games have been trying to emulate it. Supervive is kind of doing that, but in a battle royale format. So instead of like a pitched 2v2 or 3v3, it was being a battle royale. One of the main distinguishing factors was that there are lots of islands all over the place, and you have jetpacks that sort of take you from island to island. And if while you were jetpacking from island A to island B, someone were to do a particular kind of attack on you, it would dunk you. So if you got hit by a more powerful attack, it was kind of like an instant dunk, which means your jetpack is out and you just die. So things got pretty tense when you were trying to get to an island that other people were already on. But you know, I feel like people were having good experiences with this game. I think they're kind of shutting down support for it now because not enough people were playing it and spending money in it. But because there were no local servers in Australia, it was kind of one of those things where it's like, do you want to play a fast-paced PvP game with like 200 ping or 150 ping at best? No. So anyway, I don't know. Like, I feel like Supervive, the game itself, might be a B or a C, but for those Australian players, I mean, that's what I'm playing as and sort of critiquing as. So there we go. I guess it's kind of like a D tier because it's kind of like a non-starter. Great idea, but yeah. Moving on. I don't think Adam's played Night Rain, so let's move on to that one. Now, it might not surprise many of y'all to know I'm a bit of an Elden Ring fan, and this one was always going in S tier. I mean, come on. It's people talk about the co-op game of the year. I've seen a few co-op game of the year lists. Peak is mentioned, Split Fiction is mentioned. All of those look very good. But it's kind of like it was informative and kind of like instructional. Is that a word? It was informative to play both Night Rain and Hyperlight Breaker in the same year because Night Rain just so clearly does what Hyperlight Breaker was trying to do, but better in every way. And on top of that, it takes a lot of like Elden Ring conventions and kind of improves on it. Just like the pressing down L3 to sprint instead of needing torrent the mount. The way it handles spell casting, I feel like spell casting has been a little bit clumsy in every Dark Souls game, as well as Elden Ring. The fact that you have to cycle through which spell you want to cast and then press the light attack button on whichever hand you have the staff. That's always been a little bit clumsy. Like, what if I want to cast like one spell after another in a sequence? The fact that I have to cycle through like 6 of them or whatever is a bit clumsy. So Night Rain just kind of streamlines that a little bit by saying every staff just has a light and a heavy spell. And so you just press the light attack to do the light spell. Hey, there he is. And then you press the heavy attack to do the heavy spell. And if you want different spells, then you just go find a different staff. And that's actually like built into the game because, finding different weapons, better quality weapons is part of racing all over the map. And it's part of the strategy of like, do we go here next? Do we go there next? Do we prioritize heals? Do we prioritize weapons, upgrades, yada, yada, yada. So, welcome back, Adam. Nice to have you.
My webcam just does not want to turn on anymore. It just died.
I'll quickly check OBS and see. Yeah, you're coming through fine. There you go.
Yeah. Well, then we'll just do this.
I think this works. So while your webcam was malfunctioning, I tackled a couple that you haven't played. I did Supervive and I did Night Rain. I'm just gushing over Night Rain. Anyway, I could go on forever about it. But for Elden Ring fans, obviously it's great. I don't even think you need to be an Elden Ring fan. I don't even think like the one thing I will say is you do need to be playing with other people. This is not a solo game. Even though a lot of people, especially Elden Ring fans who like to play solo, a lot of people bought Night Rain and tried to play it as a solo game. And it's like, technically you can, but it's not balanced for it. A lot of bosses are like made like bosses sometimes split into 3 and like they're meant to attack 3 different players. And if they're all attacking you, then it feels really unfair because you're getting slammed from the back, and it's like, you know, it's technically possible. Like, you know, I can get into a zone sometimes where I'm like dodging purely based on audio cues. And so like even if something's behind me, I can still time it. But it is just like so much harder. And yeah, they eventually brought out duos in the game. So like if you can even just get one other person, it's going to be much more enjoyable. But you know, play with randoms. Like it's not ideal, but play with randoms in this game over playing solo. But yeah, definitely check out Night Rain for like awesome co-op business. There is no kind of like, I mean, it's no like super duper end game. Like you never feel like you, even though there is like a final boss, like a final one, it's never like World of Warcraft where you feel like I took on the Lich King and won, and now I'm done. You know, but it's still like it has a lot of fun, tense moments with friends. Anyway, I won't go on forever about it. So what should be next? Did you play Blueprints, Adam?
I didn't. This is another one that's been on my list of to play games, and I just haven't gotten around to it yet. I think even you recommended that I check this game out.
I probably did. Maybe we should let's
Yeah.
focus on the ones you have played, just in case you need to
Okay.
duck off.
Let's go Nautica.
Nidica. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He's opening up Pandora's box now. So this is one of the main auto battlers that both Adam and I played, and I love it.
I love it.
Pretty sure
Mhm.
Adam loves it because I saw him playing it right before this.
There's new updates. It's not anything groundbreaking. So you and I, for anyone watching this, we went through and unlocked every achievement in the game because it
Oh
was
yeah.
just one of those games that felt fun to do that. And now there's a bunch more achievements, but it feels more like it's grindy. Like it's like, oh, unlock these trinkets, but you unlock trinkets by just leveling up, and you level up by just doing runs. So it's not bad. It's been nice to go back in and play it again because I'm reminded of how enjoyable it was. There clearly has been some more balancing being done on some of the units and whatnot, and it's still fun. It's just a fun game, and it looks nice.
I was thinking about doing like a YouTube video about both this and Nine Kings because there's a fun like there's a I don't know, for people who watch the the Grok Ludo podcast, we had Raf Koster on an episode, and he talks about like what the game really is underneath, because there's always like, I mean, what most people think a game is like the set dressing and the graphics and stuff like that, and the fantasy. And then there's like this whole thing underneath, which is the real game, which is the mathematical systems and problems.
Yeah. Yep.
And this game is a great illustration of that because at first glance, it just looks like an auto battler where you just set up your little knights and, you
Go.
yeah, you hit go, and like you get bonuses for putting certain units next to other units. So there's some spatial efficiency as well as like, it seems like it's a game just about Tetrising your units. And then maybe you get a little bit of bonus if this unit's next to that unit. But then you realize that the enemies are scaling within the first worlds linearly, but as you move on, the enemies are scaling exponentially.
Yes.
And so then you realize I need to do more than just like put this unit next to that unit to get a bit of a bonus. Like I need to scale exponentially if I
Yeah.
want to.
How do I break this game so that I can match that?
Yeah. And so there are a couple ways to do that in Nidica, and you have to, that's the mathematical problem. That's you have to work out the maths of how do I scale exponentially. And of course, with anything exponential, you need to look for anything that gives you multiplicative bonuses that have that feedback on themselves in loops. And
Yep.
there's only a few ways to do that in Nidica, and you need to find them. And I found that to be brilliant. I loved it.
You set me on the path for figuring out. I think it was with the bombs, and you set me on that path. That I was like, oh, cool. I figured out how to do that, and it's tricky. By going down that path, I found two other paths as well, which were just as good.
And
I think I only know bombs. So those two new ones would be new to me.
oh, they weren't new. This was I just kind of knew how some of the other units would act. I'm like, oh, this is actually a better unit to have. So if I can get that to infinite or get this other one to infinite, it'll just feed right off that and then bang. So I ended up having runs. I want to say Chaos Knights or something like that, but it was really easy to manage. And it's the whole late game thing where it's like, yeah, I think it's what endless 2025 you get to.
Yep, yep.
Yep. And you get to that, and you're smashing everything. But of course, the endless 25, the final boss there is also infinite, so you just die eventually.
Yeah.
But it was like, I don't know, like even those builds were fun, and it feels like to get to that level of scaling and everything else, it's there's also still a little bit of luck, but you have to plan ahead.
Yeah.
And yeah, if the luck's just not going your way, then you're not going to get there. Like you're going to die before you're able to pull off that. But I've enjoyed this game immensely. It's so fun to play. It's relaxing as well. It's the kind of game that, as we pointed out before, you can come home from work after a busy day or something, and you can just play it. It's fine. I was playing some rounds recently, but even halfway through the rounds, I'd have to stop and I'd have to go do something. And it's a game that you can do that. Like you're not really going to lose your place too badly.
Yeah, you can watch a YouTube video while playing it as well. You know, you can if you
Yeah.
want, you can treat it like a second screen game.
Mm.
But also you can lean into it and like be really sweaty about it. Obviously, if you want to do the exponential curve and beat the whole game, then you need to be a bit sweaty. Yeah, but it does have a finish point. Like, you know, if basically your goal is to be scaling up to be more powerful on an exponential curve that is greater than the enemy's exponential curve. And then once you've done that, you get into like the endless modes and you get up to like endless 1, 2, 3, and you get up to endless 25. And then the game just basically says, like, all right, you did it. Um, and you get to a stage where if your numbers get high enough, it just calls it infinity. So a lot of your units have infinity attack and infinity defense, and they smash everything that they touch. And then at endless 25, it gives you an enemy that's also infinity, but their infinity is greater than your infinity, and you can't get past that stage.
The
And I,
nerdy side wants to say that's actually a thing. Some infinities are bigger than other infinities. I'm
yeah,
like, let's not go there.
there's a philosophical argument there to be made. I Most people, like, when they get infinity on all their units, they stop
Yeah.
optimizing. I kept optimizing just to see if it was possible to beat the infinity enemy. Couldn't do it.
No, me neither.
It's a hard stop. But after I played this game, I'm gonna. Oh, actually, so first we should say, what tier do we want this to be?
I think A is pretty fair. Like,
I think
you know
that's
what
good.
stopped me from going to S tier is that well, I just spoke about two other ways of getting infinity, but it's still kind of the same method in that regard. Like, it was still a very similar strategy, and I felt in terms of exponential growth is one way to look in terms of like, oh, that's your end game, get that exponential growth going, and it does encourage you to do it. I would have preferred a bit more strategy on, like, say, placements and cohesion between units to be one of the more defining gameplay aspects of it, because I really enjoy that sort of strategy a lot. But this is it's still really good, and there's still strategy there. But in terms of its end game, it's hard stuck on like higher numbers. You've got to get higher numbers.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Minor criticism, by the way.
Yeah, no, 100% agree. I think A tier is good for it, and I want to roll from that into Nine Kings, because Nine
Good.
Kings is very much a similar kind of game. I'd probably put it in A tier as well. Did you play as much of Nine Kings as you did of Venetica?
Uh, I don't know if I played as much, but there is a reason I stopped playing it. It's because I enjoyed it. I got hooked, mega hooked, and I was playing through all the different like kingdoms that you can play as, trying different builds and scaling. I figured out very quickly how to break this game, and then I actually broke the game. So I was basically unstoppable, and
the reason I stopped a run, I don't know how many hundreds of waves I went through, but I stopped because the game starts crashing because you're not meant to go that far.
It does.
And yeah, props to the devs. You'll get to a certain wave where they go, "Look, we'll be honest, we didn't expect you to get this far."
Yeah.
I'm just like, props to you, man. Like, that's big.
Yeah.
It's a fun game though, and it's a game that I played long enough and enough of to actually go like, okay, how do I get a game breaking strat work in here? And I did figure that out, and it was wonderful to watch. But I didn't have the patience to keep on reloading the game every like if it crashed after 5 waves or something.
Yeah.
I was like, oh,
They've
nah.
updated it a little bit since then, so I think you can expect for anyone like buying Nine Kings now, you can expect better performance. They've optimized it a little bit better, so it's similar deal to Nidica. It's an auto battler that is very breakable, and I think with Nine Kings they actually embraced the idea of breaking the game even more. Um, Once you get into like you can start a run that is like so far along the increased difficulty. Like after you get to a certain point, like again, it's about scaling in an exponential way at a
Mhm.
greater rate than the enemy is. And the game will, after you get up to like wave 500 or whatever, the game will just say like, "Look, you won. Stop this." Like you know, that you are scaling higher than we are scaling, and that's not going to stop. So they just tell you that. And then but then like you unlock greater difficulty modes. And then they also tell you that like, hey, beyond this point, you are going to reach scaling curves that you can't beat. Like cuz all we have to do is adjust a few numbers. And so, if you keep going down that path, like into like, I think they call it like king difficulty +5 or king +6 or whatever. Like if eventually you get to a stage where it is literally impossible to scale faster than they're scaling. And there you go. You found
That's
your
what
limit.
they think, yes.
But I think like I really love this one because similar deal to Nidica, like you get lots of bonuses for putting certain units next to other units. So there's spatial
Mhm.
efficiency, there's mathematical efficiency, but it just so wholly embraces the idea of breaking the game. There are like, if you put a tower next to two things that increase attack speed every round,
Yeah.
eventually your attack speed just gets so ridiculous that
Yep.
your CPU is literally not capable of making that many computations. And so that's another thing where the devs just had to come out and say, like, look, you're breaking physics, so we're going to put a cap on attack speed, and beyond this number, everything goes into damage. Because if you were, it's all multiplicative increases. Like if you keep
Yeah.
upgrading attack speed by 20% every round, eventually you'll get to a state where it's like, my CPU doesn't have that many cycles per second. So that gives you an idea of how breakable this game is and how much crazy damage and HP you can get. And it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to break the game. I love that the developers just embraced that idea and just said like, break our game. We want you to break our game mathematically. Um, yeah. So yeah, big recommendation for Nidica and Nine Kings. Valve says game I wish came out this year at the quality it should have. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. Global tragedy. It never came close to what it should have been. I've not played that one, so I can't comment too much.
I
on it.
so that was maybe this is a good note to end on tonight too, but I highly recommend watching a YouTube video. It's from Matt McMuscles. He does a lot of deep dives into game developments that had troubled developments, and it's a series called What Happened. He's got a lot of like insider knowledge. He's got a lot of context, so they're really informative, and he does such a good job. And I love watching his videos. One of his most recent ones was on the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, and I was like, "What happened?" Like, unironically, I yelled at, "Yeah, what did happen to that game?" Because I remember seeing news about it, and it was like so much hype because the first one was such a cult hit, and it had a lot of jank, and I'm like, "Yeah, but you can fix jank like nowadays." So if they'll bring back the original writer and stuff. And I was like, "This is a slam dunk." And yeah, he does a 20-minute video on like, well, this is what happened. And there is a running theme with so many of these games that have trouble development cycles. And I hope you're sitting down, but oh, you are good. It's usually execs that don't know the first thing about game design, getting their dirty fingers into everything and screwing it all up.
What?
Who knew?
You're telling me executives can be the enemy of creatives?
What? I know, it's weird.
I've never encountered that before in my entire career. The King is watching. Maybe I'll just quickly pop that in like a C. Just because we were talking about Nidica and Nine Kings, and the King is watching belongs in that group. It's trying to do the same.
Good, huh?
I don't think so. Look, I think you will find people who disagree with me on that. I think you will find people who really like The King is Watching. It's similar deal, auto battler, spatial efficiency, lots of bonuses, mathematical puzzles, all that. But the main differentiating factor of that one is you have an area, like you have an area where you're building, and then you have a smaller area where the king is watching. And work only happens where the king is watching.
Yep.
And so you can move that around. So, if you build something over here, it's not working. So you can change, okay, now the king is watching over here. So that's generating water. Maybe you need water. The forest is over here. So you drag it over there. Now it's generating wood. But your whole space is not working at any one time. You can upgrade the area that the king is watching. And there are other upgrades that you can do. I guess I just didn't like the idea of like my whole space not working at once. But I do acknowledge that there's strategy that comes along with that. I think you'll find people who do like that, and they appreciate the extra strategy that comes along with like now I got to move over here, now I got to move over there. I don't know. To me, it felt like I didn't love just having this smaller space and to make sure they're working and they make sure they're working, constantly moving it around.
I literally just
I
picked
find
this game up because winter sales. I picked up 3 games, and that one had been on my wish list since before it was released. So it was always one of those, hey, when it goes on sale, I'll probably pick it up. When it came out, it got good reviews. A lot of people saying like, yeah, it's really fun. I was like, great. I said, that's a game that I'm pretty keen to check out in that regard. It's the only time I'm keeping an eye on a game way before its release, and then like after its release, I go like, oh, okay, I'll take that off now because it doesn't look good. It's when you get those mixed reviews where it's like, look, this is what I was expecting, and I'm like, yes, from the trailer, that's what I thought too. But then they go into like, okay, but it does it this way, or it does, this mechanic doesn't work, or it's completely broken, like it crashes all the time. And when you see that across the board, that's when I go, okay, that's a game that I just don't feel like I've got too many other games that are waiting in the wings, and I don't have time to play a game that's mid in that regard or below mid. God, how many games did we play? Oh my goodness!
I even played another one since we had our last stream. I've beaten the game Chants of Sonar. Chants as enchanting. Of Sonar, which is a language puzzle-based game. All about climbing a tower, and you encounter different civilizations that all speak different languages, and you have to sort of like use logic to work out what means what when you witness people interacting with each other and look at their books and stuff. Pretty good. I think I'd rate it pretty highly. I haven't added like that one to this list, so we'll just we'll just say it's a decent game. You should check it out. All right. This might be too small to for me to do the random thing. So maybe we should just like.
Oh yeah, you can just pick them now. Like we've actually narrowed this list down. Finally, we gave it a good whack on the head.
Well, one game that has been very popular in my households, mostly not due to me, although I do enjoy it, is Balatro. So.
S. Yeah.
Probably is too. Probably is.
It's so good.
Yeah.
This is one of the most addictive numbers go up games that that is just striking this wonderful balance between like randomness, but also planning, and just when you nail like this combination in the game, and it's something that you're actually going for, not just it happened out of the blue. It feels really good. It is so fun. However, it's super addictive. Like I can see how gambling would be addictive for me after playing Balatro, man. It's really, really good. We
Better than gambling. It's
it's
a
so
lot
much
more
better.
fun than actual poker. Yeah.
Yeah, it's what it was like $5 or something. It was so cheap, and I bought it and loved it, and my partner also loved it, so she bought it on her. I want to say a phone, so she could play it like separately.
Yeah, it's a part of the Apple Plus gaming thing. So it's if you got the Apple Plus thing as a family or whatever, that's what we've got, and so it's just free. You get all those games free.
Nice,
So yeah, definitely, but
really good
it's
game.
worth paying for anyway.
Oh yeah, I really really enjoyed this. I could see why it won so many awards and whatnot. I'm like, yeah, I would have given that all the awards. It was so clever.
Yeah. So Lieutenant Twinkie Doe in the chat says, "Can you elaborate on why Silk Song is in C tier?"
Um,
And
Oh
I should
boy.
say, for if anyone's watching and wondering, I'll probably put this up on YouTube as well. So, like in the previous stream, we did all these, but I'll put this up on YouTube. But I guess what's the brief version of the rants that you gave? This was mainly your game. I haven't played Silk Song.
Yeah, yeah. It was I mean, in there is what could have been an absolute double S tier game, because Hollow Knight was fantastic. And I thought it was a slam dunk to make a sequel to it, and had complete faith in the developers. But it was just too many things put into the game that were completely unfun. I know a lot of people whinged about the run backs, and I wouldn't put that down to difficulty. I just put that down to unfun game mechanics, dynamics,
Yeah.
that just destroy the fun out of the game. It's not fun to fight a hard boss 10 times in a row and finally nail it, when you have to do these crappy runbacks with these kiting enemies that are just such a pain in the ass to fight against. Like, it's like I said, it's just not fun. And granted, I'm not the most patient person when I'm playing games, and some games definitely teach you to be patient, and that's how you're meant to play in terms of combat and stuff. But oh boy, I felt like, had they play tested this really well with people who weren't making the game, these issues would have popped up straight away, big time. So that's why it's in C tier, because it feels like it was, you had this beautiful painting, it was like this mosaic, beautiful painting up on the wall, and then someone just decided to come and take a shit on it.
Oh,
So
wow.
underneath the shit is a really good game.
Don't mince your words. If I'm looking at like a couple of days have passed, and if I'm looking at this tier list, I don't know. The one thing I would maybe change is putting Battlefield 6 a bit lower.
Do tell.
I mean, we had a whole discussion at the end of the last stream about Battlefield 6 and the codification of it, and the smaller maps, the lessened consequence of death, how people can get into position after respawning very quickly. And it all just kind of feels like a bit of a mess with random spawns, as opposed to something like Battlefield 2. I don't know, maybe I just forgot to place Battlefield 6, or were you? I can't remember. Were you defending Battlefield 6? Were you?
No, I haven't played it.
Okay. So if it's only up to me, then I might put it at B.
Okay.
I don't know. What do you reckon, Twinkie Doe? I have feelings about Battlefield 6. I think my main argument from the last stream was that people were really, really wanting like a modern Battlefield, that was just like a normal Battlefield game, harkening back to the old days. And what they instead got was a more codified experience, which makes sense with Vince Zampella at the helm. And the beta was even more Call of Duty than the release game. So they did kind of like listen a bit to player feedback, and they toned down the sliding on the ground a little bit, and some of the accuracy of while sliding and stuff like that. B or C for Twinkie Twinkie is B or C. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, like it did very well on launch. But my personal theory on that is just people wanted a Battlefield game. Like people were really in the mood for a modern, normal Battlefield game, and then what they got was a little bit different, and that maybe explains why. Like my Steam list was like everyone playing Battlefields one day, and then the next day my Steam list was everyone playing Arc Raiders. So anyway, we'll move that Battlefield one down a bit. Now, Twiggy has still had fun during beta and early in launch, but I lost interest quite quickly. Yeah, I did too. Yeah, I mean, I was enjoying the idea of a Battlefield 6 more than I was enjoying Battlefield 6. I didn't really want another Call of Duty. But moving on to BAR, Beyond All Reason. This is an RTS game. Sorry, what's that?
I did not play this at all.
Oh, you didn't play this one? Okay, so this is an interesting one to talk about in terms of a tier list because this, for those who don't know, Beyond All Reason is an RTS in the vein of Total Annihilation, or Planetary Annihilation for the more modern one, or Supreme Commander. Those games where the resources are more about flows than stocks, flows of energy, flows of minerals. But this is a community-made project. It's a free game. I don't believe it's on Steam yet, so you just go to the Beyond All Reason website and download it there. But it's free. It's forever free. They have like a merch store where you can try to give them money, and if that attempt will fail because the merch store doesn't work right now. So there's currently like no way to give them money. I think they don't accept like normal donations. So you just download the game and play it. It's a really good like Total Annihilation, like modern version of it. There's a ton of quality of life improvements. They've thought of a lot of really good stuff, and with every sort of like generation and step up in sort of like figuring out the UI for games like these, where you have like really, really large scale robot battles. And it becomes all about, like your gather points and the formations that automatically happen when you give orders, and, different types of patrol, and like, it becomes about how can you give complex orders very quickly, without the UI getting in the way. And so Beyond All Reason's really good with that sort of stuff. One thing to note about it is the standard way to play this game is 8 versus 8. And so that comes with benefits and drawbacks. The benefit is you get these huge robot battles, which are awesome. I mean, you can this is one of the games you zoom in and just watch the battle for a little bit because it looks so cool. The drawback is it's hard to get 16 players in a game. When you're in a public lobby and they're, matchmaking server thing, it's hard to just get the game going. And then when you do, there's people dropping out. You get some griefers. There's currently such a low player population that it's hard to get a game that's just for newer players, because a lot of the more experienced players, they just want games. So they're willing to come into the noob lobbies and just play in the noob lobby, and they're going to destroy everyone in the noob lobby. And they don't care. And then they're going to get mad at you for not playing right. So it's not just me saying it. If you go to the Reddit or whatever, you'll find that Beyond All Reason does have a little bit of a toxic community. It is what it is. It's kind of a shame. Yeah, it's a shame. I mean, a part of me wonders if that's just always going to happen when your game needs to be 8 versus 8 as an RTS. I don't know, because you're everyone's investing so much time in this thing where if one player out of 16 leaves 5 minutes in, it's like it sucks. But anyway, worth checking out. If the warning is there, my warning about the community is there. And other than that, it's a freaking awesome game. Like they've done a really good job with streamlining the controls and everything. So yeah, moving along. You played some Blueprints, didn't you, Adam?
I didn't. It is on my list of games to
Oh, you didn't
play.
play this one.
No. And I was thinking about playing it in the lead up to our stream, but I was playing other games instead and unlocking achievements in a game that's currently in the A tier
Did
there.
did that game rhyme with Schmeidica?
It might have. Oh dear, that's such an addictive game. But no, I didn't play Blueprints, and I've seen a lot of people play it, and to me, it looks like a game I'd really enjoy.
You're proving why Nidica's in the A tier.
Oh god,
It's
definitely.
it's hard to quit you, Nidica.
Mhm.
Okay, well, Blueprints, I guess that's on me then. This is another household favorite. This is one where Blueprints, I'll explain it first. It's a puzzle game in the vein of, I guess you can call it close to like Myst or something, or The Witness. There's a mansion that you inherit as a young boy, and the mansion, you can explore it and all its rooms and secrets, but it changes every day. The room layout changes every day, and your goal is to get to the end of the mansion, into the final room, and then the house, fully becomes inherited by you. And along the way, you discover other secrets about the family fortune and heritage. So there's some lore stuff to be discovered, but there's also gameplay, puzzle stuff to be discovered, and the puzzles are really good in this game. The feel of going through the world is also very good. There's a limit to how many steps you can take every day. So you've got like I forget how much it is, like 40 steps or something, and then you can replenish some steps by eating food. So if you find an apple, you'll add like 5 steps or whatever it is. And if you reach 0 steps, um and I think it's like every time you enter a room or something that counts as a step. I forget exactly. But if you reach 0 steps, that's the end of your day. You're done. You come back the next day and the whole room layout of the mansion has changed. And so they're, in kind of like a roguelite fashion, there comes to be certain things that you can rely on. You eventually unlock things that you can use every day. You eventually unlock something that's permanent about the house that you can rely on. And then you build on those reliable things as you go forward. There's like a mechanism. I think it's like a mailroom or like a lost and found or something, as a mechanism for you to like um, put something into safety so that the next day you can come back and retrieve it. So if you only got 5 steps left and you're like, oh, I've got a really useful item, put that into the safety deposit or whatever. Come back the next day and then make proper use of it. So there's some things that carry over across the days. But yeah, I think the long and short of this one is great puzzles, great atmosphere. If you want to get into the story, that part's great too. The main criticism of it is the randomness in how the rooms are arranged as you move forward. So like every time you like the room layout is not sort of set in stone every time you start a day. Instead, what happens is every time you go to open a door, it rolls like 3 different rooms for you to choose from. Um, and so it's picking out of a pool, almost like a deck of cards, and you can have some effect over the randomness in this regard. You can have some effect over what's in the pool, and what's more likely to pick. Some of the rooms can be like, you can get an item where you can rotate rooms after they're picked. So like, you can choose, this room, like say for example, you might get a room with only 2 doors. So it's useful to be able to rotate that, because if your exit door goes into like a solid wall, or just goes into the outside wall, and not into a potential other room, then that means your day is done. Like if you need to have doors that continue into the mansion, otherwise your day is just done. So doors become a little bit of a resource. It's a bit of a balancing factor. Like you can have a room that gives you like some gems and some food, but only has 2 doors. You know, that's a bit of a balancing factor. Or you can have a room that gives you nothing with 4 doors. You know, the 4 doors might be more useful there. So yeah, there's the randomness was kind of one of the criticisms that this game had. But I would say, and I do agree with that criticism, but I still think the game is definitely worth checking out.
I would say randomness when it comes to roguelikes, which is, they go hand in hand. I've never played a good roguelike that didn't have a degree of randomness or RNG in it. And I find like if they can hit the balance, and don't ask me where that balance is, I think developers who have knocked this out of the park clearly a lot more intelligent than me. Because when they nail it, it feels so good because now I feel like playing another round, trying a different build, trying a different way, trying a different strategy. And the RNG on top of that just makes it a little bit more exciting. But if it's to the point where you're literally like it's decided before you even start if you're going to win or fail, like based off that randomness, then that sucks.
Yeah.
But did they get the balance right in that game at least?
I'm going to say no.
Okay.
I'm going to say, especially towards the ends, and then after you beat the game, there's a whole end game thing with more in-depth puzzles and more in-depth lore. But I would say it's one of those where you get like 60-70% of the through the game, you see the path to the end, and you're already a little bit tired of how the randomness works. But you just kind of have to keep grinding a bit, and you kind of hope the randomness goes your way, so you can get to the end. It is possible for RNG to just screw you in this game. Like it's possible, and it will happen a lot. Like it's not a once in a while kind of thing. It's like it's gonna happen. And then your day ends, and then you just start another day, and then you go through the house again. And after when you get to like end game stage, you have so many unlocks that it starts to get close to the stage where you can get to the end of the house kind of on demand.
Okay.
But even then, you'll get screwed by RNG sometimes. The trick is like when you get screwed by RNG, and it becomes obvious you're not going to get to the end of the house, to just take what you can in terms of like either resources or lore or puzzle knowledge, right? Because in some cases, like maybe you didn't get to the end of the house, but you did unlock a new room that you haven't seen before. So you can explore that room. It'll give you knowledge about other rooms. It'll give you knowledge about puzzles that you can use in the future. So that, rather than giving you an item or something that carries over between days, instead you have knowledge that carries over between days, and you can use that in the future. So that's the trick, is seeing it that way. Like, RNG screwed me, but I did
something out of
grow. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I mean, it is kind of annoying. Like, especially like when you get into endgame, some of the puzzles, like the endgame puzzles, require you to get like 4 low probability rooms lined up in a line, um, so that they can like connect some stuff together. And even with all of your like RNG affecting items and stuff, it's like it's still so low probability that you get it.
Mm.
That becomes annoying. But this became a favorite in this house because I was playing it. I showed my partner. She fell in love with it as well. And then we had 2 different games going. She was playing in the living room, and I was playing in the office. And I would walk in there and then help her out with some of the puzzles. And then occasionally she'd come in the office, and then we'd do puzzles together. And then one positive thing that can be said for the game is that we both went on 2 very different paths in terms of unlocks and like story and stuff. So yeah, her game was very different to my game, which I think is a good thing.
Good. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
going to say, if you can get a game that does that, I actually think that's really, really good.
Yeah. Yeah. So a lot of positives with that one.
I can see
Um,
why it's in A tier.
it was definitely one of the, indie sensations of the year, one of the most talked about games. So yeah, do believe the hype. It's a great game, but also, yeah, be aware the randomness is a bit how you going. It's a bit how you going, mate. Clover Pit, this is one of yours.
So you haven't played this.
I haven't played this one.
So this was, I'm pretty sure Devolver sent this one out as well.
A tier. This game was super fun as well. The reason that it's not an S tier with Balatro is because it didn't quite have the depth that Balatro had. And these in Clover Pit, for those who haven't played it, you're essentially locked in this room, and you have to, use the what are they called? Poker machine. God, listen to me. The poker machine to hit a certain threshold in terms of coins, and you paid those coins to get to the next round. If you couldn't do it, the floor drops out, you die, you restart.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just very, very dark. So think about games in terms in the vein of, say, Buckshot Roulette. That's probably a pretty close comparison if I'm going there. So obviously you can unlock things that affect, if numbers show up more, or if you get this certain pattern, it's worth more, higher multipliers, different unlocks as it goes along. Um, it never hit the depths of games that really knocked this out of the park, and there's been a handful. Um, this was really fun, but it really needed that I'd say more clever development underneath the skin and a better end game than what we actually got. So that's in my opinion, a minor criticism because I enjoyed the hell out of it, and I played it enough to figure out that the end game just basically there's a secret ending that you can get, and you're thinking, oh, this number's going up. I'm now in room number 2, and if you do it again, now you're in room number 3, and it's not easy to get this ending. However, you get to 5 or 6, and I was like, oh, it just keeps going up. There's nothing there. That's not
No.
that's not exciting. And if there is, it's say like 90 or something like that. I don't give a crap. That's no, it's not fun enough to get that. So I kind of felt like it would have been nice if there was that that hidden story or lore or something that was going underneath, and oh, you can unlock this extra bit if you get this, and then go there, and if you do it 10 times, then you'll get the proper special ending or whatever. That would have been nice. But hell of a lot of fun. Very easy to play. It's a very relaxing game in terms of, you just sit there and you click and you go there and you click again, and then you look over there and you click there. So you can have it with something else going on in the other screen or computer. Easy one to recommend in that regard. I personally think it's fun and pretty easy to recommend. I think it was also on Game Pass. So a lot of people probably got it through there as well.
If Garfield thinks it's fun, then it's fun.
Yeah, Garfield recommendation.
Garfield recommendation. Desperate Place.
Oh, okay. So, I'm trying to think. Did you? Oh,
I've never heard of this game.
okay. It's very similar to another game, which of course the name eludes me, but it's if you could think of tower defense slash RTS.
Already interested.
Yeah,
Had me
except
at
you
tower
have
defense.
but you have limited resources, and you only have places where you can build said towers and stuff, right? So, as every day night cycle goes, you build, and then at night, then all these things attack, and you know where they're coming from. Like it'll give you a warning. So it's like, oh, okay, I better build some. Do I build defenses here and let these turrets take care of them, or do I put more turrets and upgrade them so that I can just not even worry about that, or do I build over here and get more resources and just try and use my character to kind of help take those that wave out? I put it in B
Okay.
because I'm gonna absolutely kill myself because there was a game that came out about a year ago, and it's very, very, very similar. And essentially, you control like this little king, and again, you have dedicated places where you can build things, whatever turrets you want, and follows the same kind of day-night cycle of build and then see how you go. I thought that game was better designed. I like the setting in Desperate Place more because I like the whole sci-fi setting. But this God, I'm gonna tell you what. When you edit this later, I'll tell you the name. And you can just like flash it up on screen.
Oh yeah.
But
So,
yeah. But the other game, I felt like the higher difficulties and whatnot, and unlocking certain achievements. I felt like I wanted to do that more, and then I wanted to get high scores. And to get those high scores, actually, there was a lot more involvement. I never felt that need with Desperate Place, and I don't know if that's fatigue from playing the other game for I don't know how many hours, but
This one was really good, just not on the same level. And B is a great place for it. It's like I said, it's a really fun game. Um, but it didn't keep me going in terms of like late game high score chasing or anything like that.
Fair.
So if you like a kind of relaxed tower defense type game where you've got time to actually think about your moves and you don't have to think where you're going to put your placements and everything, they've done all that for you. And more of a laid back experience in that regard. So yeah, you won't be sweating playing this one, but you will have fun.
Cool. Yeah, Bees seems to be a place where like passable fun games are living at the moment.
Yeah.
Um, Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. I've seen you playing this on Steam a lot.
Yes. Yes, that is if it was a year ago, because I was playing this in early access, I would have said B tier because I had fun. But put it in A because I stopped playing for a while and then they had another big update. I don't know if it's version 1.0 and it's officially out of early access. I think it is. And boy, oh boy, have they just added a whole bunch more content in there. Um, Deep Rock Survivor, which is the universe and everything that this is from, it's essentially a game where you play one of four dwarves and you're mining asteroids in outer space. And you have four classes. And the idea is like you play co-op with friends and it's really fun, but you can play solo, especially if you just want to go and grind and unlock things. Deep Rock Survivor is they went, okay, we'll take that and then we'll take the Vampire Survivors gameplay style, so Bullet Heaven, and we'll be like, cool, you go through each layer, like say down one floor, down one floor, down one floor, and you've got to meet certain criteria, like mine so many of these things, kill the big bad bug or whatever. And they also have side quests, which you can try and do, but if you the more time you spend down there, the more likely you're going to get completely overwhelmed. And there's actual strategy into what you upgrade in terms of your weapons and items. And some things have much later game appeal, but you're not going to get there if you don't focus on the here and now in some regards. And you kind of just got to gauge that with each run that you're doing. With the new update that came out, they just basically added more different game modes that were reminiscent of the Deep Rock Survivor game itself. Deep Rock Galactic game itself. And I love that. And then they had all these like weapon challenges and everything that put in there. So more items that I could unlock, more upgrades. Really fun. It got a lot more polished, even though I felt it was pretty polished, but I thought it was a little bit thin in early access. The extra content just kind of boosted that up, and that's why it's in A tier right now.
Cool. So this was a separate game to the original, right?
Correct. Yeah. So I think the people behind Deep Rock Galactic, they knocked that game out of the park, and they ended up becoming publishers. So they've actually got 3 games, and this is one of them that are coming out underneath their umbrella, so to speak. And this was the first one to actually come out. They've got 2 more that are in development at the moment, and they are both looking really good as well. But yeah, I just love that they took the theme from a game that I already absolutely enjoy. I think I put like 500 hours into Deep Rock Galactic and still counting. And Deep Rock Survivor was just this fun single player experience, but like Vampire Survivors, and it's different, way different from Vampire Survivors. Like the Vampire Survivors is the original Bullet Heaven, which I already spoke about now, part 1. This one, I never feel like if you get to the point where you feel kind of really overpowered or like really strong, it feels really earned.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like if you say focus on one, you get a whole bunch of weapons, but if you focus on one in particular and you get it to a certain level, you basically get one of 2 choices in terms of its upgrade, and they're like the big like ultimate version of that weapon. And what I found fun was going back and then just going through these different weapons and going like, cool, I wonder what that one like turns into. Or, oh, I picked this one. I'm going to go back, do it again, pick the other one, see which one I prefer more. And depending on what you've got built around it, depends on which one's going to be more effective. But you've got the choice, and that's why this one was really enjoyable to just go back and do another run or another run. And I never felt that I had the games completely figured out to the point where every run was a cakewalk. I would still die if I started getting a bit laxy with things, trying some really fringe builds that just did not work and had no business working.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah.
I knew they had more money than God, but I didn't know what they were doing with it, and I guess this is it.
Yeah. So go check it out. That is also on Game Pass.
Okay, cool. Yeah, good to know. Effulgence RPG. I'm not going to talk for too long about this one. I played just the demo for this one, and I'll put some footage on screen on the YouTube video. But this one was a kind of like almost like a JRPG with ASCII art, and it's all very colorful ASCII art that makes up like all of the enemies and all the terrain and
For a trailer for this.
yeah.
Oh, it looks amazing.
Yeah, if you look up Effulgence, and so I would recommend playing the demo before playing the game, because the demo was enough for me to see that it was a bit much when when you're exposed to a lot of it. Like, it was kind of a lot. Like, I simultaneously love the art style and also it's a bit much. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, it's really, really great, really creative. I love the look of it. But after about 20 minutes of it, I'm like, oh, wow. It's like, that's like a lot. I need to, walk away for a little bit. So yeah, I ended up not buying it because of that. Yeah, it's really weird. It's like, it's one of those where it's like the game and the art style itself is like something where it's like, I want to put the art style in like the A tier, but also I want to put it in the C tier because even just on the dimension of the art style, it's like, man, I love it, but I just can't handle more than 20 minutes of it. So, I mean, if you look at the trailer or like I said, I'll put some footage on YouTube. And you'll see what I mean. It's intense. It comes at you a lot. And you have to be paying attention to it because like the timing of when you press a shoot button on one of your weapons, like does matter. Like it can be the difference between, you doing double damage or whatever. So you can't play with your eyes closed. Anyway, if you like the look of it, give it a go. But yeah, it's pretty intense. Drill Core, this is one of yours.
It is. You recommended this game to me.
I
You
don't
did,
remember it.
because
I don't remember it at all.
this was a while ago, but you recommended because you said like, oh, it's got like mining and stuff, and you love games like that. And I'm
You
like,
love anything with mines.
dude, I don't know what it is. It just hits that dopamine receptor like real good. Drill Core, what a really well done game. I initially was going to put this in D tier, and that was when I was playing early access, and I unlocked everything in early access. Then I had a break because once you unlock everything, there's not much in terms of late game. Since then, there was a 1.0 release and a bunch more content, but they fixed all the problems that I had. So some of the problems I had was in terms of like how you build, what weapons were effective, and why you should just not bother with some early on. And like, oh look, there's no point in upgrading these. Like you're not going to hold on to them. These enemies come along and they just do nothing to them, and it just takes up space. Besides adding a whole bunch of new content and new items and different like paths for your upgrades and whatnot, I felt like the rebalancing was just top tier, and that's why A tier for this one.
Hey.
So, for those who haven't played it, you essentially you got this team, and they're on a platform, and the whole point is the platform drills down to a certain level, and you want to get to a certain level where you can throw a bomb into the core so that the planet you're on can get an atmosphere again. That's the side part. Like you don't have to worry about that because it's really all about that platform. And every time you go down, you get a whole bunch of new mining area to go through. You get items and resources, and you can use those to say, I need more workers, or I need more attackers, or I need this thing here gives me passive upgrades on like how fast people can move, or I need more weapons up above because every time it hits nighttime, like you get a wave of enemies. And obviously every time you go down, or sorry, every night, those waves get more and more like dangerous, so to speak. So you can't just waste all your time, be like, no, I'll take my time with each level and get absolutely everything and just put it all into like my work. It's like, yeah, but then you'll go down another level and then that night something will come along and just completely destroy your base. And you'll learn that as time goes on. Like you learn like what are the good things to kind of go with. You'll have your own strategy as like what you think is going to work better. And I don't think from my playthrough there's limited strategies, but there's not one strategy.
Hmm.
And that was really, really good. If a game can do that, that makes it more enjoyable to go back and say, do another run. And like all good roguelikes, once you finish, you get points and you can spend those points to be like, oh, I want to start with these things, or I want to start with more resources and, just like boost up whatever your starting position is. And there's different, there's different cores as well. Like it's like the new content patch that came out really just transformed the game well. So
I can
I
see
was
why I
really, really
recommended
happy
this
with
to
it.
you because, like, this hits all of your keywords. Like, anything that's got mines, cores, drills, waves, like, these are your, like, it's like Adam SEO.
Someone's got a camera in here, man. um, it's
AI
really good. It
optimized
was a great
the game for you.
recommendation.
Yeah, yeah. I know my
Really
guy.
fun. So absolutely go check that game out. I'm like was really, really happy with it. Devs did such a good job with it.
Nice. We got to talk about Berserker Kazan for a little while.
Okay.
So grab your tees, put your feet up, because this game is this. So for those who know a YouTuber named Ongball, I don't know if you would have seen a YouTuber named Ongball, but if anyone's watching and is like an Elden Ring player or played any other sort of Souls likes or action games, because I think he occasionally gets into stuff like Devil May Cry or Ninja Gaiden, but he mainly does Souls likes. And this guy made his whole YouTube channel off of just playing these games well and stylishly. So like there's like there are Crucible Knights in Elden Ring that are hard to take on, and he recorded videos of himself like taking on the Crucible Knights, and then while the Crucible Knight like gears up for another attack, he's just walking away from it casually, doing like a cinematic sort of emote to avoid an attack, like all these really flashy things. And like
It's cool.
he'll basically like be styling on bosses, and then he started like getting famous, and then he started taking on like Melania, and the final boss in the Elden Ring DLC, Shadow of the Erdtree, was kind of infamous for a while for being hard. So he was just styling on that boss, like changing weapons when he didn't need to, like using weird niche spells that no one uses to shut down the boss in interesting ways. So anyway, he got famous doing that kind of stuff. He branches out into other games. Um, he does a lot of Souls-like stuff, and one of the games he's been playing is Berserker Kazan. And I think he had a similar reaction to this game that I did, where uh, I was surprised at how much depth is in Berserker Kazan,
Mhm.
and I think he was too. And like he likes to obviously explore the combat system very deeply to come up with these flashy ways to beat bosses. And I think he was digging into this one and going like, "There's actually a lot more here than we expected." Um, at first glance, it looks like kind of like a Code Vein because it's like a Souls-like anime style, with a parry system. Right off the bat, I'll say that the parry system in this game scratches that Sekiro itch better than Clair Obscur, because I mean that's a JRPG anyway. People were kind of making that comparison, like, oh, it's got a Sekiro parry, um, but like obviously not. Sekiro is the ultimate Sekiro, but like the thing that comes the closest for me is Berserker Kazan. Like it really gets that parry system right,
Yeah.
and it also offers you opportunities, true to the title, where it's got a posture bar similar to Sekiro. So like you get enough parries and enough attacks in, you're gonna break their posture. Um, I would say the vulnerability window is longer in Berserker Kazan, because that's your chance to go berserk. So it's like true to the name. It's like in Berserker Kazan, when you stagger the boss, you get an opportunity to just do your longest combo. Just whatever you can put together in the combat system, just lay it on the boss, and then then there's a reset and you start doing it all over again. Bosses usually have multiple phases. Um, the bosses are like really well designed, really cool art style. They're unique. The story and like the world, it's like uh, it's all just better than you would expect. And like the one thing that I would say is maybe a bit lacking is like the world enemies in the lead up to a boss are not as fleshed out as like maybe an Elden Ring or something like that. But look, when these games come out, like these Souls likes, the highest compliment that you can give them is like a genuine comparison to their source material, right?
Mhm.
Like if you're a Souls like and you're getting compared to Dark Souls as opposed to just other imitators,
Yeah.
and people are going like, "Well, Souls did this better, but this did this better." Like that's the highest compliment.
Well, you
Um,
already hit that tier then.
yeah, and so for this one, for me to be going like, "Well, this one really comes close to Sekiro on this," and it's like it gets this part where the fact that I'm even talking about these two games in the same kind of thing, that's an enormous compliment for Kazan. Um, so I wanted to talk about that Ongball YouTuber because he just released a video saying Berserker Kazan is his action game of the year.
Oh, wow.
And I agree with him in that like Berserker Kazan has been absent from a lot of people's like discussions about the best games of the year. Like, I don't even think it appeared at the Game Awards. Maybe someone can correct me on that. Like I didn't see Berserker Kazan show up at the Game Awards.
It did seem
Um,
it came and went earlier in the year
yeah,
in
maybe this
terms
is
of, like, everyone actually being hype about it.
yeah, who knows? Maybe there's a bit of recency bias. But yeah, it needs to be in the best games of the year conversations because um, I think a lot of people would have looked at it. I mean, I had expectations when I walked into it, and halfway through I was like, man, this is just blowing my expectations out of the water. This game's great. Um, so it's out of all the Souls likes, I would compare it most to Sekiro. So if you're the type of person who plays Sekiro and you really like the parry system, and you've been waiting for something to scratch that itch, then this is it.
If if you could compare it to another game that often doesn't get mentioned when we're talking Souls, like Bloodborne, because
Yeah.
Bloodborne was more about, I still haven't played it, but I've had a friend that's, he it's his game of the century, right? He loves it to death, and I think he likes the more, like, dodging, parrying mechanics than, blocking and then timing thing. So he likes the more aggressive nature of the gameplay. Does Kazan actually hit that in terms of, like, it's clearly taking, inspiration from Dark Souls and Sekiro and whatnot, but from the sounds of it, you play more aggressively in terms of combat.
It's a little more aggressive. I wouldn't say as aggressive as Bloodborne. I mean, there's a level of play in Berserker Kazan that is above me. Uh, so I'm more of a Souls player. I'm more of an Elden Ring player. That sort of reactive combat system makes sense in my mind, and it gels really well with me.
Mhm.
But yeah, I know people who like Bloodborne better, like the former editor of Game Informer AU, David Milner. If anyone was a fan of Game Informer, he likes Bloodborne better than Souls, and he was like, it's just one of those things. Like Souls doesn't do it for him, but Bloodborne just really gets him.
Do you sit him down
Um,
and say, "It's okay to be wrong, David"?
yeah, pretty much. um, but yeah, I mean, I would maybe say Kazan is somewhere in the middle. Um, eh, because like you definitely have to react. There are moments where the boss takes control and you just
Mhm.
have to react. But there's a lot of like tit for tat stuff where it's like if you're really good, you can find openings that other players don't find. And some of the skill tree uh, like abilities, they allow you to get in like little hits where you wouldn't normally do it. Like there's one where it's like after every parry, you can get in like a little tap right after
Mhm.
that. So it's like instead of just doing a parry, 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 you're doing like parry tap, parry tap, parry tap. And it doesn't seem like a lot of damage because it's just one tap. But like over the course of the entire fight, you are
Yeah.
doing a lot more damage. So like if you're at that level of play where you can like intelligently be a bit more aggressive, then yeah, there's a lot of opportunities for you.
Well, that's important to people who are say make speedrunners or whatever. Like they just want to style on them or anything. Who knows? It's that higher tier of players that go like, oh, there's this skill that I can unlock and play the game. And fighting games are no different. Like you can teach say pick up Street Fighter 6 and pick a handful of characters. Say I could teach you anyone a combo on these characters that is like it's decent damage. So say someone just does a move and it's like cool. You've got your pick of the litter here to what combo you want to use. I could show them how to do it like a decent combo where it's like it's not just one move you do, it's like hit, 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 and then oh, that took out significantly more damage.
Mhm.
However, when you go to say the pros and even the semi-pros, they're looking for something that's a little more optimized, and they're like, no, that extra 10% matters, or that extra 5% matters, or I build more meter off this, or this one has corner carry, so I do less damage, but it's more important that they're in the corner here.
Mm.
And I like that games can kind of have that tier, if you will, that skill tier where it's fun to play here, but there's more to learn. If you want to learn, and you don't have to, and if you like that, well, there's a little bit more as well. I think that again is a very hard thing to develop and get right. And it sounds like Kazan has that.
Yeah, it's a good comparison because like you can play this game like a normal Elden Ring or like a Souls or like a Sekiro. Like you can just walk into it and play it like that if you want, and that's fine, and you'll have fun. But with the fighting games, like you bring up, like they've got I think they call it like the term max punish. Like so, when you get
Yes.
like your opponent in a vulnerable state, like what is your max punish?
Hmm.
And that's something that like the Elden Rings don't really have because a lot of times when the boss is like super vulnerable, you'll just do a critical attack or like you'll just do one really big attack and then they'll get like staggered out of it and then they'll back away and then you reset. But in fighting games, yeah, you'll have your max punish combo for those moments. And in Kazan, you theory craft through the skill tree and all that what your max punish is going to be. And so I like that you not only have to think about it ahead of time, but you also have to execute it. And then there's enough of a vulnerability window with the bosses so that, when you see them staggered in that way, it's like, all right, it's time to bring out the max punish. And then you feel like Berserker Kazan. And like to give you like it seems like the type of thing that anyone would be able to pull out an awesome combo, but I look at the combos that I put together and it's like all right, whatever. And then I go and watch that Ongball guy on YouTube. He's got a max punish,
He's got to
man.
figure it out. Yeah.
He,
He's like, I've optimized this and I theory crafted it overnight.
he knows what he's doing. Go look. Anyone can go look at the he just put up a video saying, Berserker Kazan is my action game of the year. And the video is basically it's just him just thrashing a boss from start to finish. And it's a good watch. Uh, so,
I'll have to go check
um,
that out.
yeah. So we'll move on. That's all I'll say about that for now. But yeah, go check out Berserker Kazan. Exophobia is the next one.
Okie dokie. Fell in love with this one from the trailer. It's stylistically, it's got basically Wolfenstein 3D graphics, and I was like, oh, an FPS, maybe built more modern, but like took the graphical inspiration, and you're essentially taking out so enemies who have essentially boarded. Infiltrated your ship and they've killed pretty much everyone. So you're looking to get revenge and whatnot. Now, there is a fatal flaw in this game, and I'll get to it. And that's the reason I'm going to put it in C. So we can nestle down and C there. The reason I'm not putting it higher, um, and it would have gotten higher if it wasn't for this one thing. So it's not just about like going to a room and kill everything. Like there's clearly that aspect too. Um, but your
you're kind of solving puzzles, and you have floors that you go up and down. And sometimes it's oh, I need to go up to floor 4, but now I can do this thing that I figured out. I can go over to that section and then drop down the elevator there, and now I'm in a new section on the previous floor, and so on and so forth. So you're going up and down all the floors, unlocking more and more as it goes along. Now, the puzzles themselves were actually, some of them I thought were actually quite clever. It stumped me for a long time. Like, oh, hang on, what if I try this? Like, oh, that worked. That's great. And there's some like little hidden Easter eggs in there, which that's nice to have, I guess. The reason that it's in C though is that you do have a map, and you press tab, you can bring up the map. You're like, great, I can see the areas that I maybe need to go to, and I can see where I currently am. For whatever reason, the developers thought that that was too easy to have. You have limited time that you can view the map, and it recharges every time you go back to a save point. The problem there is that you can like drift away and you're exploring, and you go like, oh, hang on, actually, I can't remember where I am because of the graphics. Things are kind of distinct, but you can easily get lost. And when you can easily get lost, now you don't have enough energy to view your map. I feel like it's such a decision, you know what I mean? Like, why did you do that? Like, I do want to hear from the developer and go, this would have been better if I could just view the map at any point, zoom in, zoom out, more things on the map that I know where to go to. The only thing I can think of, and this is just conjecture, is that maybe the dev thought that that was too easy having that there, and the game would be completed too quickly.
Right.
I would retaliate to that, saying like, people are here for a good time, not a long time.
Yeah.
Just because the game goes longer does not make it more fun. That was when I started really hitting those I'm lost, I don't know where to go, because you'll go down paths and get different elevators, and you'll be going all over the place. And when you find you're doing that more than actually then finding new rooms, or fighting new bosses and all that, um, that's when it's the fun starts to go away from it. And I didn't like that aspect, and that's what brought it down to C. So
Hmm.
I mean, the game could still be patched. You know, there could be updates that come along with it, to make it easier to navigate through the levels. And in my opinion, that would only benefit the game more.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, it's like from a gameplay perspective, there's the whole thing about checking the map, but then there's also from like a just a fantasy perspective, like, you know, the aesthetics and the story that you put on an element, like just the idea of needing energy to check the map doesn't feel like a good like a fantasy that makes
Yeah,
sense.
it doesn't make any sense at all. And the thing is, like, every time you go to new sections and you find your way to a new big boss battle or something like that, some of these boss battles are hard. Like, you can't just go and just go, oh, I'll just shoot them and then dodge an attack or something. You actually have to think about, like, there's some strategy with each one of them, and it's fun. Like, the combat felt fun for a game that is meant to look like the first FPS game that was ever made. They definitely added like more things to it, but boy, oh boy, that map, and now the reliance of having to just like constantly re-explore things, re-explore. Am I going the right way? Oh, maybe I'm not. I'll go back. Oh no, I don't have energy. I can't look at my map. Where am I? And then you'll just go to the next save point just so you can try and figure out where the hell you are. It's just a really weird choice. Yeah.
Damn. Well, the next two are going to be fun. The next three are going to be. The next four are going to be fun.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Actually, I'll put 5 on that. Yeah.
okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Frostpunk 2 is the next one up. Did you play this one at all?
No, once again, this was another one that you, I think, recommended it, and another friend recommended it because they really enjoyed it. But it's on the list of games that haven't even installed them yet.
Yeah. Oh, so you bought it?
I think it was free on Game Pass.
Oh, cool, cool, cool. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
free.
I mean, for anyone who hasn't played the first Frostpunk, um, this is like this belongs in the genre of winnable city builders. So I also include games like They Are Billions in this category, where it's like it's a city builder with challenges, and then it does have an endpoint that you can win. And um, and they are billions. The main hazard is the zombies. In Frostpunk, the main hazard is the snow and the cold. And you build a city outward in a radial fashion, um, stretching outward from one main heater, where you burn a whole bunch of coal for heat, and then the city sort of like expands outward from that, and you try to build in a way that um, sends heat to the outer suburbs and stuff like that. So in Frostpunk 2, it's expanded a little more. The cold is actually a little less oppressive in Frostpunk 2 because the planet has kind of like gotten a bit less cold, and it's possible to stretch further out. But there's more of a political system in the way that you run the city, and you actually end up managing several cities because you expand outwards, and you build a sort of trade network between the cities. So something it was impossible to do in the time of Frostpunk 1 because it was just like too damn cold. But in this one, yeah, so everything's a little bit bigger. I had an interesting experience with this one where I've only played like one or two full games of it. I was progressing in the campaign, and I was also reading this book at the time from a guy called Robert Caro, and he wrote about his earlier work was about a guy named Robert Moses in New York City. Who was the book was called The Power Broker, and Robert Moses is an example in New York City of someone who can hold unelected power for decades and be basically more powerful than the politicians. A lot of New York City was shaped because of Robert Moses's ideas and his whims. If you live in New York City, you're probably right next to a bridge or a monument or a park that is named after Robert Moses. So the guy, for about 50 years, he had like unelected, unchallenged power to the point where a governor or some other politician might have some ideas about how the city should be run, and then they'll have a meeting with Robert Moses, and they'll completely change their tune. And later on, the author Robert Caro went on to write about Lyndon Johnson, and he's got several books about Lyndon Johnson. But when he was writing about uh, Robert Moses, and I promise there's a point to this, but he was writing about Robert Moses. I guess his main thing was, I want to figure out how power works.
Yeah.
And especially there's elected power and there's unelected power, and he wanted to find out how both worked. So eventually he got into Lyndon Johnson with elected power, but Robert Moses was unelected power. Like, how do you become the power broker in New York City, unelected, for 50 years, telling the politicians what they can and can't do? How does that even happen? And the weird thing is, the political system of how you run a city in Frostpunk 2 is very close to the conclusions that Robert Caro came to in his book about Robert Moses. So Frostpunk 2 kind of sees the politics of it as like a puzzle. Like, you have different counselors with different objectives. They have different biases. They're serving different factions of the city, and those factions have different demands. Everything you do is going to, affect that faction's opinion of you, either negatively or positively. Lots of games have done that kind of a system before, but my sort of process of thinking in Frostpunk 2, where it's like, I wanted to enact a policy, but I couldn't do it without angering this faction. So in order to please that faction a bit more, I had to deal with this other faction. And in order to get the resources to do that, I had to go to this other place and make a sacrifice there. And instead of just being like a like sort of one stage problem solving activity, it's actually like a 4 or 5 stage sequence. So it's like you think it out ahead of time, and then you
Hmm.
think, okay, I can make this move if I do this sequence of events. And that was very similar to how Robert Moses thought. He was like, in order to get the votes for here, or in order to influence this politician in this way, I need to put pressure on, this farming settlement. In order to do that, I need to go to this person and, squeeze them a little bit. In order to do that, I need to do a favor for this guy. And it would be like a 3 or 4 stage problem that he would have to solve. Um, so I don't know. I give Frostpunk 2 extra points for that. I don't know if their developers did any research into, into this kind of stuff. Maybe they were just trying to design a good like politics system in their game.
Well, it's not completely unheard of. What you're talking about in those sorts of like it sounds like chess tactics, really. That's yeah, you probably watched a TV show or a movie that actually followed that mentality of like, oh, I need this, but in order to do that, I have to do this, and they want this, so you have to go down this chain. Um, I know a lot of TV shows have done this where it's like, oh, and 20 tiers down, they finally got that, and then it just all flowed up. I can think of anime I've watched which have done that over episodes, over episodes, over episodes. So it's not exactly a concept that is just, completely unique to the book you just mentioned. However, um, I can't remember a game that I played that actually kind of had that as a dynamic in terms of this is how you really should go about it, and you really need to think about these things.
Yeah, like I think a lot of games have included similar ideas, but just as a one stage thing.
Yeah.
1 or 2 stage where it's like, this is gonna piss a faction off, so I'll give them some money. Or like, this is gonna piss a faction off but number goes down, and I'll do something later to make sure number go up.
Yeah.
Um, so
This has
yeah, this takes it to like, a 4 or 5, 6 stage thing where you can solve the problem kind of within one move. So it's like you're presented with the problem. The council is meeting. You're talking to all the faction members. You're looking at all the policies you can enact, and you think it out ahead of time as if it's like a puzzle. And then you think, okay, I can make this move if I have this plan, and then you do it, and then you move forward sort of as a city. But yeah, as you say with chess, it's like, in chess you remove the defender, and then the defender might have a defender. So you work out how to remove that. That defender might have. So yeah, you go down that chain of logic. Um,
Mhm.
and yeah, it's very possible that the developers of Frostpunk 2 were not thinking about this at all. But it just so happened to be very, very close to how one of the biggest city power brokers of all time thought about how to run his city. Um, so that was pretty
We could
crazy.
probably we could have a whole episode or a stream based off this topic alone because I think it's very interesting. I think who was it? The philosopher Nietzsche spoke about a lot about power, and that's basically like in his view, everything was just different forms of power. And the reason I started thinking a lot about terms of power is because someone was hand on heart who just was totally convinced that the only power that is controlling the whole world is money. And I said, no, money is a go-between or a representation of power, like a trade that we all just agreed. Like, here is currency, and this currency will get the things that we actually want. So that means, in my view, is like the things that you want are the power. And yes, obviously, if you control more of the money, it's like yes, but how did you get control of that money? You had something that you could essentially get to the point where you're at where, okay, well, we can have this go between with money, but just remember, I control the internet or whatever. And one of my big things was, and this might relate to the book, is that influence itself is so being connected and having influence with those connections is probably one of the highest forms of power that you can absolutely ever have. And I think most when you have a look at some of the really rich people who are too rich to know better, really, but they're always they're always meeting with the other big powerful people, and they're not talking on the record with those people. They're meeting with politicians. Who's going to be the president? Well, they'll meet with both. It's most companies, I think in America, this is very true, but most companies in America will donate to both political parties, major parties.
Yeah,
And it's because it doesn't matter who wins. Like we get an audience with whoever wins,
we
and that audience. Yeah, exactly. And then once you have that audience, it's like, well, big surprise, you're going to find that decisions get made that benefit you, the company, and you're not going to get that without that access to those people, those connections, and that influence.
That's why they name a lot of their children Will, because Nietzsche said will to power.
Oh boy, now this is the part where I tell you that my son is named Will. But
Yeah,
it's
who's the dad here? Who's doing the dad jokes? Um, so we'll move we'll move
we'll
on to
move on.
Mechabellum.
S tier.
S tier, S tier, yeah.
I
Um,
loved it, man. What a great game.
yeah, what an awesome game.
Hmm.
Such a good game. We played a fair bit of this. We were playing a little bit of the 2v2. Mechabellum, for those who don't know, is an auto battler. And look, I've said it ad nauseum. I think Mechabellum takes the auto battler genre several steps ahead. It solves a lot of the problems that previous auto battlers had. I had the lead designer of Mechabellum on my podcast, Grok Ludo. Check it out, grokludo.com. The lead designer of Mechabellum. I was talking about how Mechabellum solved those problems of like Dota Underlords, Teamfight Tactics, Auto Chess. And funnily enough, the lead designer, Bearlike, he said, they started making Mechabellum before those games came out. But yeah, it was because it had a long prototyping phase. Like there were several different versions of it. There was a version of Mechabellum that was a lot more like Mahjong. There was a version of it that was a lot more like poker. And now he eventually landed on something that he says is more akin to Go, because you don't move the pieces once you've placed them, and every time you add a piece, it just adds to the board. And in Mechabellum, you put your big robots on your side of the field, and then you have big robot battles with the other side of the field, but you can't move them after you place them. And he experimented a lot in the early stages with the game, of like being able to move your pieces, maybe like a short way, or like maybe you had to pay more to move them. But he said it really clicked finally in terms of the game becoming fun when they just decided you can't move your pieces. But the funny part was that when he said, like, if Underlords and games like that had come out when they were, in the early stages of making Mechabellum, they might have just gone for that design. Like
So they actually took the lessons learned from those games where they failed and went, "Hey, we can make it better than that. Like, how do we solve this problem?"
No, he didn't. He wasn't even aware of it. Like,
Solve.
yeah, because Mechabellum was being made like so early that they were just solving their own problems independently. But he said, like, if when he started Mechabellum, he had already seen like Underlords or something, then he probably would have copied that design and just in
Yep.
like match 3, like 3 units makes the unit more powerful, that type of thing. Because he said he likes that design, and he was like, if I saw that early on, I probably would have just copied that. Uh,
That's a great story.
here's me telling him, like, your game solves the problems of that game. Like,
Yeah.
but
My take from this game is that it's incredibly strategic. I never lost a game and felt that I got unlucky. I felt like the other person just did the right things, like more than me. It was always just that step ahead. Maybe they had a late game and I just didn't see it until it was too late. Man, but 2v2 is so fun. It's that perfect blend of like you working together, but also independently. Boy, oh boy,
yeah.
I got mega hooked on this game. I'm sure you can attest to that. It was so fun, and even just seeing it there now, I'm like, yeah, I'd love to go back and play more games.
I'd love to play more Mechabellum. Looks great in
Mm.
4K, by the way.
Oh,
Those
okay.
big robot battles look great in 4K.
And they're still adding stuff. There's new units, there's new patches, balance patches. Oh,
Yeah,
seriously, everyone should go buy that game. It's cheap, it's addictive, it's fun with your friends, it's fun on your own.
it's the best
Go
auto
check it out.
battler. Like it's
Easily.
it's just the
Easily.
best auto battler. Yeah, like
Yep.
yeah. I mean, I love Underlords, but yeah, Mechabellum's just like superior. Like it's you can take an objective view and just say like, yeah, that's just superior game. I mean, it's a like Bear, like the lead designer was saying, like games like Dota Underlords and Teamfight Tactics, they're a bit more like mahjong and poker, and that you're playing against multiple people. But you know, because of that, and this is my opinion, not his, but because of that, you lose the ability to counter a lot.
Yes.
And
Exactly.
he did say something similar to this. Like he wanted to make a game where it was more about countering other players with strategies.
Oh yeah.
And so in Mechabellum, it's like 1v1 and 2v2, and you're facing the same person every round, as opposed to having it rotate. So you know what you're coming up against, and their board is hidden from you, so there's still a little bit of like, I don't know what they're going to do. But with some smart play, you can think about what their best next move is, account
Yes.
for that, and also introduce another problem for them, like all in the same move.
Yeah.
And that's like good Mechabellum play. And
It's
you
so
can't do
good.
that stuff in
I
other
love
auto
it.
battlers. Yeah.
You can't, and that's I mean, you absolutely nailed it with that description. That's you're so dominant in a round or a couple of rounds that you know that if they you know what they're going to do. They're going to upgrade this and they're going to put things here to stop this from happening because it's decimating their army right now. And you forced them into that. That was the strat. And because of that, it's like, well, because they're doing that, I'm going to get these things because those can't really do any damage to this. And haha, lol, I win again. And it's just always been those 2 steps ahead. And you'll be on the receiving end of that, where you just get played from a better player. Just fantastic. Like I've
Yeah.
had nothing but good experiences with this game.
Yeah. Like, as you say, like, if I do get, like, if I do lose like that, it's because I genuinely got outplayed. I didn't have an answer for what they were doing. And so, you got to go figure it out. But yeah, I don't think I ever, I mean, there's a little bit of RNG in the game. Like there's, an orbital strike where some of the missiles coming down from the sky are a little bit random, but there are so many missiles coming down that the randomness kind of balances out. And yeah, I never felt like I lost because of RNG. It's like, it's on the
And
right side of the
sometimes
line.
the timing of like, this unit killed that unit or it got in range of this, so it started attacking over here, which allowed this to get the first shot. Those things will still happen. But it still doesn't feel completely random. Like none of it felt unfair ever.
Like you come across situations that are unfortunate,
Yes.
but not random. Like, because there are hard rules that every unit is following. Like every unit is going to target the closest unit to it,
Mhm.
and that's a hard rule. So if you have a unit that it's like a high damage single target sniper who unfortunately decides to target a swarm that's close, as opposed to the big tank that he could kill, um, that's unfortunate, but it's not random. Like it's just
Yeah.
following the hard rule of, it's going to target the closest
And
thing.
your opponent put that there because he wanted that to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, a lesser
Okay.
player might rage at that, but it's like, well, account for that.
Mhm.
Put in some chaff clear along with your sniper.
So much fun, man.
Yeah, great game.
Oh, and this next game we both played a bunch of.
Yeah, I think you played a little bit more of this than I did, but I got enough time in to kind of understand it. Yeah.
Yeah. I smashed quite a few hours out on this one, completed, unlocked everything. I did find, oh, actually, where do you think it belongs?
Metal Slug Tactics. I'm inclined to defer to your opinion because you've played a lot more. I would
Mhm.
probably go between A and B, maybe
I went
maybe
B.
A. You got B?
Uh,
Okay.
I went B, and late game, because I figured out something with this game. So for those who haven't played, Metal Slug, I think we've all seen Metal Slug before. There's been like 10 of those games. It's that side-scrolling shoot 'em up, distinct graphical style, does absolute gangbusters. I've got about 5 of the MVS carts behind me and one plugged into my arcade. Um, really classic, nostalgic, back in the day arcade shoot 'em up. So tactics, is essentially taking that universe, those characters, and that art style. It gives you an isometric view, and it's turn-based tactics. Move here, hit that, do this, kill that enemy. But now it's their turn; they can do the same to you. So don't put yourself in a bad position. You've got to think strategically. I personally adore tactics games. I think one of my favorite tactic games, which if we put it here, but I think it came out the previous year, it's close to S tier. I'd probably just put it in S tier. And that was called The Last Spell. That was such a good game. I think more content came out for it and some DLC, and I intend to go back and spend a whole bunch more hours going through it. Very challenging too. What I liked about Metal Slug is that they took the tactic style and they added it is actually just a design mechanic, is that you get more bonus points and more options to do things based on how much more you move. So if you like take 5 steps, it's like, oh, that gives you 5 points. So now you can use this special ability because you did that. And that special ability is like really going to work out well. You can make you, wipe out or disable a bunch of enemies or attack twice, you name it. And then they also have boss battle levels, which I thought were really clever because no two boss battles felt the same. There were different strats for each one. I think there was 4 all up, I want to say. Um, that being said, I did find some problems, and I'm not talking about the weird graphical bugs, which I'm sure you came across some of those when playing.
I didn't really get any graphical bugs,
Oh,
thankfully.
it's like tiles would go missing or enemies
Oh,
would
really?
start there and you could just see their feet or something. Yeah, and those were I always think that's kind of minor. It's like I will mention it, and yeah, it would be nice if they weren't there, but it wasn't game breaking. Um, I felt like the reason that this didn't get into A tier is that the end game just didn't feel like it was there for me, and that's not really a bad thing. We'll revert back to my I'm here for a good time, not a long time.
Yeah.
Um, and it was long enough that when I looked at the hours played, I was like, yeah, I absolutely got my money's worth out of this game. It was really fun. I don't feel the need to go back and play it anymore. So there's not really an end game in my view. And there were also a couple of strats that I figured out after playing for a bunch that just worked too good. Like you could play it on the hardest difficulty and it's like, do this strat, you'll win. Like you do way too much damage and just get this guy getting in the right position and then go hit, 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 and you'll just be able to take out anything. And it's not that difficult. But
Interesting.
yeah, and I won't tell anyone what that strat is because half the fun is actually figuring these things out.
Right.
But using like that sort of strat and figuring the game out more was like it allowed me to finish it on super hard mode. I don't think I don't recall there being any special ending after completing it on that. I had an absolute blast with it. If they'd, yeah, I just feel like if it was like those couple of like little things had that been resolved, maybe with patches and whatnot, that would have put it into the A tier for me. But I mean, this is a high B tier game, like B tier, not
In the high Bs.
in the Bs.
Yeah.
Very high.
It really is a interesting decision, isn't it, to give you like damage bonuses and stuff like that for how far you've moved. Like really rewards a highly mobile playstyle, which is in a lot of these tactics games, it's more like the defender has the advantage. So like you're kind of avoiding being mobile.
And that's why it felt so different, right? When you're playing through it.
And the
Yeah.
other like really interesting decision they made is that a lot of the shots, like shots from a gun, kind of just go in a straight line. And if you're playing on a grid, so that means like, your shot can go like north, south, east, west. But like not diagonally. So like, you need to get your unit in a position where they can shoot like just to the side or ahead. That's super interesting. Like I don't think I've ever seen that done in a tactics game before. So it is very unique.
Yeah. It's I'm just thinking about some of the earlier strats that I use, which were all correct. Like you can use any strat you want. I think it is up to the player, like how you go about it, because each character has a different set of abilities that you can unlock and buff. And like I prefer to play this way. I like to have this character over here so that they can stay out of the fight for the most part, but then jump in when it's needed and it does this much damage. There's strat there, and there's thinking, there's play styles, build styles. I guess, you know what? If they had added probably like a bunch more maps and stuff, like maybe some extra bosses and whatnot,
Mm.
that also probably would have just put it up into A tier for me. It just felt like a little bit short, like the runs, getting through them. I felt like, oh, I would have wanted more. And I mean, that just, it's more power to the game because like it was fun enough that I wanted more. And a bunch of these games that I see on there that we rated like okay or even lower, that we said like, yeah, just, you know, you get to a point where you just fall out of love with, like, it's not fun anymore.
Mm.
Never got there with Metal Slug.
Nice. I need to revisit it. I didn't come anywhere close to finishing it. So yeah, I should jump back in.
Cool.
What about Megabonk?
Now, did you play this?
No, never did. Saw it though. I watched the
Okay.
trailer, so I could see what it was about.
Yeah. I think a lot of people would put this in A, but I'm going to put it in B. It was
B for bonk?
very good. Yeah, B for
Put it
bonk.
in the bonk tier.
Just gonna bonk it right there, mate. The concept of the game is that if you can imagine Vampire Survivors, Bullet Heaven, you get items, you buff them up, you become really powerful, you're firing out like tons of like damaging projectiles, or you got so much regenerative health that nothing can kill you. It takes that and then puts it in basically a third person type view. So it's 3D, but it's still graphically speaking uh, very basic. Um, there's mechanics in the game which you figure out as you go along. Like you understand more about what certain buffs do, and then how that will change your play style. So it could be, you know, your life steal when it gets to a certain amount with damage. Great, like I can just go right into the middle of battles and just like take out everything, but only if I've got these certain items. Other items where it's like, no, I'll get this one, make sure that I can do enough attack speed, and then I'll make them bigger and bigger so that it's essentially taking out a whole map. So there are ways to break the game. That's when these games get really fun, figuring out, you know, what build and what order can I do to like just take out everyone. It's like, that's fun. You feel really overpowered. And you can get there with Megabonk. It does that very well. And it's fun enough that you'll get through and you'll want to do another round straight away. It is challenging in parts, but the maps themselves tend to be, I think they're just completely random. And you kind of got like a bit of a, well, I'm not sure if the young kids know what strafe jumping is. Do they still call it strafe jumping or surfing or?
Oh yeah, like surfing.
Yeah.
I know it is surfing. Yeah.
Yeah, so essentially strafe jumping back in the day, Quake days, is that you would strafe, and they figured out like you could basically hit jump when you're in the air, which means as soon as you hit, you'll jump again. But if
Yeah,
you're
like
strafing and
bunny
turning,
hopping.
yeah, bunny hopping is what they
Yeah.
often call it. I think, yeah, we used to call it strafe jumping because I'm old. And yeah, if you're moving the mouse at the same time, the game takes that as like you gaining speed. So that's how you can see people like they do a jump and they're like clearing like 500 meters. There's an aspect of that in this game which I really like, because a benefit to you is to see how much of the map you can clear before you like take out the final boss and then go to the next level. And they don't tell you that that's there. You kind of have to rely on the community or figure it out for yourself. There's heaps of unlocks in it too. Like content wise, like it's great. Um, the reason it's not an A tier is because there was something missing for me in terms of maybe the builds and the strategies that are currently available. Which, hey, if there's been updates and balance patches in the last month or so, I haven't seen those. That they weren't present when I was playing. Like it seems like if you really wanted to go for like speed runs or like, you know, big massive builds, there was really only one kind of way to do it. It's like do this and yeah, you'll finish the game. It'll be really easy. So I just realized you put B for bonk.
B for bonk. Also, hey,
Right.
hello, no Chomsky. How you doing? Good to have you.
Hey, Chomsky. So it really is a good game. It's actually very fun. Should everyone play it? Yeah, absolutely. But I felt there was something missing from putting it into A tier, and there's going to be a lot of people that might disagree with me on that, and they're not wrong.
For them, it absolutely kicked every box. But for me, it was just missing those few things that would maybe, from my perspective, elevate it into that.
For
Um,
you, it was just bonk.
For me, it was Tuesday. It
Not
was
not very mega bonk.
yeah, really good, really fun game though. Easy game to recommend to almost anyone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice. I saw Job playing it. So I know
good
he was
old
having a
Jamie.
lot of fun with it. Now I have not even really seen this one, Mullet Mad Jack. What's the
I'm
deal with
glad
this
that you
game?
haven't seen it, man. So this is another one from Devolver. You're essentially you're playing on this game show, and you have to have this constant feed of dopamine every 5 seconds or so. And if you don't, you die. Round over. Like that's it. You're dead.
Sort of like
So
that
you're
Jason Statham movie, Crank, I think it was called.
it is, yeah, it's absolutely like Crank, and it's so frantic and fun, but, the more you play, the more it's like, "Oh, cool," like, you're clearing rooms clearly very quickly, like, you take enemies out super fast, but you start to get into, like, flow state and rhythm, and it's like you start to react certain ways, it's like, if I see something up there, then that means I have to do this, but I know when I have that, I've got a close-up kill, which replenishes all my seconds or whatever, and there's actually a story behind it, but, this is, when I saw the trailer, I went, "They should have just called this ADHD the game," just from, like, the short attention spans and stuff like that, like, it's clearly playing on that. You know, the developers can tell you otherwise, that's
Sure.
my take. It's
Yeah.
it was so fun and frantic, B tier,
Ah, another B.
yeah, another B, it's like, it was really, really fun.
Another bonk.
Yeah. I could see this game I hope it did well because I could see this game getting a sequel, and I think the sequel would be really fun as well. I feel like, how Borderlands it's a fun game. You've played a bunch of them, I'm sure. And, it's kind of a game that's so stylistic, like, mechanically, dynamically, you've played games like it before, it's a loot shooter. Um, I feel like with this one, it's like I've played similar games, but, the aesthetics and the style just elevate it above, which makes it more fun, and it's sometimes you tend to lose that with games where it's like they can wow you with, like, a graphical choice or sound or something, or just like a tiny gameplay, mechanic or system that you go, "Oh, I haven't seen that system before," and then you stop seeing that system or you stop seeing those graphical improvements or aesthetics shortly after you play the game. I feel like, that's why I usually don't rate games, based off those things, but sometimes those aesthetics, just they continue to just be there with the game hours after playing, and,
That's cool.
Mad Mullet Jack was one of those games for me.
There should be like a name, like there should be a term for how the aesthetics of a game just kind of fade into the background and like you
Yeah.
don't even notice them after playing the game for a while, you know?
Yeah, and we see that with, so many games, like, they've had graphical improvements over the decades. You and I can probably remember the days of playing Quake and going, "Oh my god, it does not get better than this."
Yeah.
And, or playing, what was it? The first Tekken at an arcade, you go, "Oh my god, look at how realistic everything is." And the fact is that, your brain just fills in the gaps. Like, that's why it looked amazing, and you don't know what those gaps are until the next game comes out and it filled those gaps in for you. But no mistake, the gaps are still there, but over time, those gaps became smaller and smaller and smaller to the point where you can get an absolutely, like, just dynamic, beautiful 8K, like, RTX, like, oh, they look so realistic. Play that game for an hour, you'll stop seeing that because your brain's filling in everything else. It gets used to it, and there seems to be a diminishing return in that regard. Now, this might all change with Unreal 5 when more developers start bringing out things based off that engine. I think Body Cam is no on Unrecorded is a game that I've got my eye on. I'm still a little bit sus on it, but I've got my eye on it, and I think if that game is everything that the trailer is kind of touting it to be, I'm interested in how long before that becomes the new norm that we're just all kind of used to.
Mm,
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I think I saw that one that you were talking about. Do you think I should play Mullet Mad Jack or should I wait for the sequel Rat Tail Red Jack?
Mad Mullet is I feel like it's a great game to play when you're in between games. So if you finished finished a big long game and you need like kind of like that game that it doesn't require much to jump into, like you'll figure it out in like a minute, like what you have to do. It's not hard in that regard, but it's going to be a fun experience. And then when you finish that, then you can go back to like, your like maybe there's some DLC for Elden Ring, or you want to play Baldur's Gate 3, a long game that you actually have to invest in.
Yeah.
Mad Mullet Jack is one of those games that you can play with 3 other games that you're also playing, because you don't have to have that what is the recent memory of like, oh, I understand how this game works. I can't lose that, otherwise I'm too far in the game and I'm going to suck if I walk away for a week and come back to it. It's not that game.
It can be your turn your brain off game. How much is
Little
it
bit.
going for at the moment?
That's a great question. It did go on sale a couple of times. If I had to go check Steam right now, we're gonna go check. Mad Mullet Jack. Why is it not showing up? Oh, it's Mullet Mad Jack. God, I'm an idiot.
Magic, yeah.
Mullet, mate. It's a mullet.
Every sequel's got to have a different haircut.
Mullet Mad Jack is currently
Flat top.
30%. It's $20. So
Flat top fat Jack.
it's $30.
$30, not bad.
Sorry, $20 at the moment.
Oh,
It's
$20.
30% off.
Nice,
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah, and that's AU. So that's pretty good, man. For a game that you'll easily get like a week's worth of value out of. That's great.
Yeah, nice. Next up is No Rest for the Wicked.
Oh boy.
This one came out a while ago, but I started playing it over the last year, and I don't think too much needs to be said about this one, but it's like a top-down Souls-like game. So if you ever wanted your Souls-likes to be top-down view, with a similar like stamina bar and combat system and all that, and maybe a bit more focus on a linear story, a bit more focus on visiting a town and talking to all the NPCs and listening to their stories and their explanations of the quests that they want you to go on. So there's maybe a little bit more of that, which is not very Souls-like, but the combat system is clearly targeting a Souls-like system. The top-down view means you can't see things that are very far from you. Like, sometimes there are enemies that are just off screen, and by the time they're on screen, it's a little bit dangerous. Like you're almost like already in their aggro range. So there's a little bit of that going on, but other than that, it's a simple case of, if you ever wanted to have a Souls-like combat system and a top-down view, this game is kind of serving that little goober.
I actually had it installed. I got it on early access as well. I have it installed, and I played a little bit of it just so I could get a feel for it. And I haven't gotten back to it. So
yeah,
I need to.
There's like the original No Rest for the Wicked, I think might have came out a while ago. And there's like a new version of it. So I was playing this new version. And yeah, it had no major problems with it. The Souls-like combat system was passable. But yeah, I think the thing that made me sort of not return to it and move on to something else was the time that I was spending just talking to NPCs. Was less keen on that. So
it did seem like they were going for a cross between Dark Souls and Diablo with this one.
Yeah. I think and maybe a bit of like the sort of time that you would spend in a town, and like the quest structure was a little bit more like a JRPG-ish. Like that part felt influenced by Final Fantasy, because there's just not a lot of that in a Souls game. Like, they've got like a like a home area usually that you have some NPCs that you can talk to. There's the Firelink Shrine in Dark Souls and things like that. There's the Round Table Hold in Elden Ring, but it's very limited. I mean, like the one, like there's one town in No Rest for the Wicked that has like way more NPCs to talk to than like a Firelink Shrine or a Round Table Hold.
Does it add to the game?
I don't think so. Like,
Yeah, that's a problem because I'm a bit like you. I'm like, look, I'm all for like having make me feel like I'm in a universe. And if that helps me feel in the universe, then that's a good thing. But if it also helps progress story or anything else, sure, that's great. Doesn't sound like it's not doing any of those things. It's maybe just comes off as filler.
there was definitely a story there. So like No Rest for the Wicked, like it's 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 clearly making an attempt at linear storytelling in a way that the Souls games don't. But I just was not compelled by the story. Like I didn't, the NPC dialogue and what was happening, none of it felt very like interesting. But they had a lot to say about it. Boy, did they want to yap about it. So I think that's what turned me off in the end. But I don't want to be too hard on it. It was like a passable combat system. So maybe I'll put it in the B tier.
Okay.
Nodebuster. This is like kind of a really chill and easy idle game, in which it presents itself a little bit as like almost like an arcade game, in that you are active um, in the arcade space, but it's like there's not really a lose condition. You can kind of click anywhere and win. So there's stuff to do. It's not like 100% idle, but you just keep on upgrading your little goober forever. And I think it became a little bit famous in that like you you upgrade your little square or whatever to like meta levels and meta levels and meta levels, and it keeps on going forever to like galactic and dimensional proportions, which is fun. Idle games do that, and it's fun when it's done well. It's got like very simple but effective graphics in it. I don't know. It takes like an hour or 2 hours, so
Okay.
it's a little bit of fun for that amount of time. So maybe I'll put it in. I think like as an idle game, it belongs in A. But like with
That's fair.
you know, there's the caveat that like Nodebuster is not gonna. It's not really a competitor to any of the games here. Um, but if we're rating games on like what their goal is, like what they're trying to do and what they're trying to
Yeah.
be, like this is just trying to be a little idle game time waster. So in service of that, it is A tier. Yeah. Century is the next one up.
Now you've seen me stream with these sessions. So what is the Orcs Must Die? You were saying it was a little bit like that, where it's an FPS. You obviously have waves coming at you. Depending on which, it'll tell you which gates are going to be opening up, and you know where they're going to because you have like one exit. And you got to set up traps that are going to hit them, but you can also go around and shoot them yourself as well. Um, Obviously, the more things that you shoot, the more money you have or resources to spend to have better traps, or maybe you want better weapons, and that can happen in between those rounds. This one I got pretty addicted to, but the reason I bought it, and I didn't have this at early access, was that it was co-op, and I wanted to play this with friends because I thought it would be a fun game, and I still think that. They actually do have that update now, and it's a pretty solid game for what it's trying to set up to do. So it's you're basically in a spaceship, and you have different areas of your compartments, I should say, of your spaceship. So when you eventually have an encounter where you have to fight someone, they'll attach to one end. Now, the beautiful part about this is that let's just say you fail at one of the ends, that compartment's gone. So now, next time that someone comes on, they'll start down here, which is closer to your core, which you do not want to ever be attacked because that means it's game over. And I feel like that was just an extra little layer that made the stakes higher. It's like, oh, if I fail here, oh, actually, that's really bad. Like, I can't fail there because then I'll have to try and find something to repair that, which will cost more resources, and then I can't spend that on a better gun or whatever. Um, as you play through the game, you unlock, different weapons. Some are clearly better than others, and different items. Maybe that's the only caveat to saying that that's maybe a design choice I don't exactly like, where the more unlocks you have, the better the items are the further you can get. I feel like you should be able to do that literally from get go. Um, it wasn't that bad though. It wasn't like it was impossible, in my opinion, to like smash this out with your first run. But that was in early access, so there's been balancing and changes in that regard. Where do I put this? I personally had a lot of fun with it. I think it was up there in the A tier, but I feel like I'm gonna put it in B
Okay.
because I think design wise and system wise, it still needed room to grow. Now, keep in mind, I was playing this in early access, so there was clearly more stuff coming out, and there was an update that I went back and played a bit more. I don't think it was its official 1.0 update. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but there was more content clearly being done, and I don't know if there were bug fixes. I didn't come across any bugs, um, but more content and maybe more depth would have been good. And it felt like that's where they were going with it. The fact that they actually brought out co-op before its final release is good because that's kind of how it's advertised as, and early access did not have that. Um, and this could very well move up into A tier if all those things are there now or in a future update.
Cool.
Yeah, yeah, it's fun. It's had me hooked enough that I wanted to unlock all the things that were available at the time.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
I had a look at it. It looked interesting. But I would probably wait until like, they did some more updates and then you said it was great. I'll wait for that. And then I'll jump in.
and we'll play together. There you go.
Yeah. Repel the Rifts. This is a little tower defense game which was just recently released. It has an art style that is very akin to Into the Breach, and
Yes.
it's one of those tower defense games where you edit the map as you go. So like you're slowly expanding the paths that the enemies come down, and you can choose to branch out the path or try and focus them more onto a single choke point. But yeah, you're editing the map as well as editing your towers and things like that. Um, Look, I only played the demo for this one. I don't know if you've played the main game, but it seemed like it had a lot of promise for me, but maybe not in the same tier as some of the other tower defense games that we've played a lot of, like Axon TD. Like Axon TD is my favorite tower defense game ever. So it's like I felt like this wasn't on the same level, but loved the art style, and I thought it was a pretty good tower defense game all up.
I saw it too, and I thought, was that the same devs that did Into the Breach? Because it looks very similar.
Yeah,
And I loved Into the Breach. That was such a good game.
yeah,
And this one, I'm a sucker for good pixel art, and this has good pixel art. And the fact that it's tower defense with, I guess, a more relaxed approach to like you're not always on, like you can pause in between rounds and stuff. Games like that really sing to me. So this was on my watch list. I haven't played the demo. So I'm actually glad that you played it and you gave me an explanation for how it actually works, because I'm like, yeah, it looks like an in between game for me.
yeah. I think I'd have a hard time putting it in the same tier as some of these other A tiers, like
Mm.
Blueprints, Nine Kings, Knightica, Backpack Battles, Animal Well, Frostpunk, Endless Legend. Like I don't think Repel the Rifts is as good as those games. Yeah, I feel better about putting it in B. But who knows? Maybe when I play more of the game. Um, yeah, I think the art style is doing this game a lot of favors. Like,
Yeah.
not just because it looks like one of the best games ever made, but also just because like it's a really good, cute little art style. I think you'd look at the trailer for this game and you go, oh, that's really cool.
Mm.
So I think it's doing it a lot of favors. And then when you get into the gameplay, it's like still good, still fun, but um, yeah, maybe not as good as this A tier group. Slipways. Let's talk about Slipways. This was a game that came out quite a while ago, and I returned to it in 2025 because I needed another turn your brain off game. And when the podcast went weekly in late 2025, like, we talked about before, like, I would finish the day and I would only have enough energy to do like auto battlers and tower defense games. And this is a bit of a different game. This is kind of like a solo, like one player puzzle game, um, in which you are given like a region of space and you have to explore and discover planets, colonize the planets, and then set up trade routes between the planets in the most efficient way that gets you the most resources.
Mhm.
And so it's interesting in that way. It's just like it's a really highly replayable puzzle game, because it's a bit random, like what planets you get. And every planet has a different sort of like biome, and the different biomes suit different products that the planet can make. And planets will have different tiers. So, like, if you want the planet to go up a tier, it needs to get certain products from other planets. Um,
Yes.
so, like, you might have humans on one planet, but they need food and they need, like, supplies. So you need to make sure that planet is getting those from other planets, while this planet in question will also be sending humans to other planets. So it's like a two-way trade route between the planets. Um, but this is all happening on a two-dimensional plane, and so your trade routes, which this game calls slipways, they're like warpways. They cannot overlap. So you have to figure out what's the most efficient sort of setup of these like warpways, if they can't cross each other. And then in the end game, you get some technologies that in some cases allow you to overlap some stuff. Um, but yeah, it's highly replayable, highly enjoyable. I definitely recommend it. Um, I think it's cheap, so I think I'll put this in the A tier. Um, yeah, it's like you can be as sweaty as you want to be in slipways. You can be like extremely sweaty and go for the high score, or you can just treat it as a turn your brain off game while you're watching YouTube on your second screen, and that's nothing wrong with that. That's acceptable too.
I love games that allow me to do that. Perfect, as you point out, for those days you come back and you go, you know what? I am just 50% today. And
Yeah.
that was when the day started. It's like I don't have time to play like Counter Strike competitive mode right now.
Sometimes it just ain't in you.
Yes.
Um, I mean, if you're doing nothing else in the day, then you can just like, because I mean that's the thing. Especially if you're competitive like we are, like if you're gonna play Counter Strike, you want to win. So like
Yes.
you want to be
Yeah.
giving your full focus to it.
Hmm.
Um, There Are No Orcs is the
Now,
next game.
I saw you playing this one a bunch,
Yeah,
and
in the last
I'm
few weeks. Yeah,
completely blind on this one, so I have no idea what it's like, what it's about. So I'm keen to hear it.
yeah. This is a little similar to an old Warcraft 3 mod that used to exist. I actually forget the name of the mod, but the idea was you have a base. It's a 1v1 game. You have a base and you set up buildings that generate units.
Oh, I played these in StarCraft.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I love those.
So you have no control over the units. They just go
Mm.
towards the enemy. The only control you have is the buildings that you build in your base, and you can get certain bonuses as well. But you don't like command the units like it's an RTS. Like they just go straight towards the enemy. And this is actually similar to a game that I wanted to make. I've had an idea in my head for a game that I want to make for quite a while, which has like a sort of 3 lanes, like a MOBA, and the lanes are configured differently. And you and another player will basically do that. You build buildings, they generate units, they go towards the enemies, and how you sort of like equip the units and train the units decides their behavior in the lane.
Mhm.
That was my idea for a game. I'll still probably try and make a prototype for that sometime soon, but this game does not have the lanes. This game, just has your side of the field and the enemy side of the field, and you
Yep.
build buildings, and it sends it straight at the enemy. It's not a PvP game; it's only you versus the computer, and I've found that you can come across strategies that are very powerful, and I think the game knows that. And so, like, there are lots of different commanders that you can choose to try out different strategies, which I really like. I think the game does that well. In the sort of like, trying to get you out of your comfort zone and try new ways. Every commander comes with like 4 different buildings that they can build. So there's quite a bit of variety there. But yeah, you can come up with some pretty powerful strategies that just dominate the early stages of the game. And then when you go up to the highest difficulty, which is chaos, you go into like chaos plus 1, 2, 3, chaos plus 10, chaos plus 20. I forget what level of chaos I'm at now, but the units just get like more and more and more powerful with more HP and all that. So you eventually get to a chaos level where it's actually a challenge for you, because it just goes on forever. But I did find that there was one particular commander where I formed a strategy with him that was just like destroying everything. So I went up to like chaos plus 30 and beyond to actually get a
The
situation where it
important
was
thing here, Jeremy, is that you were invested enough and enjoyed enough that you wanted to do those extra up
yeah
to what 30. And I always think if a game can get you there, then the game's doing something right. Where it's fun to play. And literally, as you were talking, I've just added this to my cart because conceptually, I like those games back in the Warcraft 3, StarCraft mod days. Which some of the people don't know this. Some of the games that you absolutely enjoy today, that's where they started.
yeah
That's where they were created and conceptualized. Um, but the fact that I had a look at the quick little graphical trailer as well, and I'm like, this has me written all over it. This looked fantastic fun. Wow, I'm excited to play this one.
yeah, I think it's definitely worth checking out. I'm inclined to actually put it in the B tier, because like, and it's a shame because like I kind of want to put it in the A tier because I like that they've put in so many different commanders. I want to say there's like 30 commanders. They each have 4 unique buildings, and the play styles vary wildly. And there's also like 3 different, like, the commanders all fall into 3 different kind of races. There's the humans, there's the demons, and then there's the dwarves. And the humans, demons, and dwarves all have vastly different playstyles, and completely different like buildings and stuff. So I almost want to put it in the A tier because of that, but I also think maybe it belongs in B more because I think this is a game it's fun to play. It doesn't take a lot of brain power, and I think without a lot of trouble, like without thinking very hard, you will come up with strategies that just destroy everything. And then it kind of
Took it
takes
out a
you
little too quickly then.
yeah, a little too quickly. Like,
Mm.
and then it takes you a while to get up to the chaos levels. Like, I don't know what I am at the moment, like chaos plus 30 or plus 40 or what, but it took me a while to get there. Like, in order to unlock chaos level 2, you need to beat a game at chaos level 1. So if I say I'm at chaos level 40 and the games go for like 20, 30 minutes, that means I've like beaten 40 games. And so, it took me quite a while. Like, it didn't take me a lot of brain power to come up with that strategy, with that commander, but it took me quite a while to get up to a stage where it was a challenge.
Okay.
So for that reason, maybe I'll put it in B,
Okay.
but still very much worth checking out and having a good time with. Yeah.
I've literally just bought it.
Nice. Yeah. You won't regret it. It's a good, fun game. And it's also like, I also think like, I put a lot of stock in different, like it's a different game. Like, even though it harkens back to like a Warcraft 3 mod. But it's been a while since anyone made a game like that. So
Well, there's so much you can do with the genres, though. They haven't been explored in depth. These were modded games with very simple like systems in place. And even through the communities, like they got to a level where it's like, oh, that's pretty interesting. Not every single one hit the Dota levels of oh my god, this is amazingly in depth. And but that doesn't mean you can't get there. It's just like someone hasn't sat down and really like thought like, well, tower defense is fun. How do we change that? It's like, oh, these I think they call them bunkers or something in StarCraft. But the bunker commander games, like I couldn't tell you the systems in the StarCraft mods that I played for it, just that it was really fun to play. Like you would just jump in, have a game, and yeah, then you would have another game. It's I feel like if you've just got one dedicated game, one system, you can really start to explore like a strategic depth that just like, okay, if you put 20 hours into this, you will figure something out. And that thing that you figured out is going to let you beat everyone else. And I think that's what we often refer to as the intrinsic reward. I use that term a lot in any review or article that I write. I feel like those are the best games where the more I play, it's not that I got stronger items, it's just that I got better at playing the game.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, it's some that those are the best games, and we owe a lot to I mean, anyone who's played tower defense games, auto battlers, or games like this, and many others like you owe something to the Warcraft 3 mod scene.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Adam, why don't you use your words?
Oh, you too. Okay, so um, essentially, use your words is it was the different choice to Jackbox games. So the idea is that you put this up on stream. There's a code. Everyone signs in on their phone. They watch the stream, and it's just a bunch of fun questions like use your words does this. I don't think I've seen Jackbox do this at all, but it'll be like fill in the subtitle. So it'll be from a foreign movie, and it'll have like just this one scene, and they'll be like talking with each other in a different language, and then it'll be blank for the next bit that happens. And it's a movie you've probably never seen or heard of, and it's you can get really funny answers. And the idea of this is that you play this with your friends and you all laugh your ass off. No one cares who wins in these games. It's all about making yourself and your friends laugh. And like use your words too. I felt like it's a better version of usual words, but not really adding anything new in that regard. It really does feel a lot like the same game. Um, in saying that, I absolutely enjoyed the hell out of usual words. It was always a go-to whenever I do a Jackbox night. I would always like throw this at the start and play with friends. And now, if I ever do that, I'm doing this version because, like I said, it's just a better version of the first one. So props for like not really wrecking what made the first one good. It's essentially just more content. Probably could have just been DLC if I'm being honest. But it also wasn't that expensive. It went on sale like pretty quickly, and it wasn't expensive to begin with. So I would put it in B. It's a game that even now, if I want to get friends together and no one's sure what to play, I said, well, how about we all jump in Discord? I'll fire this up, and we can all just like have some laughs. And you've played some rounds with me on this one.
Oh, have I?
Oh yeah, yeah,
Was
yeah.
I guess whenever I play one of these games, I always just kind of assume it's Jackbox, but maybe it was
They're all the same style, right? But Jackbox is the king. It's got so many different like weird game modes that are all just so unique. And some of them are like they're like, oh, that's okay, but there's a bunch that are fantastic. And usual words, I feel like all the game modes, but you play the same game modes every time you run through. They're different enough that it warrants its own game, even though it's delivered in a very similar concept.
yeah, awesome. Yeah,
If
maybe
you
I'll
like
check it out.
Jackbox and you like the first one, yeah, that trust me, like your friends will love it. Like that's just as good, just as fun.
Yeah, maybe I'll load that one up. Topplepop. Did you play Topplepop?
So I've only played a little bit. It's a game that, ironically, because I'm on holidays now, I'm going to be playing with my kiddos because it is the perfect type of like kind of like fun party game. Essentially, it's Tetris with bungee cords, and you drop your blocks down, and you got to drop them in the right spot, and psh, there goes your Tetris. Yeah, it's a concept that I've never seen being done before, and it's fun. First time I played this was years ago at PAX Oz demo, So I actually got to meet the developer. You got to work with the developer on this one.
That's right.
Yeah, it's good. It's a solid beat. It's fun. Like, what else can you say? It's a fun game. If I'm looking at it right now, with like a bunch of these games, I go, yeah, I could fire that up right now and play with like some friends or my kiddos or something like that, and we can have a fun time. That's a solid game. Um, I couldn't tell you with the latest version update that it's had, if it's added anything else that you would probably actually know that. Have they
Yeah.
added a bunch?
I can speak to that. So yeah, they have added quite a bit more. Um, the main sort of line that they've been upgrading is mutators. So like they've added like some more online functionality, and they've added a whole bunch of mutators where it's like because I mean it's a co-op or PvP game, or there's a
Mm.
campaign as well. So like they've been adding to the campaign and the story and all that too. But like for those who like to focus on PvP, and if you've ever played like a Super Puzzle Fighter or like a Puyo Puyo, or games like that, like you'll be familiar with how like you get a really good like clear on your side, and then it dumps garbage on the other player's side.
Yeah.
So anyone who's familiar with these games will know that. But then the mutators kind of change stuff where it's like. Either it's low gravity, or like you have a really um, short amount that you can throw a block, because you can choose to like throw a block as opposed to placing it or dropping it. Or yeah, there will be some uh, weird stuff that like randomly happens. And I think that was like, one of the main bits of feedback they got was that mutators were fun and they should build more of them. So they've been doubling down on that. Um, Yeah. So I don't know. I would lean towards an A, but I've got that bias.
Well, here's the thing. From I'm talking about versions that I played that made it a solid B because conceptually it was just fun to play, fun to just load up at any time. I like games that actually take the effort to have like a campaign, even if it's just there for the tutorial aspect. But a campaign to be like, sometimes I don't want to play with anyone else, but I find the gameplay fun. Give me a single player experience. And on top of that, like the fact that they've actually catering towards maybe even more competitive like gaming online is something that wasn't there when I first picked it up. That would easily elevate into A. I can't say that from experience though. So if you think it goes into A, then
Yeah, I think because of the completeness, like the
Mm.
campaign, the co-op abilities, the PvP online functionality, and then like the additional mutators and stuff like that. I've been I helped out with some online tournaments that they were running with like Tetris sort of streamers. So people who are in like competitive Tetris community, and they include Tetris like games. So they've run a few of those with Topple Pop, and yeah, it's well received in those circles. Um, so yeah, I'd be inclined to put it in A. Like I think since the PAX where they had that big booth,
Mhm.
they've added a lot to it. Because I think at that point they the multiplayer was running off of Steam's like Let's Play Together, like Steam Remote Play Together or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Um, and then COVID happened, and then they were like, we need to make the multiplayer functionality more robust. And so now it's like pretty feature complete. Like you can just jump in with like 1 to 4 players, like co-op or PvP. You can do a little tournament if you want. You can put all the mutators that you want. They've got all the different levels, like the jungle level and ice level and volcano level with different blocks and stuff. So I'd say it's really complete. They've been working on it solidly since that time at PAX, which puts the total development time at somewhere around like 9 years.
I was wondering why it had that break in the middle, and you just explained that because I was expecting it to come out a lot quicker than it did. And it sounds like if they've gone back and said like, no, we need more robust this and more content, and if they've added all that, then hey, props to the devs, man, because what was there was already good. So if they've just added more good stuff,
Yeah. Yeah. And, full disclosure, I did work for them a bit. I was helping Topple Pop with their PR stuff and trying to help them build a bit of hype and get noticed. Yeah, so that's take whatever I say with a grain of salt if you want. But now
Shill.
the guy who's the lead dev is a mate of mine. But yeah, at the same time, I also acknowledge, like, I mean, like, they've been making this game for 9 years, and maybe that's too long. Maybe maybe they should make another game.
It's like, move on. It's cool, man.
Yeah.
It was a good game.
Like, I think it's done. Like, it's
Yeah.
it's one of those, like, it's in early access, but it's one of those early access games that's like actually probably a version 1.5. Like, some you buy some games that are full release and they're not
Ugh.
complete yet, and
Yep.
then other games are like early access, but then they're like way more polished than. So it's a 1.0 is a very arbitrary measure. But yeah, I think I'm like, I know this. They want to add more stuff. They want to add more mutators. They want to add more levels to the campaign, more story. From my point of view, it's been kind of done for a while. So
Yeah, that's a
yeah.
tough one too, because where I find like that works really well is when you've got a game that like you can again use a game like Vampire Survivors, which had no business being the blow up that it was. But I mean, I don't even know if the developer knew it was going to be like that fun to play. But it blew up, um, millions of copies sold, and that dev has just been adding so much free content to it and no one's asking for it. And then he'll bring out DLC or something, and it'll be like $1.50. You're like, "This is bloody awesome!" But it's already successful. Like that money has already come in, and it's still coming in. Um, it's not like he's wasting his time by making this already fun, good game even more fun and even better. But he's in a situation where he can do that. And if you're not, then you go, okay, maybe like, especially if you say like, "Hey, the game's already good. If you just want more content, you can still add that later." But it sounds to me like it's already at 1.0, if that makes sense. Like, this is everything that you thought it should be. Don't become a victim of scope creep. Um, that energy can sometimes be better spent. Like, do you have other ideas that you want to invest in? Or if it was successful enough, or if it sold that many copies, DLC for like a really big content to like upgrade later on, you could work on that for a year or something and then sell it out. But that's up for them to decide. I'm not going to tell them how to make and develop their game,
Yeah,
but
it's
it's
it's an
they're clearly
interesting.
good at what they do. Is my point as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think they made a very good game. Like, I've told Dan before. I think it's been finished for a while. Um, I think it's at like a 1.5 stage. The interesting thing about this one is it's in a kind of interesting spot because um, when, like, with the Vampire Survivors guy, like, he's updating his game for like a large audience that he knows is there. Like, it already has a large player base.
Exactly. Yeah.
Tuple Pop had, like, when in its early access launch, it had a weird situation where it had like almost 10,000 wish lists, which is, what they recommend. Like, they say that's a good number to try and get to by the time you go for an early access launch. But when it launched on early access, everyone was emailed, as normally happens, and then in the email there's the link to purchase the game in early access. But there was a Steam bug where they went to the store page and there was no buy button, and so for the first 36 hours of it being live in early access, you could visit the page but not buy the game. And then they eventually worked out, like, there was a different link you could go to. But a lot of that momentum where it's like, the people on the wish lists get sent the link, like, a lot of that momentum was lost. Steam, was communicated with the team and said, this was a bug on our end. There's nothing you could have done. It was just a Steam bug. Um, so it's one of those where it's like you kind of out of luck.
I would
And
like Steam to do something in that regard. Like, can we do another soft launch and resend out things, because that sucks.
yeah, the compensation that they were prepared to offer was putting the game at the top of the early access homepage for 24 hours,
Okay.
which didn't really result in much. So it wasn't like the Steam homepage; it was the early access homepage, and it didn't really result in much. So, and for that whole, the algorithm keeps track of how many people come to the page weighed against how many people buy the game. And
Yep.
so for the first 36 hours, a lot of people came to the page and couldn't buy the game. And so the algorithm goes like, well, let's not recommend that. But so that's kind of the situation that they're working themselves back from.
Mhm.
And there are other things you can do, like from looking forward, there you can take part in sales and like seasonal events, and there are other things you can do to try and get a bit of visibility. But that's if you look at the actual reviews of the game, like everyone who's played the game loves it. All the reviews are like, yeah, I didn't really know what to expect, but I loved it when I played it. So it's like
Mm.
they've definitely made a quality game.
It's fun.
It's yeah, it's
Yeah.
just tough to get the word out there.
Marketing is I've often said this, and I know that you and I completely agree on this, and we've spoken about it ad nauseum, but I always feel like indie developers like just have these amazing ideas, and no one's telling them not to make this idea. And so often you see like these standout titles. They're not coming from AAA companies. They're coming from like three guys in a shed somewhere. But boy, oh boy, do they just ignore the marketing. And it is, you could have the best game, the best magazine, the best book, the best movie. If you don't tell anyone about it, no one's going to check it out.
Mm.
And it sucks, but that's why marketers get paid what they get paid.
I think back in the day, like back in 2000, up to like maybe from 2000, like 2006, 2010, maybe up to like as far as 2014. Um, I think it was a viable strategy to email games journalists. Um,
Oh, yeah, yeah, back in the day.
and it's
Absolutely.
like, it's still worth doing, but I gotta say, I was doing a bit of work for Tupplepop, just trying to get people to cover it, and I was emailing games journalists and influencers, and I was getting a lot of silence from the games journalists, and from the influencers, I was getting a lot of like, looks cool. How much are you offering for us to cover it? And so I was like, I was getting in contact with a lot of like, Tetris uh, or Tetris adjacent influencers, like, people who play a lot of that kind of stuff. And
Yep.
so I was kind of hoping you might just want to like, cover it because it's in your wheelhouse. Like, it's a good new game in your genre. Like, I was kind of hoping you might want to cover it. And they were like, yeah,
Yeah,
cool. How much are you offering? So
uh, a game? That's
yeah, I can give you a
well,
code.
that's a tough one. It's, I mean, you can a lot of journalists put their head in the sand about this, and you and I both know this. It's almost like they stuck their head in the sand and pretended it wasn't happening, and then thought of all the reasons why it wasn't as good. But you know, a big part of gaming journalism was the fact that you're hyped for games, and you're talking to an audience who is also hyped for games, and let's all get hyped together. And that is an absolutely strong and used to be very effective form of marketing. That marketing has now gone to online streamers and whatnot. And a bunch of them, they're not there to even review the games. They're just there to be the personality having fun with this game. And people watching it that will go, ha, Joe's having fun with this. I want to buy it and have fun too. And there is a long list of games that have completely blown up because of this. Like they've just this I don't know, XQC, who's like really popular still. He picked it up and started playing it, and then before you knew it, 500,000 copies have been sold through Steam, and the game's been out for 6 months. They're like, what happened? It's like, yep, that's literally how it happens. PewDiePie was probably one of the first real big ones, but it is long since been shifting towards that. Any PR company or marketer knows this, and you can, if you're a game journo, you can be salty about that. That's fine, but maybe you don't have the personality that when you get really hyped about a game, people go, "Well, okay, but why should I be hyped about it?" And in fairness to the game journalists, there's a bunch that we both know, and I'm sure anytime you've reviewed a game, you try to be pretty damn objective about it. You try to do a really good critique about like, okay, it's not fun. Why is it not fun though? Where were the parts where I was like, oh, I don't really want to play this anymore? And articulating that's also actually entertaining to read is very hard. Um, there's a handful of YouTube channels that do that, and they really do put in the work. I subscribe to quite a few that I love, like going to it because when they do an in-depth dive on a game, it's like, yeah, you actually played this game quite well. You've got a really good understanding about what makes this fun and why I should like it. Because if you've done your job well, you can really like a game as long as you explain it well. I'll know if I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there was a local games journo turned game maker. Actually, it was a local games journo turned PR turned game maker. And,
Okay.
he probably wouldn't mind me mentioning his name, but I probably don't need to for the story. But like he, Sydney based, ended up making a couple of indie games, and I remember, oh man, it must have been, I want to say maybe it was around 2014 or something like that, 2015. And I went over to his house and we were all hanging out, and the game was, maybe a couple months out from release or a month out from release. And he sat there and in a sitting, he emailed 100 games journalists. And he was just like, I'm just going to email as many as I can today. And then the next day he did the same thing, got another 100. And then in the next day, I think he did like maybe another 50 or something. And it was a success. Like, in terms of the games journalists replied, they covered the game, that sort of thing. But I think we've moved into an era where that's not possible anymore. Because I was basically doing that for Topplepop, and just silence and personalized emails mentioning their recent work. Like not AI and not slop. But I think they're journos these days are just drowning in so much of that they maybe only check. And I know what makes a good email. I've given lectures on it, and I've been on the receiving end of all of that. So I just think that they're drowning in so much slop that they only open and pay attention to emails from like trusted sources. Like,
I also don't have the staff either. Like, I mean, you're emailing. Let's just say there's a magazine, PC Power Play was still up there, and you want to email the editor and say, "Cool, here's my game and all that." They might get 20 other emails that week. Well, they've got what, one, maybe two full-time staff. Other than that, and then they rely on freelancers, and those freelancers go through the directive of the editor. The editor says, like, I would like you to review this game. So the editor still has to spend time to disseminate, oh, it's a fighting game. Adam likes fighting games. I'm going to send it to Adam. That takes effort. When you've got a proper full team, I think the last big one is what, IGN right now. Like they've still got teams. So they can actually they can manage these 20 emails that came in this week with games. Like they have time to go through and go, cool, let's get these 5 and shoot them over here, these 3 over here, and whatever. And that's just because the funding or the whatever the business aspect of it just wasn't there. Like they were running off fumes, and that's not their fault. Like you can only do so much, and they were already working countless hours overtime in that regard. So the only thing that's really changed in that regard is that now you've kind of got to go online, as you pointed out, and you got to look at streamers, and then you got to look at YouTube channels. And if you don't have that repertoire or that database of like, cool, it's this game, this age demographic, and you can just pull up like 50 channels and streamers like that, then you're doomed. And the people that can do that are PR companies, because they know they've got those connections already and they have those contacts. But they also, it's their job to keep on top of that. That's literally their job.
Yeah.
It's a bit sad, but I'm like, yeah, but things change, man. Like, they never really game journalism really struggled to go from print to digital. Like there was a big hesitancy there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on that positive note,
Oh god. We're gonna end on a fizzer here, Jeremy. Whack it in C.
C tier for Zombieville 3D. I should turn my background lights on. It's like turned into night now, so I think there we go.
Hey, there we go. Yeah, yeah. Look at those fancy lights for a game that's such a fizzer. I I I looked at this game. It looks really cool, like fun. It's just isometric, like 3D. You go around with weapons and you're killing zombies around your neighborhood. You go up in levels the longer that you stay in there. Zombies get harder and harder until you eventually die. When you die, you've got resource points. You can put it into something to unlock other characters, like sometimes cosmetics, but also sometimes like, oh, here's the double shotgun, or here's the laser weapon, or whatever. And that aspect, oh wow, that aspect was really really slow in terms of how you could progress. Like you could have a good run, and you could put 1 point here, and there's like 20 points to that thing, and then there's 20 more of those things. So it felt like that felt very grindy, and it felt grindy because it was the same level each time. Um, I eventually found like builds that were like kind of like, oh, you do this build if you really want to get the big numbers. And it was just not fun in that regard. Not fun at all.
Not at all.
Yeah, so essentially one of the big things was is that you could get it's like a sword. Essentially it was a melee weapon. And you could basically plug yourself into a corner and you had life steal and you would just
That's not good.
and like that's not fun, right? And like that was, as far as I could tell, that was the only feasible way to get these really big mega runs and get these big points so that you can unlock other things, which were not as good as the strategy that I just said. I initially wanted this game so that I could play, like, have some silly fun with friends that didn't require that much thinking. But it's just like, oh, I'm going to do shotgun this time, and you can go, submachine guns. Let's go have fun. And yeah, it just did not live up to my expectations, and that's why it fell right into the C category. The entirety that I played it, it didn't have any updates. Couldn't tell you what the if they had a development model in mind and where they wanted to go with it. I didn't get that deep into it because after a bunch of hours, it's just like, oh man, this is just really samey. And even if you didn't do like the mega cool strats, like, no, I just want to go and play with shotguns, or I want to play with landmines or something, that just lost its, it just felt like very like bleh after a bunch of hours, and did not feel rewarding in that regard. And it's a shame because I feel like there could be that to this game, but it's going to require a bunch more like development content. And I don't think they're going to get there with it. They'll probably quit way before that. I hope they don't. I hope I'm completely proven wrong and I go back in a month's time and they go, oh, we've added like 100% more this and that, and there's 5 more maps, and these weapons work better than now, and you can do this, and playing with your friends, you can put on these modifiers, and it's really fun and silly. That's what I want. Just not sure if it'll get there. So as it stands, absolute C, very mid.
Nice. I'm just realizing I put Bar Beyond All Reason in the C category as well, but
You wanted it to be?
I think maybe it belongs in A.
Oh, actually, you were hovering around there, weren't you? Oh, we'll
think
go
I
back
might
and watch.
have, I might have put it in C as like a placeholder and then forgot to actually move it. If I was rating its community, I'd put it in D, but the game itself, I think, belongs in A.
We need a tier for like toxic communities. Like, let's just call it like beta Counter Strike.
Yeah. I'm realizing we had 9 S tier games. So maybe I could put like Chance of Sonar. I mean, Chance of Sonar, I'd be hovering between A and S, but maybe just to make it a clean 10, I could put like Chance of Sonar in the S tier.
I haven't played it, so if you think it's an S tier, whack it up there.
It's one of those where it's like it's an S tier for what it does. Like, what it's aiming to be is like a language and logic based puzzle game. And for that, I think it's an S tier.
Yeah.
and so, obviously that specific thing is not going to be everyone's cup of tea. Yeah, very, very specifically, a lot of the puzzles are about language and translation from one language to another. There's like 5 different mini languages that you learn, and there's lots of translating between them as you try to get people to talk to each other. So that's probably not going to appeal to some people, but for what it is, I think it is an S tier. Yeah.
Well, I can't think of a game that's ever gamified that. Like, I'm sure other games exist that, oh yeah, this game came out 5 years ago. How come you haven't played that? I'm like, well, because I've clearly been playing other games. But I've never heard of it. So if
Well,
they've kind of come out with this unique concept and managed to make it fun,
it's
it's now
pretty
fun and unique. That can, if it's very fun, yeah, absolutely whack that in S tier. Like, I can't see why you wouldn't.
Yeah, I always felt pretty glued to it. I mean, I pretty much just played it from start to finish. It's it's like Duolingo but for fake languages.
Okay.
That's a very bad description of it, but it's not actually like Duolingo at all. But it's got 5 fake languages that you learn by watching people do things and reading their journals and stuff like that. I know it sounds riveting, right? It actually is.
You've never recommended me a bad game ever.
It's language puzzles, but I guess the better way to think of it is it's logic puzzles. You have to use logic to determine what people are saying.
I like those sorts of puzzles.
Yeah. So that's a clean 10 S tier. So we got, in terms of our S tiers, that's chess, mini shoot adventures, Alekhead, Expedition 33, Night Rain, Balatro, The First Berserker Kazan, Mechabellum, and Chance of Sonar, which I don't have a little image for, but
Later, whack it in there with Photoshop.
nice. There you go.
We got through them all. I honestly, when we started this, I thought initially I was like, oh, we'll just go through our top 10 indie games. So because I played more than that. I didn't know how much more I played until I started putting my list together. And I thought like, oh, I could get a top 10 out of that. And your idea of like, well, why don't we just tier the games that we played, and that way you can have these really good games. It doesn't have to be number one. It's like other things can share that number one space, which I think is better. But boy, oh boy, did we play a lot. So that's a lot of games.
Yeah.
A lot of games. And I don't really regret playing any of them. Even the ones that I thought like, oh, that was mid. It's like, yeah, I don't regret playing it though. There was maybe Zombieville 3D. I would say like I could have just not played it or bought it. It's like that's a game that I felt like meh on. And clearly for you, those the D and Star Citizen D games.
I
Star
regret
Citizen.
playing Industrial Annihilation. And I regret paying for Industrial Annihilation. I don't really regret giving Hyperlight Breaker or Supervive a try. Hyperlight Breaker, decent idea, poor execution. They ended up abandoning it. Okay, can't all be winners. Supervive was actually quite a decent game that didn't have local servers, so I'm not going to play a fast reaction PvP game with a 200 ping. So there you go.
No, it's the death sentence for any game that's online for me as well. Like if I lived in the States or whatever, sure, I bet you it'd be absolutely wonderful. But it's such a shitty experience. Like I can't go back to 200 ping. I just can't. Like it's not the dial-up days anymore, man.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that was fun. Thank
That was
you.
great.
Thank you, sir. Adam, aka Garfields. Feel free to spruik anything before we sign off.
I have nothing to spruik. I don't know. Like I don't know about you, but I love talking about games, and I love games in general. So even just going through this,
Actually
the
hate
fact
it.
that oh, do you?
Hate it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. You hide it very well.
Yeah.
It's but just like even going through this, I know that there was some games I'm like, oh yeah, there's been an update for that. I want to now go back and play that game again. And I mean, the 2 games that you spoke about that I've literally bought while we were streaming. What was it? Electhead and I just
Ooh.
bought it. No, no.
No,
Well,
there are
this-
no orcs.
thank you. Yes, and I was like, I mean, that's just great. Like, I'm excited to play those, and I'm like, yeah, this is why this is so good. You're gonna find new games that you go check out, and you gave good enough description that I know what I'm in for. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna love that. That's gonna be a sit back and enjoy kind of game.
You know, as a little bit of a spoiler,
Oh yeah.
there are some orcs.
What? hang on, but that's the title says.
It's a little
It lies.
misleading.
Bullshit, man. Okay, I'm just gonna refund that game. Hang on. And in my reason, it actually has orcs, but title says this is false advertising.
That would be pretty funny. I was just
Oh,
looking
God.
for a game with no orcs.
Orcs. That's
The
my
one thing
only.
that I wanted.
The one thing.
I went to
fucking
the
get
search
that-
bar and I said, no orcs. Your game popped up. And what is there?
And I'll take a screenshot, like attach it to the comment, so you can clearly see orc, and the devs aren't even trying to hide it.
Provide evidence of orc. Yeah. Could probably take that to like ACCC.
Oh God, could you imagine? I'd be a total Karen.
It's funny because like I think the like it's in this little image that we've got here for there are no orcs. There's no characters in the image, but like I think there is some character art where it's like it's very clearly orcs. Like,
It's a little star at the end, and then it's just this tiny text. Actually, are orcs.
yeah. I think it's like some kind of in joke because I think their last game was like a frontier tower defense game where you were like either you were the orcs or you were fighting against orcs or something like that. So I think it's like some kind of in joke for people who played their last game where it's like, you know, we were supposed to wipe out the orcs, but we didn't. So, you know, we sent a dispatch back saying there are no orcs, but it actually
there are.
there's a whole bunch of orcs.
Just don't look at that direction. Look over here. See, no orc.
Yeah.
That's great. No, don't turn your head. Right there. What a list. That's awesome. Like 2026 is going to be wonderful.
We'll do it again next year.
Oh yeah. Maybe I should limit how many games I play. Nah, screw that. I'm gonna play just as many. Too many good games to play.
Thanks for
They're all wonderful.
Thanks for taking part, and for anyone out there watching, have a happy new year.
Yeah,
check out some of these games because they're awesome. And
definitely.
yeah. Other than that, I'll put this video on YouTube, and I might also make some videos about some of these games, like you know, Frostpunk 2, Nine Kings, Nidica. I've got some more thoughts on those, so I guess keep an eye out. But until then, I'll see you all later. See you, Noam Chomsky, in the chat. Good to have you as always. And yeah, have a happy new year, everyone else. See you later.